past the hour. Welcome in. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour, and we thank you for being with us. A busy show on tap today. Your phone calls are always welcome this hour, as we'll do unscreened phone calls. So if you want to join in, just know when we answer, we're live, all the way live. Unscreened. Don't disappoint. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Good time gang settling in. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 1 hour from now. Let's bring both of them in. Over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess, and walking through, it is Michael Helms.
Yo.
Send in a text real quick before he gets over. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I got you. I was
looking something up for you.
Okay, thank you.
It always confuses me, too.
Sure. All right, so we're in, we're settled,
sure
and we thank you for being with us. Well, we got to be sure, though. You know what I mean? How we y'all? Everybody good?
Yeah, we're good.
How's your mom and them? Are we good?
They're good.
All right.
I sat out at 6:30 a.m. yesterday at the doctor's office. We left at 10:05.
Okay. For those of you that did not hear yesterday's show, Greg did the majority of the kickoff hour, but then left because your mom had everything's okay, but had a doctor's appointment and everything, and stress test and all that, and you had to get her there, but wait on her.
Oh, yeah.
So you were out, and what did you do to kill time?
This is no lie. They took her back, and Mom would give me updates. At one point, she told me, just leave me. Just come back.
Did.
I said, Mother, it's fine. Because I had another
just leave me
thing I was doing later. I had a remote.
Yeah.
Anyway, which it didn't matter. It was okay. But so she texted back out, and this was like, I don't know, 7-something. And she said, they said it'd probably be around 10 o'clock.
What?
Yeah, so I just got up and went outside, and you're going to laugh, because I thought, well, I've done set for an hour and a half and drove to work. You do that. You know, a lot of sitting, like me and Helms both have 3 hours a day, basically. We're going to be sitting.
We're sitting.
Yeah.
So I said,
I talked about that yesterday.
I said, instead of being a sloth, I got up and I went out and just started walking around the parking lot. I walked, I don't know how many times I went. I went a long way. I had me a little circuit.
Okay.
Ventured off in the woods, come back up.
Anybody think you were homeless?
Maybe. I didn't. Well, I wasn't dressed too homeless. Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't sharp by no means.
Right.
But I did. I said, and you know what? That made
trail?
Time go. Oh yeah, I'd go off. It's a beautiful day.
I know you've always wanted to do
nice
that whatever that running through the woods. You talked about that for probably 10 years.
Yeah, I did a lot about that, didn't I?
Yeah.
But anyway, so I did that. At least I got a little exercise.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't in no hurry.
Did you hear our segment about 10,000 steps a day? Is that what got you fired up?
It did.
Yeah.
It did. But I did, because I said, look, you might as well, you're just going to sit here for 3 hours?
Right.
If I'd had better shoes on, I might have ran a couple of laps.
Who knows?
You don't know.
So was she accurate on when they said that she would walk out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
10:05.
So now you're trying to get to that, and you got to get her to the remote.
Yeah,
so you got to get her back.
I had plenty of time until we were on 459 and everything's at a standstill. Somebody had a wreck. Still got there though. Everything worked out. It went good.
Do y'all talk out loud in traffic? I can't help it, and unfortunately my boys got it from me, and Terry says it's all my fault. But I'll talk out loud about things around me in traffic.
I talk out loud about things a lot of places.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, this is
like what are you doing?
Yeah.
Get over. Oh my, you know.
I was talking to Lisa one day, and I pulled in the lot. I think I had a remote. And I thought I'd hung the phone up, but I hadn't. And I'm in there by myself. And I don't even remember doing it. And she texts me later. She goes, so you just going to get mad and cuss in there to yourself? Because I couldn't find a parking space. And some guy had pulled this trailer right where I needed to be. And I didn't even remember saying anything. But she said, you're crazy. She said, you're just talking out loud to yourself and all cussing.
Yeah, this is why I think you shouldn't take up golf. This is the only reason why. Because I don't know what you do to that golf club.
But what's bad is when I didn't even remember talking out loud to myself. I didn't even remember it.
And we all do it. And we do it a lot.
Yeah. A lot.
Yeah. And we say things we shouldn't. And that's fine. That's just part of life. And
get over.
Getting better.
I really wanted that parking spot.
Well, get over.
You're going 65. Get over. Gracious. I know you see me. You've got 8 cars behind you. What are you doing?
It blank, blank, blank.
What are you doing? What are you doing? That's me.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you doing? And Terry looks at me. How many times are you going to ask that?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Are you expecting an answer?
Right. What are they doing?
You obviously have nothing to do today, but I do.
I know you see me. What are you doing? You're just over here now just to get everybody mad. There's 8 cars behind. Then everybody starts panicking. And then there's almost a wreck because everybody they just can't take it anymore.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm sorry, I'm done. But yeah, I handed that down. I rode. I had to ride with Reese somewhere. He was driving, and he starts in on cars around me, and I just looked at him. I said, "Buddy, I'm sorry."
Sorry.
I said, "That's you. You he grew up with me taking you places.
You were
I
gonna
apologize.
avoid that.
I apologize. You got that one from Pops. Sorry."
Influencer.
I didn't see one word of the State of the Union last night.
It's too late, especially if y'all told me the president was late.
I tried.
He's
Some
late.
gun can't get anywhere on time.
He's late for his own State of the Union, and then comes
sneak up on him.
Comes shuffling out of the White House.
I mean, did he forget what? Oh, I forgot about that speech I was supposed to do.
Yeah, then you had pro-Palestinian, I guess, protesters blocking streets in D.C., and then, laying down.
Of course, they got to do with it. They're already behind.
Yeah.
And then I'm sure they did the pep rally thing.
Oh.
Where the people for him stand up, and everybody else sits there with old mean mug.
Lots of heckling.
And then they stand up. And then this standing up thing.
Yeah.
The clapping thing. Look, this thing's drug out long. Hold the claps to the end and the boos and all that. Let's get this done. And then you can shoot birds and boo or whatever.
Lots of heckling. Doing research this morning for the main show and sending stuff to Adler that we can have. It was a lot of 10, 15, 20-second clips and all that kind of stuff. It was a lot of misspeaks, which we looked for. There was a lot of lies from him about how the economy's doing and the border and all that. A lot of heckling coming from the right, which he tried to respond to. Sometimes he got off script. There was a Gold Star family that was kicked out, a family member, a dad, who stood up and had had enough with his lies and let him have it from the balcony, and he was escorted out.
Somebody call that clown.
Then, as he was leaving, he didn't know what to do. The mic was hot, and he was asking where he should go. What is he supposed to do?
Of course.
Guys, when he got in, before he even got, so this is the frustrating part for me, okay? And y'all going to think I'm making it up when I say what I'm about to say.
You're making it up.
I was frustrated with the fact that, listen, we all, it's the middle of the week. We all have jobs. We have kids. We have families. Hey, get there on time, pal, okay?
Right.
Respect our time. If this is the State of the Union and it is an important thing for our country, then don't be 20 minutes late or 30 minutes late or whatever you were. Respect us. Mm-hmm. It shows you how out of touch you are with what's going on around you.
Yep.
Oh, now that's a fact.
And then and then when they finally shuffle, he shuffles out the door. Do you know what the first thing he says on mic?
Don't jump.
Don't jump.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm serious.
I was 100%
100% serious.
You're
Greg.
kidding me. I promise you, I did not know that answer.
He comes out.
That was a complete joke I was trying to
He comes out of the door, side of the White House,
Good
and
stuff.
some of, I don't know if it's his grandkids or some of his family or
Don't
staff
jump.
or whoever are on the balcony, on the up top, and he turns around and screams, "Don't jump.
Don't jump."
I was completely kidding.
I know. That's what made it funny.
Don't jump.
Oh, my God.
The first two words anybody heard him say.
See, in my mind, I'm going to say something ridiculous.
So
he actually did say something ridiculous.
For 30 minutes. 30 minutes, people are wondering, where is he? What's going on?
Okay.
I'm flipping from channel to channel, and they're all going, I don't know. Should we be concerned? Mm-hmm. Is it that he's changing some of the speech? Is it that he's taking a nap? Is it that he's just got family there and they're hanging out?
Standing in the yard staring?
I mean, there's this whole dialogue on every channel. I finally went to C-SPAN, so I didn't have to hear anybody and just catch that gnat sound of everybody in the room and see if I could pick up on what they were saying.
Right.
But finally he comes out. And that's the first.
Nobody knows why.
That's the first thing he says. He turns around to some people up there and says, "Don't jump."
There's a lot of times when you're late, you have a really good reason for why you're late. You try not to be late, but if you're just late,
they say he's late all the time.
You're just disrespecting the person's time that you're meeting with.
Well, there's people.
So this is just the latest example of him disrespecting America.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free, confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty-canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You might disagree, but things aren't as dismal as they seem. Now, there's a point. Your family, their future, your future, you all deserve a chance. You all deserve the protection. Turn to self-reliance with My Patriot Supply. Start with 4-week emergency food kits by Ready Hour. These meals last up to 25 years in storage. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at preparewithbubba.com. Get each Ready Hour 4-week food kit for $60 off and free shipping. That's preparewithbubba.com. Also find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The best thing to bring with me wherever I go, my Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands with noise isolation, 3 customizable sound profiles, and a 32-hour battery life. They're perfect for listening to anything, anytime. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Hey folks, when you love someone, you protect them the best way you can. That's why we recommend home security from simplysafebubba.com. SimpliSafe is an advanced system that protects every inch of your home. Plus, it's backed by 24/7 with professional monitoring for fast emergency response for less than $1 a day. Order now and get 20% off any new SimpliSafe system with Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
When was the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox News reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. The titles to all our homes are easily found online. A criminal, a renter, or even a family member simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam! Your home is not in your name. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out with a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary home title lock protection when you go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code BUBBA. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes, leaning on 23 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Just so some of you don't think that Helmsy just made the whole thing up about Biden walking out 20 to 30 minutes late for his own State of the Union, and everybody was like, what's going on? He finally comes out, shuffles to his limo to get to the State of the Union, and turns around and looks up to the balcony and says, don't jump.
Yep.
He did say that. I heard the audio in the break. Today,
I thought it was almost like a skit. Like, you know what I mean? Because that's the thing that he does that we've all made fun of forever. And then one of the most important nights. Yeah. We got an election coming up. This was just as much of a convention speech as it was a State of the Union. Yeah. Because you're running for president. Yeah. And the first thing you do when the camera's on you is you scream, "Don't jump." Don't jump. Don't jump.
That's just a go-to.
Today is a big day because Helmsy's all fired up about it. He follows Major League Fishing and the Bass Pro Tour, and they're going to be in the Birmingham market coming up on March 14th through 17th. And the Red Crest 2024 is at Lay Lake, and it's going to be about a 4-day tournament. And it's going to be really cool. And we've got two of the anglers on. Jacob Wheeler is going to be on, ranked number 1. Yeah. And Dustin Connell is going to be with us. And he knows Gary Vines, by the way. He's from Clanton and is friends with Gary, knows him. And it's going to be a lot of fun. He was the Red Crest winner in 2021, by the way. But we have got a lot to talk to them about today. We'll Zoom with them in a couple of hours, about 3 hours from now. And to even add to all of this, we've also got Cody Johnson, country music star, and Dustin Moore are in concert the same weekend as part of the Red Crest festivities down at the Legacy Arena. They've got the Red Crest Outdoor Sports Expo. This is where everybody comes in, and you got all kinds of stuff they're going to be doing in the weigh-in, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. We'll, during this interview today, offer up a family 4-pack for the concert to see Cody Johnson and Justin Moore. So be listening for that today. But looking at these two, they're really good friends. They're best friends. Actually, Jacob is staying with Dustin while he's in town, so they'll both jump on the Zoom today. But the Red Crest, I was sitting here looking at a lot of the research because I don't follow this the way I need to, even though when it's on, I'll stop if I catch it. But you've got 50 pros that qualified for this Red Crest 2024 from the 2023 Bass Pro Tour last year. And so it's the best of the best. And it's going to be a lot of fun. I love these weigh-ins and stuff, how the crowd is going nuts and everybody's having a good time. And so we'll talk to them about it. What all is going to take place, and we'll also catch up and meet them. And Dustin is going to actually be on a future RBU. He's got a great story, as he is from Clanton, Alabama, and doing well. One of the best in the world, and we'll have both of them on today.
DC and Jacob do it's not a podcast, but they'll put a lot of stuff on behind the scenes of what their every day looks like, and I would say they are best friends. They stay together every time they go on a trip. They're both married now, and I think Jacob even has a kid. But they're funny. When they're together, they are hilarious, and they give you a lot of the inside of their lives that nobody else will give you. Yeah. Like, it's pretty fun. From making a sandwich in the morning to, what's going on with the family. I mean, it's really good quality stuff that they do. And on top of the fishing stuff, that's awesome. But when you get to behind the scenes of this guy, they really let you into their lives. Yeah. Dustin is real familiar with Lay Lake, Mitchell, Jordan Lakes, all this kind of stuff, and is very familiar with Gary Vines. So I can't wait to ask him about that. And, Greg, you would love this because they have their own phrasing. They use the word ding. We'll say stay in it, or we have Rick and Bubba phrasing, but they have the word. They have their own language. They have ding, which is a phrase they use when anytime they catch a big fish or something goes their way. The term has been taken off over the years. They are known as the ding crew by fans. Okay. So we'll look forward to catching up with them. Yep. Ding. The Ding crew we'll have Dustin and Jacob on with us a little bit later today. And don't forget that concert. I think Cody, and y'all could Google it, Cody Johnson, I think, was part of Rock the South last summer.
I think it was.
And JC and Reese both went and said they loved it. I mean, and ever since then they've been some of their friends had gotten them into the Cody music and all that, and after that, though, they've been all in. So it'd be good. It's a great concert, part of the big Red Crest Sports Expo going on at the BJCC. We got tickets for that.
Now, Justin Moore has a tie to the show because he came to the show and ran the 40. Y'all remember that?
I don't.
Yes. He
Tell
ran
me
the
about
40
it.
at the old station.
I remember him
Moore.
coming. I didn't remember him running the 40.
Yes, he ran the 40.
Did
I remember
he
took
really?
his cowboy boots on, put his tennis shoes on, went out and ran the 40.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to.
Yep. That's when he first came out, his first record, I believe.
Is he a little guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
He's short. I mean,
Yes.
yeah.
Right.
That doesn't mean anything wrong.
Well, you said it.
I got short people in my family.
You were being condescending. a
No, I
little bit.
wasn't. You were
Okay,
being.
I got him now.
I
I just had to see his face.
He was pretty quick.
Had to see his face. That's
I
all.
think he was pretty quick.
Yeah. Well,
The fact that he agreed to do it
I was
was
gonna say,
hilarious.
the fact you bring your tennis shoes and you agree to do it tells me you
He
can
was
run.
ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. He knew he had a good time.
that's right.
So, but yeah, I remember he was
Okay.
he was a really nice guy, and he's got a lot of hits. A lot of
Yeah.
hits.
Wow. Your favorite? It's Why We Drink.
That's not necessarily true.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily true, he said. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Be ready for some unscreened phone calls this hour. It's a Friday edition of the Kickoff Hour where really anything goes, and we're just kind of sitting around shooting the bull, looking at some of the stories. A lot of it is politics, which we, during this hour, stay out of, but some of the funnier things from the State of the Union we've already mentioned, that will be broken down more during the main show today. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like everyone else, I'm always on the go. And you know what's the best thing to bring with me wherever I go? My Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands. Their optimized gel tips are designed to fit comfortably in your ears and to actually stay there, whether you're working out at the gym or just doing chores around the house. My Raycons come with me everywhere so I can listen at any time. With 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, I don't have to worry about whether they're up for the task. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode, so they're perfect for listening to anything. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews right now. Get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. You can also find that link by just simply going to rickandbubba.com and looking under the sponsors. But if you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here during the kickoff hour as we roll along. Rick, Bubba are here. Adler will join us shortly, and we are off and running. Thank you so much for being with us today. A lot to discuss, a lot to break down. Don't forget, we'll talk some Major League Fishing as we have some of the top in that industry with us. Some of the best bass fishermen in the world will be with us. Dustin Connell, who knows Gary and from Clanton, Jacob Wheeler, and we'll have the Dean crew with us today. A little bit later in the show, we'll Zoom with them. We have a lot of stories out there. One that's kind of interesting to me is this story here, escaped pig, okay? Escaped pig named Kevin Bacon. Kevin Bacon, sorry about that. Kevin Bacon, a Wisconsin family found an escaped pig roaming around their yard and were able to talk and walk the pig home a mile, by the way, away from his owner who was out of town. The pig's name is Kevin Bacon, so that's why it's in the news today, of course.
That's funny.
Here is Jake talking about meeting the pig. I guess that was a family member that discovered the pig and him meeting the pig
Kevin
and
Bacon?
the encounter with meeting Kevin Bacon.
Did the pig tell him that was his name?
I guess so. I don't really know, but it's kind of interesting though that the pig was named Kevin Bacon and that they found the pig, and then now the pig is back. Take a listen to this. I think. Oh nope, it's not.
Oh,
Why is
that
it
sounds
not?
good. Well, we found Kevin. Don't jump, Kevin.
He's big black pig. I said,
Okay, well, hey, how about this? How about it ain't working?
Well, how about that? Well, anyway,
Look
Kevin
right here,
Bacon.
look.
Oh, so it's
Well,
not.
no, that's going to be a problem during
Why
the
would
main
it
show.
not work?
I don't know.
pig is he's big black pig. I said,
problem?
yeah. He's like, yeah, his
Oh,
name is Kevin
what's this
Bacon.
over here?
And he's actually a little lonely.
Why's that over here?
That's
weird.
Wanted to adopt him immediately.
I just
And
grabbed the
said,
wrong thing. That's on me.
Oh, I
have a
used it
place
over
to
there.
put
That's never over
watching
here.
TV, and my wife comes in the room and says, Jake, I think there's a pig on our driveway camera. And I'm like, are you serious? That's definitely my pig. He's a big black pig? I said, yeah. He's like, yeah, his name is Kevin Bacon. And he's actually a little lonely, so he's probably just looking for company. They all wanted to adopt him immediately, and I said, we don't have a place to put a 450-pound pig, but they found him right away.
50-pound pig. There was a pig that
They get big.
a homeowner had, and it was always on a route that I took back from one of the local golf courses to the house. And I would always, it was right there on the corner. And whenever I would turn, I would see it in the backyard. They had it in the backyard fence like it was a dog.
Oh, yeah.
And it was y'all, it was, please understand how big this pig was. It was ginormous.
Oh, yeah. You remember everybody was getting those cute little pigs. They didn't realize what they were going to grow into.
No.
Did y'all ever consider a pig?
No.
I hear they're extremely intelligent, that you can train them, that they really are. Now, they're gigantic, and that's a problem. Back to another throwback. You remember that? I don't remember the intern's name that brought the pig to the studio. It was little.
Little bitty one.
Yeah, she brought that little pig.
Yeah.
Oh, they're cute when they're little. Then
They're
also
little
you
cute
look,
little
they're
things.
gigantic.
Ginormous.
But I have heard they're really good pets as far as you can teach them to do stuff, that they're real intelligent.
Yeah.
As funny as that seems.
I just love the fact that it's an escaped pig, Kevin Bacon.
Big Kev got out. He was lonely.
He's
That's what they
lonely.
say. He
Watch
wanted
out.
somebody to talk
Well,
to.
just wanted somebody to talk to.
Yeah,
Right?
I'm tired of being here by myself.
Yeah,
Family's on
exactly.
vacation. They left me some corn.
And here we are.
And here we are.
And here we are with the big pig.
Now
We're
I'm
gonna
with a
walk
new
it back.
family.
Yeah. I've never really been one. I know some people they have pets outside of what I call the big two, and that's dog or cat.
Yeah.
I've never really been that guy.
I haven't either.
Yeah.
We went rabbit one time, and that was a disaster.
Yeah.
And,
And I'm not really talking about you farmers and people
no,
that
you're talking
have.
about these.
That's different. Yeah.
I live in a neighborhood, and I got some miniature horse or something.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
If you had a pig, what would you name it?
Well, I would name mine Wilbur, of course.
I'd name mine Bobby Q.
Bobby Q.
Barbecue.
Oh,
Barbecue.
okay.
Bobby Q.
What do you think about
Barbecue.
spare rib?
That'd be good.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad.
What about lunch?
Mm.
No.
I've told y'all that story about eating a pet cow of a family one time, and I didn't know it till we sat down. And the family broke the news at the table, actually. It was delicious food. And they had just cattle all over the place. But apparently there was
they would
one that
slaughter
they
one.
raised. And the dad announced to the family that that's what we were partaking, and they were upset.
So they didn't know that one was going to the butcher.
No. And I was very, you know me, I hate awkward situations. And
You're
there,
like, "Grr."
there I sit.
You were cutting your steak by the time he said it.
Fork and knife.
Yeah. Oh, well, okay.
Then I kind of start looking around like, what?
We're eating Kevin Bacon?
There were tears. Shit.
Oh, my goodness.
What? I love that little cow.
Well, I mean, what does a cow do besides be,
I know.
food, really?
I know.
What do they do?
I know. That used to be, the Lenores used to have cattle.
They breed
And,
milk and meat.
And really the boys growing up, one of the most favorite things to do was to go down there and feed the cows.
Oh, yeah.
And we'd go down and get the corn, fill the buckets with corn, and then we'd ride out. And you always had to watch the ones with crazy eyes because you didn't know, hey, watch that one right there.
Oh, if they decide it's time to go,
Yeah,
ain't nothing you can do.
But we have some great memories of that. That was good. But yeah, this one here is bizarre just because the pig escaped, walked a mile where it shouldn't be, and its name is Kevin Bacon.
You know, a lot of people don't know this about Helms, but in high school, he actually was a steer wrestler. A lot of people don't know that.
Greg, don't start
Not
rumors.
many come out of Glencoe.
Don't start rumors like that.
Yeah.
All right.
He was on the circuit.
That was one night,
It was a dare.
and there may have been alcohol involved.
But you did flip it. The steer went down.
Some people may have thought I missed my calling.
That's it, man.
Okay.
He's a natural.
So a friend of mine just said he has a guy that friend of his that has a pig named Patsy Swine. Said it
That's
acts just
funny.
like a dog.
Yeah, they're smart.
Funny.
He also said, and I didn't know this since we're having Dustin and Jacob on today. He said there is a kid that fishes on the Montevallo fishing team named Dalton Head who qualified for the Red Crest tournament. He is from Moody, Alabama, and the first time a college kid has qualified for the MLF tournament.
How about
So that's
that?
pretty cool.
Good for him.
Little factoid there for those of you in the market and that are coming around. I had no idea. This is one of these things where I kind of almost feel ashamed because I didn't know more. Helmsy's tried to bring us along, not knowing more about MLF and the fandom that's around it and the places that people come from to these tournaments and to the weigh-ins and the expo and stuff. So it's a real big deal.
Here's what you need to understand too, and I don't know how. I don't think they do maybe they do this celebration, but they don't do the traditional weigh-ins. No. You know, theirs are they catch it.
They weigh
it there. They have a guy on a boat with them.
Correct.
That's an official. They have a boat official with them that weighs it. They get penalties for certain things like time penalties. So if the fish falls off before they've taken it, like it's flopping around in the boat, that's a penalty. Yeah. It's a minute. And then there's certain ways if you don't release the fish correctly, but it's really good that you're not having to worry about taking these fish in bags and in these live wells and then letting them out at the same spot. All that stuff is not good for fisheries.
Yeah, but
what?
But you like when they roll into the Civic Center and you don't know what's in the whale, and they he how many pounds? Also, they pull it out and the crowd goes nuts.
Yeah, and they will. The guys, the anglers will go back to their for a lot of the on stage stuff, but to Helmsy's point, they have the score tracker where there's an official, they score, but it's immediately put up, so each angler gets updates on where he is in the standings.
Sitting there waiting.
But it's the unique catch, weight, weigh and release technique that each competitor has. So there's an official on each boat, and during the competition, they'll weigh the fish, and then the angler can release it immediately back into the water.
You have stages, so like you have a couple stages.
Did I say something?
No, I was.
And
I was thinking myself, I'm not going to do it.
Here's what I love. Here's what I love about it, and maybe as far as getting back to the the arena and all that, and pulling out big fish, whatever. But I like it because it's like a lot of other sports. You have a clock, and when that clock runs out, you're done. So they'll have times where they got 2 minutes left, and they know they got to have a 3-pounder. And the excitement of them trying to catch, they see a fish, they can see the 3-pound because they use all this technology now. Yeah. They know the fish is there, and they're spot fishing a lot, and they can go, okay, wait a minute, I got 3 minutes. Let's see if we can. And sometimes they do it, and it's amazing that they'll get that fish in within seconds of the clock going out, and that's exciting.
And then they drop in the boat and lose points.
Yeah, I know a lot of you probably going, all right, we've heard enough, but this is kind of interesting. All right. So March 14th and 15th.
Is that what people are out there doing right
now?
Well,
they've
heard enough.
Yeah. Those okay, y'all are breaking down fishing, But I mean, this is kind of interesting to me.
What's new? A lot of people don't, and that's why DC and Jacob are coming on today, and they can help educate people on that.
March 14th and 15th, it's the qualifying round. This is where only the top 20 advance to day 3. Okay, then on March 16th, it's the knockout round. The top 20 anglers from the first 2 days compete. Then the top 10 advance to the championship day, which is March 17th. So then there's only 10 from the knockout round that compete, and then they the weights are reset to 0. So anyway, I just thought each day they blast off from Beeswax, I think.
I know where that is.
In Columbiana. I actually hosted a weigh-in, the only one I've ever hosted. I hosted there at Beeswax.
It's a Beeswax store right there at it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. There in
you know what? It's none of your beeswax.
Beautiful city of area of Columbiana, Alabama. It's beautiful in that area.
It is. It's really pretty, right?
Somebody said I'm going to need Speedy to stop calling them anglers. I hadn't picked up on it.
I hadn't either.
But I wish I would.
That's how you said it.
I did too. Anglers. I guess it's they're saying you're adding a letter. I'm just laughing.
Anglers.
That we're trying to. Here's
Wranglers and anglers.
Typical of our audience.
By the way,
is we talk about something. Listen.
That's bull.
I know.
Crap.
Well,
that's people looking for any damn thing you can you know. You know what I'm saying?
He's giving exactly what I wanted.
It's like, really? Are you me?
I think
that's what you're doing.
And two, it's one of those.
Life, idiot.
One of those
freaking idiot. And I hope you have diarrhea about 10 seconds before you make it.
You heard about them new jeans he bought? Wranglers.
I didn't say Wrangler, by the way. See, now you're saying something I didn't say.
What I love is we're bringing something to the table that's new, and these people should be excited about it, not critiquing what we're saying.
Well, it's like the flag. My God, shut up about that too.
Oh,
idiot.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Yeah.
866 We Be Big is the number. Y'all are live, guys, as you don't have your headphones on. As we roll on back, it's 7 minutes until top of the hour.
You still mad?
We're gonna let it. No, I got to do the live spot here. Okay. We're gonna do phones 866 We Be Big if you want to holler. This portion of the Rick and Bubba show is brought to you by HomeTitleLock.com. Getting your wallet stolen or your cell phone out of the car, I mean, that's sad. Nobody wants that. But did you know criminals have a way of stealing your most valuable assets, one of the most at least, and that's your home? If you haven't looked into it, you need to. It's because they are, and they're very creative. We've talked about this. If criminals would just get a job, they'd probably be pretty successful because they have to be pretty smart sometimes to pull off the things they do.
Absolutely.
Stealing someone's home title and you not knowing
You
it.
can't be just a dummy.
No. Find out for free with code Bubba at HomeTitleLock.com. That's code Bubba at HomeTitleLock.com on how they can help you protect your home, one of your most valuable assets. You'll get a comprehensive scan of your home's title for free, plus 30 days of protection. So check them out right now. Get a free, find out for free with the code Bubba at HomeTitleLock.com. You can always look at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button for more information. All of our network sponsors are there for that. Greg, I know that you guys are headed over to Starkville today, home of Mississippi State University.
Yeah, Euro area.
Yep, and y'all have got the Man Church, the Starkville Man Church today. Tonight starts tonight. And tonight and tomorrow, and so you're headed out with the guys.
Beautiful
and the crew.
weather to travel in.
Yeah, how about that? You'll be heading right through it.
Oh yeah.
But I know that y'all will enjoy yourself. Looking forward to that.
Oh, absolutely.
Praying
Look
for
forward to seeing
a great weekend there in Starkville. I know the baseball team. I think they host Evansville, I believe, but that's on the other side of the campus. So I think you'll be fine with that. And plus the weather. I don't know. They might have already made an announcement. I know most college baseball teams, they're either trying to play it early or they're moving to a doubleheader Saturday or Sunday of the 3-game series and just doing away with Friday unless they can play early and get it in, which I think Jack State's
Jack State
early.
moved there. Eli Gold actually called me and let me know that they were moving it to 12.
3.
Yeah.
We're going to move it to 3.
Yeah, and
from 3 to 12.
A lot of people don't know this. I guess we can talk about it. That Eli Gold has been hired to do the ESPN Plus Jack State baseball broadcast.
Yep. Yeah.
So if you are one of the guys like me or ladies where if I know it's a baseball night, like a Tuesday night, sometimes Wednesday, definitely over the weekend, and I'm not at a baseball park myself, Terry will tell you, I will turn on the TV, go to ESPN Plus, and I'll have about 4 games going in each little window just to have background and keep up with a lot of the buddies of my sons that still play, and then other teams, see what Mississippi State's doing and all that. So I'm always, and Jack State's always on there, so I'll hear Eli now.
Do you know what I'm nervous about?
About that.
What's that?
Y'all should know this. I shouldn't even have to say it, but I'm going to say it.
Okay.
What I'm nervous about is when this all comes to fruition and this is going on, y'all know who Eli's going to be up there next to in the press box.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
His Mac Daddy.
Oh, my goodness.
So I'm nervous about Mac
Helmsy.
Daddy and Eli Gold connecting.
Helmsy, that's
Don't forget that. Don't y'all forget that.
I'd
That's
like
happening.
a recording of the first conversation.
I would too. I would too.
God, that'd be great.
Nervous about it.
Because Eli's so professional.
Yes. Well, and Dad, first of all, is not a big Alabama fan.
Yeah, that's on record with that.
He's big time on that record on that. And when I told him, I'm just gonna tell y'all this. I can't believe I'm saying this on the. I better not say this.
Go ahead. Speedy's already mad.
When I told him
I'm not
about
mad.
my lunch with Mr.
About
Gold.
to be.
When I told him about my lunch with Mr. Gold, the first thing he said, he ain't got nothing on Mike Paris.
Oh,
he's the legend.
Oh,
he's pretty good. Eli's pretty good, but he ain't got nothing on Mike Paris.
Well, Mike is the good one.
Yes,
and so I do
the voice of the Gamecock.
and that was all
all
that statement was about was Alabama.
Yeah,
that's all it was about. It had nothing to do with Eli.
I got
had
you.
nothing
All
to do
right.
with It had everything to do with Alabama.
That's it.
Because he's an Auburn homer. Okay, and so what was that about?
I don't know.
And so
he's Auburn homer.
Yes, and so
ain't got nothing on Paris.
Yeah.
Watch, I agree. Mike
think
is the voice of the Gamecocks. He is.
If you truly care about Eli, okay,
Give Eli a heads up.
And I know I know he's already up, and he's getting ready because it's a noon first pitch Central.
Yeah.
So that means he's going to be over there.
I don't
about
know if he's
9:30 or
actually
10.
doing the game today. Is he?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
I was just
the
going
answer to
to
that.
starting
Yeah.
Oh, maybe he
next
does.
I was
year?
kind of.
But
No,
I'll
it's
tell you-
happening this year. I just don't
Oh,
know.
okay,
I don't know
gotcha.
if he's doing it today.
Okay, got it. But I would at
So
some
he's
point.
doing it
He
today.
might be. I don't know.
would at some point.
I'm going by there today.
They just announced.
I would at some point I would call and go, hey, just to let you know something. My dad's gonna be up there, and he's Gamecock through and through.
Yeah.
and he always has.
He's not a
been.
Tide fan.
And,
No, doesn't like the Tide at all.
Yeah, but I just wanted to let you know. So when he says, I am Michael's daddy.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's how I would say it, but that you won't be surprised. Be like, huh? What?
Yeah.
Because then Eli can go, oh yes, he told me.
And go, Eli.
Is that your Eli voice?
Yeah. I talked to Michael.
Well, there he is, man of a thousand voices. That's good, buddy.
I'll talk to Michael today at 3 p.m.
Now you're making fun of Eli.
No,
that's just an
he's
honor.
always known for his 3 and his 5s.
Oh, you threw the 5 in there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Huh?
Didn't know.
He told me to call him at 5, but he called me at 3.
That was Underwater Man.
Oh.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The weirdest.
Did y'all just look at each other?
Yeah. It was the weirdest.
I go, really?
Greg, it wasn't a minor thing. It wasn't something we said in passing. I mean, we
But
spent.
y'all were making a stand.
Oh yeah, Greg,
Yeah, we were dug in.
Greg,
making
It'd be
a
like him
stand.
saying, hey, don't talk about COVID-19.
Yeah, it would be like it would be
We've been
like
doing it for a
Greg,
week.
it would be like Paul Revere sitting there after his midnight ride, and he says, "Now let me tell you what don't do. Don't go riding around till everybody the British."
Yeah,
and
Don't be out there with no lanterns doing anything.
Yeah.
tonight.
So I've often wondered, if somebody decides to have an independent zoo or keep big tigers, and we all go, look, if it kills them, it's on them. But that's not the deal. That's in your neighborhood. I mean, if you live near these places, now you're in it's one thing for somebody to say, have you seen my dog?
Yeah.
Okay, have you seen my tiger? Have you seen my lion? My elephant is not here. I was going to ride him this morning to get the mail. Where is he? So then that leads to the statement you guys made that because a lot of these big cats, I'm just going to land there on the big cats.
Yeah.
Because I'm more terrified of them than anything. Because they're made to kill. I mean, they've got a great weapon. They've got access to some really good killing things, and so they really can kill. And so you said we have now more of these type Nimrods with them in captivity than there are in the wild.
So at the end, when they're
Okay.
explaining where everybody's at now, like Joe Exotic's in jail, when they're explaining what everybody's doing, they put in there a statement on tigers, and it specifically says we are estimated to have 5,000 to 10,000, which I know that's a big gap.
It's a big gap.
But it's because
5,000
there's
plus.
a bunch of 5,000 plus tigers in the United States illegally.
And we think we cap it at about 10.
Correct. There are less in wildlife in the wild all over worldwide today. We have more in the United States illegally than we do world. They estimate about 4,000 that are actually in the wild.
How do they know if they're in the U.S. illegally? How do we know how to count them?
Well,
I hate to say we've had that
to Rick's
problem with
point,
other
I guess
issues.
That's a big gap in the number.
To Rick's
The
point,
census.
they've been able to count to 5,000, and they're estimating based on the data they have that they're probably at least 7,500 to 8,000 are capping it at 10.
Now, you mentioned that liger. That's a big son of a gun.
It is a big son
And
of
I
a
thought
gun.
that was made up because Napoleon Dynamite said it was his favorite animal. He's known for its skills
It's
and magic.
not. He's, yeah.
Here's a texting.
Remember that?
Yes,
This is for skills and magic.
Right. This is me yesterday. Have you seen Tiger King? That's and I get this.
You're getting it from people you wouldn't expect to
I
get
know.
it from, too, and that's another point.
And then I hear I've seen 2 episodes, and I'm speechless. And said, this is another example of reality being much more entertaining and unbelievable than fiction itself.
Yes.
It is.
And so
Rick,
that's
there
what
was a
gets
point.
me. These are real people.
There was a point in episode 4 where I nearly said this. I'm done. I got to back out of this. And then something happened within 10 minutes. Like, I cannot look away. I am absolutely in. And I have finished it. I went all the way through it.
Rick, it's got everything. I mean, I'm goofy and obviously got issues. And also, when you look, they're playing my video. I also sing country music about tigers. I mean, that's in there,
Guys,
too.
one of them ran
That's
for
the stuff you
president.
look for.
Joe Exotic ran for president and then turned around and ran for governor.
I understand he had a campaign slogan that was one to remember.
He was giving out, most people give out buttons and T-shirts. He gave out something else.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
All right, let me go to this in a minute. Okay, so I just want to be clear. So in this,
And it wasn't a bumper sticker.
In this country, we have more people. I'm gonna work my way there. That have tigers. In captivity. Than are in the wild.
Correct.
Now that's already concerning. But then the people who have these tigers are a bunch of idiots.
They are.
Okay,
That's it.
So
not making wise
Does that sound like a
decisions.
bad combination to
Yeah.
you, Bubba? Just
Rick,
I mean,
Rick,
right now-
Joe Exotic's staff. He's got one guy that has no legs. Now, it had nothing to do with the tiger.
No, it was a
See,
zip
that's
line.
what
It was
you
a
don't-
zip
But he's
line
got some
accident.
really good fake legs.
There's so many
He gets
real
around good.
people
Rick.
in this.
Rick, I've got to tell you, I haven't watched all of it, but I have watched a little bit of it. The lady, the worker that got her arm bit off, and she's just laying there.
She's back to work in about a
and she's
couple
back to work.
weeks.
But the best part is when he walks into the I guess what do you call it?
When he
The
announced
shop,
the
I
gift
guess.
shop.
The gift shop. Thank you. He walks in, he goes, "Hey, I just want to let y'all know something. We just had one of my workers arm just bit slap off. It's off. I can give you a rain check. I can give you money back. Whatever you want to do." And he just says it like,
And then,
"Hey."
and then they catch him off. He thought he was off camera. This is going to kill me financially.
well, maybe he can get some of the stimulus back.
Hey, Rick, then one of the employees goes, "Well, what do you want me to do? Just get back to your chores. Just don't put your arm through one of the cages."
All right.
I have never seen anything this bizarre, period.
16 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gary Palmer has always been good and kind to the show and give us information when he could in all sorts of historic times in our country. And Gary, welcome back to the program. Here we are at another historic moment, and that is the pandemic. So welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour is underway. A brand new hour on a brand new day, wrapping up a brand new week. This hour starts, as we know, with the national anthem. Here we go. 7.5 minutes now past the hour. How are you? A brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the Big Boy Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology, we come to you from sweet home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Much to do. The kickoff hour is behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy handle that for you. Eddie Van Adler settles in. He's got the YouTube experience. Hello, tubers. Welcome for another day. Whether you're watching us live or the archive today, we're glad you're here. Thank you for joining us. If you are on America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, be sure and tell that affiliate thank you for their boldness and the many years. Some of them new, but most of them been around for a long time. And maybe you don't have an affiliate, so the streaming option is your option to catch the show live, and there you go. Welcome. Glad you're here. There'll be full archive shows for you there on the 24/7 TuneIn channel. TuneIn is a free app, by the way. You can download and just search the Rick and Bubba Show and get our 24/7 channel. Maybe archives is your preference or your only option. You may be listening on the podcast archives, the entire show archived every day on our podcast channel. If you don't have a lot of time to catch all of it, a best of hour can be found if you're a Blaze TV subscriber from our YouTube archives, and then there's also 1 hour podcast archive for you as well. So all those options are out there. Grab them and use them so you never miss a moment of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, friends, neighbors, and associates?
Gateway Music, their version of the Revelation song. That's a doozy right there.
Yep, that was a good one.
If that doesn't get you ready, your wood's wet. So I felt like we needed that, trying to, I don't know how many people went through the State of the Union last night. I don't know if anybody on team Rick and Bubba do it. I know that I saw, I think all of us made the decision.
I just didn't watch it. I couldn't. I knew one or two things. It either was going to be sad or it was going to be so full of BS that I didn't have a shovel big enough to scoop it up.
I couldn't.
I tried to.
Yeah, I know. So you gave it an effort.
I gave it an effort, but you know,
so
when
frustrating.
Well, no, you're first of all, you're 20, 25 minutes late.
Thank you
to your own party.
Thank you. Really aggravating,
and that's disrespectful to everybody.
Everybody. Can't be on time.
No, and then I tell you when he lost me is when right before he finally made his appearance. Nobody knows what he was doing. The first thing he says when he comes out the door and gets in the beast is "Don't jump."
He did that again.
Yes,
to the people on the balcony.
Yes, turn around. I guess it was family or workers or I don't know who, but just turns around and screams, "Don't jump! I need you. Don't jump."
What is that?
I know, America.
And I thought, so you're late.
Come on, America. I mean, come on, America.
Very frustrating. It's disrespectful, Joe.
Did you hear the national anthem didn't even sound the same day? I mean, guys, seriously.
I didn't know you played it.
The state of this place right now. Come on now.
Come on now.
So I did the same thing. I did that deal where I said I'm going to walk in there and I'm just going to see how it's going. Because even my wife was like, "Well, don't you need to see some of it for the show tomorrow?" I said, "Well, Adler and Speedy, they'll have the highlights." And so I said I'm just going to go in there and try to see, first of all, because of the state he's in, can he get down the aisle? Okay. And so, well, like Helmsy said, well, my goodness, I go in there at 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern when he's supposed to come in. Then I go in there at 15 after. Then I go in there at 20 after. And I'm like, was he ever coming in? And so when he did, watching him come down the aisle with the don't jump and the way his eyes looked, and I don't mean this insensitive because, you know, some of us have lived it in our own lives. But before Dad went to glory, I mean, it felt like in his latter years of Alzheimer's, them trying to get him down the aisle looked like Greg and me trying to get Dad through a grocery store.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, I was just like, good gracious. I mean, they talk to everybody, they get distracted, they get pulled off into conversations, they can't keep moving.
Yeah, there was a couple of times when he was leaving, he asked where he should go. What's he supposed to do?
And then right before I went to bed, I said, I'm going to go in here and see if he started talking yet. I could not watch him come down the aisle. It just took too long, and it was too difficult to watch. And so I looked in, and then I went in there, and Walter from Jeff Dunham is up there screaming and hollering at everybody, and it's spouting that same old tired left-wing garbage, just so politically driven. It was such a fake presentation. The hyperbole was lunacy, and I just said, that's it. And I just said, sleep's more important than frustration.
Right. And everybody's doing that stand-up, sit-down crap.
Oh, my!
I can't stand.
Good gracious.
Well,
so hold your applause to the end, or your boos, or whatever.
Well, none of it's sincere. It's just hard to watch. Hard to watch. So we didn't.
I mean,
that's a good spent a lot of time before the show today just prepping and communicating with Adler. We'll have some of the highlights, but it was a mess.
Yeah.
An absolute mess.
So we'll come back. We got more to do. We got the golden ticket seats coming today. That's good news. We got the wonderful wheel of canned meat. That's good news. James Spann's going to give us kind of how the weekend looks. He's speaking, Lord willing, this weekend at the Man Church Conference in Starkville. So we'll try to help some of you that are traveling to that today. And then we got Major League Fishing. If that don't fire you up, what does? And we got the top names, baby. And we're going to talk to them by Zoom. So that's all coming up as the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
21 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba.
Day without 'em, brother.
Talking with Representative Gary Palmer, representing the 6th District of Alabama. House of Representatives about to get the stimulus package. He seems to think anyone with a remote desire to have a political career of any kind will let this go on through. Of course, we're dealing with, politicians in the far left, so you never know. But anyway, because there's some things about it, Gary, that there's not much we can do about it. I saw Lindsey Graham and others saying that in their particular state, people are going to end up making more money not working than they will be working. But those kind of details, there's just not time to work through all that, I assume.
Well, and I think there are some other things about that people need to know is that if you get laid off, you're eligible for your payroll and your unemployment that's included in the bill, that additional unemployment that Lindsey's talking about, Senator Graham's talking about. But if you quit your job, you don't get it. I think if you get fired, you don't get it.
Right.
So if you think you're going to sit at home and make more money by not doing anything, you're wrong. If you get laid off and your employer calls you back, then you got a choice. You can go back to work, or you can get fired, or you can quit.
Gary,
if you quit, you don't get the money.
I got you,
Congressman. Let me ask you this on the work thing again. And look, this is an unfair question, But just what do you think is an acceptable time that we could be out and the economy recover with any kind of remnant of what we have known in America? How I mean, can we go 6 months, a year? Well, I mean, how long can we go?
We can't go 6 months. I don't think we can go a whole lot longer as it is with everything shut down. That's the key here. And I know the president says he'd like to have things open back up by Easter. The key, I think, for us is to, and you've heard this time and time again, flatten this curve. But I think the key to that is not just going to be the social isolation. It's going to be figuring out whether or not these therapeutic drugs will work, like remdesivir or the combination of the malaria and Z-Pak. If that does, most of the people who get this are going to have flu-like symptoms, and a lot of them it's not even going to slow them down.
Right.
It's that small percentage of people that if they got it, they'd have to have critical care, and that's the stuff that's crashing the hospitals in Italy. That's what we're trying to avoid. That's why I say we need to think outside the box on this. We haven't dealt with anything like this in over 100 years, so we need to be smart about how we go about this. I think we've taken the necessary precautions up front. I think now we need to move into some other things that we could do to reduce the impact on the hospitals and on the healthcare system, but still allow people to get back to work.
Yeah, you got to find that balance. I know it's not easy, and so at least you did, because I understand that people can't get as precise as we need to be back to work by Easter. I mean, certainly that's been thrown out there, and that's a good thing. But you are saying, look, we can't. Here's what we do know: we can't go 6 months.
And Congressman, I think there's a psychological thing to this too. We've all talked about it, and it's been analyzed. I think we need a goal out there. The open-endedness of this is killing us. If it's Easter, that's fine. If it's May 1st, that's fine. But we need a goal out there that will keep us doing what we need to do now, because if it's open-ended, eventually people will go, hey, what the heck? And I'm just going to go do what I want to do anyway.
Yeah, it's almost like, when someone's building your house or doing a job at your house, the date they give you probably isn't right, but at least gives you something to hope for and say, if I can hang on, somebody says we'll be done in 2 weeks, and then that's not going to happen. But you say, but if I can hang on for a month. What we have right now, when I talk to business owners, they look me in the eye when they're down to one employee and I'm getting curbside, and they say, I just don't know how long I can hold on, because I don't know how long I need to hold on.
Congressman, there's people around us we know who are not going to make it. They're just not. It don't matter how much you pass, and when it gets here, they're going to be long gone by the time that check gets here.
For the Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. Still to come on the program, golden ticket seats. As I told you, y'all have a safe trip in wherever you're coming from today. Major League Fishing. We're going to talk to the number one ranked bass fisherman in the world right now by Bass Fan, Jacob Wheeler. So we'll talk to him via a Zoom coming up about a big tournament coming up. It also features a concert with Cody Johnson and Justin Moore. So we'll tell you more about that coming up a little bit later on. And we'll also be talking with James Spann about weekend forecast and the Man Church Conference in Starkville this weekend, with him coming up next hour also. So the State of the Union, we hit on it a little bit, and we will continue to do so. But
I think we've got our clip.
We got our clip. So you want to do this, and then we'll make our way to the Katie Britt response, which is getting a lot of press as well. Of course, usually down party line. But so let's. This is going to be. Is he shouting? When I went to bed, he was just up there shouting and hollering at us.
I love old guy yelling at you.
Watch what it looked like. I thought to myself, why is the president telling me to get out of his yard?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't have his apples.
I do not. I have not touched your plum tree. So here we go. Help us, Adler. Just walk us through this. Here we go.
This is the very first thing he said at the mic, and it's something he said before. This is him starting it out.
Okay.
Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now.
Hey, I'm going to leave my mouth open.
If you were smart, you would just stay at home and let somebody else be
Looked like he
president.
was trying to do that. When he wouldn't show up.
Right.
So now,
I thought they could shoot him up for any one night. And they'll have him on. Did he do pretty good though overall?
Bubba, I don't know. He was just screaming. You know how you get somebody you overshoot. He just got up there hollering. I mean, he was just hollering.
Now
at him.
watch for him later this week because when he comes off of it, see they can't keep giving it to
The
him.
two things I saw before I went to bed is that he shouted at us about the insurrection on January 6th and said it was the worst thing in America since the Civil War. I don't recall any Confederate soldiers taking selfies, but anyway, and then he got on to us about overturning Roe v. Wade, and he shouted that at us, and I just said I'm out, so that was right out of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why we have to keep having this argument about this. Okay, the process has not been overturned.
No, it hasn't.
It's just left to the states is where it was an issue. It should have been all along.
But Bubba, that doesn't get you any votes. Okay, that's level-headed talk right there. That ain't gonna help.
Let's get back to. I'm sorry.
He's ready. By the way, the other thing is he's ready to fix the border problem in which he created.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
All righty, let me.
This is totally on him.
Stroke of a pen, he could fix it today.
Well,
or
don't
at least start the process.
Don't forget that he tore down what we were doing to fix it.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Look, folks, we have a simple choice. We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it.
We'll fix it.
I'm ready to fix it.
We'll fix it.
Please look at the
Does it involve
The
closing
Speaker of the
it?
House is shaking his head no.
Fix it.
Fix it, Walter.
Does it involve closing it? That'd be step one.
Yeah.
By the way, when he was coming down the aisle, which I think took maybe 40 minutes, it seemed.
night,
I know
he
it
got
wasn't
so
that-
distracted.
I know it wasn't that long. Been there, Greg. We saw it. But did you happen to see there was a woman that was head to toe in MAGA?
That was Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Right, it was.
She heckled him the whole time.
And when she saw him, she just basically screamed at him and heckled him the whole time.
Yeah.
She handed him a pin, and here it is right here that said Laken Riley on it. Say his name, say her name, and Biden was very.
He tried to.
No.
This was on his way in.
Laken Riley.
So he didn't even know who it is.
Look, he don't have a clue.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Y'all,
Oh,
that's
my
scary.
God, that's unbelievable.
You get to see
What
the
are we
confusion.
He
What
did
are we
not
doing?
have a clue.
That was brought up later. I have a clip of the Laken Riley thing where he.
I know why he was late now.
He messes up her name. Oh, they had Walter White cooking up something for him last night. I mean, that's from Breaking Bad.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, my goodness,
Yeah.
the dude was hopped up. Okay, here's the Laken Riley clip.
It's not about him. It's not about me. I'd be a winner. Not really.
Rick?
Don't take your eyes off the speaker.
There she is.
Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal.
Oh.
That's what got him in trouble.
But how many of the thousands of people being killed by illegals?
See,
To her
hear that
parents,
misspeak?
I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself.
Oh, he always owes
I
that card.
understand.
Thinking about you,
But
Joe.
look, if we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing, and it's worth taking the chance of the $8,000. But if it's only 6 months, 6 weeks.
Look how nervous Kamala Harris
The
is.
idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly.
Well said.
Why pay the money when you can walk right
Hey,
in?
the speaker is owning me.
Yeah, he is not. He's not going to let those comments go by without shaking his head.
All right, so did you hear? They said he got off his teleprompter right after she screamed, "Say her name" or whatever, and he said what do you say? The thousands killed by illegal. He accidentally said that.
He did.
He didn't. That was not on the script. He kind of got off a little bit on that. But
Yeah, and I hate to break. Lincoln Riley's a football coach.
Yeah.
Nancy.
He doesn't know that either. But
Nancy Pelosi listened to the whole thing, of course, sharp as a tack too.
Yes,
and she was wanted to state the obvious here about the fact I thought that the president messed up the victim's name, but oh no, that's not what she's upset about.
Yeah.
Dan.
Now, you should have said undocumented, but it's not a big thing. Okay.
What'd you bring it up
What's
for?
the big thing
No,
about it?
I actually wasn't even going to ask about that. I was just going to ask more about the moment. But you do think that he should have said undocumented? That wasn't going to be my question.
Well, we usually say undocumented. He's
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Now,
really
we always
important.
say
Let's
it.
be sure as far as solving things, let's solve that.
Yeah,
Are you talking about the murderer?
Right.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, I know Lake and Riley's families, they're weeping and crying that the president had a chance to recognize their daughter and got the name wrong. But Nancy, as you said, Bubba, not concerned about that at all.
No.
Just want to make sure that you say undocumented, not illegal, because we want to label the murderer correctly.
That's right.
Wow.
Nancy
Wow,
Pelosi
wow,
talks
wow,
like
wow,
I
wow.
do after I bite my tongue.
Yes.
You know, and the tongue feel like
What is that?
Your
Well,
tongue kind of hurts a bit.
Back to video 4, you'll hear you hear Biden doing something similar. This is the president. Listen to this beauty.
But Israel has Israel has a added burden.
Lots of coughing last night.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
No doubt.
That's better known as a reset. So it's you guys.
Y'all, the juicing will eventually catch up with you. You can't keep doing that.
The juicing. Medical science can only do so much.
Can we please? Can we please?
This week, well, let's see. Today, what is it? Friday, Monday, Tuesday is going to be some of the best comments we've had in a while. He'll be back confused tenfold. You know how you bounce back, it goes the other way.
You know, I know we all look for bipartisan things. Surely the mental state of our current president is a bipartisan issue. None of us feel good about this, do we? You can feel good about your ideology. I mean, I disagree with a lot of it, most of it, but that's fine. But we can disagree. But surely we can agree this can't go on.
Look, I'm at this point. I don't, the idea of Kamala Harris as president, I know bothers a lot of people.
Sure it does.
Okay. I'm at the point I'd rather have her than Joe. He is incapable of doing
Bubba,
it.
you make a good point.
No,
okay. I mean, at least I think she can have some normalcy to know what to do militarily in a tight, to listen to advice. I don't think he's with us anymore, guys.
And when she tries to walk out a narrative, it doesn't make any sense, but I understand the words. We'll be back.
Know where she's at.
Yeah, bottom of the hour. We'll do some of the after stuff next.
Rick and Bubba.
That's one of my biggest fears, Bubba, is that we're going to lose businesses that will never reopen. But here's what's in the package, and I haven't read the bill yet. I didn't get it till sometime after 9 last night.
Yeah, 800 pages worth.
This morning.
It'll take a little time.
Pages, but I'll go through it this morning. But here's the thing that Senator Shelby and some of us were working on that I think is in the bill, is that businesses will be able to get these loans for the next 2 or 3 months to keep them afloat, to keep their employees on the payroll. I'm hoping that they won't have to go any farther than that. I argued against doing loans for more than 3 months. I thought you ought to do it in 3-month increments. And if at the end of 3 months you need more money, then that's a business decision that you make. But I think we get this package passed and get the help out there to the businesses and the families to get them through this time. Then do some of this other stuff with the therapeutic drugs and find a way to take the pressure off the hospitals. I think we'll be fine.
Well, and the other, then there's the, you get into what some people have talked about, that the whole country, it's a vast, large country. The people in Montana are going, why are we shut down? And other parts of the country going, why can't we get back to our economy? Because the states, are so. Is the fear there that the people in the hot zones will then rush to the places that have returned back, and now that'll make that place as bad as anywhere else? Is that the concern? Is a rush out of the hot zones into the places that aren't that bad right now?
Well, the rural areas of the country really aren't in shape to handle this if it were to spread into some of our small towns. Because remember, one of the first things we talked about this morning was the fact that there are 160 hospitals that are closed, and almost all of them are rural.
Right.
And we just had one in Pickens County in Alabama that closed less than 2 weeks ago. And I've got a list of them all around the country, the states that have hospitals have closed. So people just got to be, I think, patient and determined. That's one of the things I take people on nighttime tours of the Capitol all the time, and I'll stand them in front of the statue of President Reagan and talk about what things were like when he was running for president and how bad it was. And a lot of people thought we were going to lose the Cold War. Our economy was in shambles. But Americans are amazingly resilient people. We rise up to meet the challenge, and that's what we've got to do now.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Congressman.
And appreciate the work you guys are doing. And know it's not an easy task, but that's what, we all know, that's what you guys were elected to do. So lead on. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Go 35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. TheraBreath. As I was packing for Starkville, you think TheraBreath's not in that suitcase? It's in there, baby. Hey. Nobody wants to come up and grip a grin and say, hey, stank breath, thanks.
Yeah.
Also, it does a great job. The lozenges, if you're doing a presentation, you have to do a lot of presentations, get a little dry mouth.
Yeah.
Kind of like our president seems to have all the time. TheraBreath will help that. And the lozenges, the mouthwash, the toothpaste, the gum rinse, it's all phenomenal. These are just better. Their whitening products are so much better than what you have out there because all of these are designed to go after what's actually causing the problem. So you can find them at retailers everywhere, but if you'd like to find all the products in one place, just go to TheraBreath.com, and get the products that we've been using here on the program for many, many years. Dr. Katz, who created this, been on the show many times. So if you'd like to find out more about TheraBreath, either go to TheraBreath.com or go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. Everything you need right there for proper oral health can be found. All right.
Hey,
so,
Rick, real quick.
Yeah.
This morning when I was scanning my card, I looked down. You must have dropped a TheraBreath outside, still in the pack.
It was there yesterday.
Right there.
It did.
You
I found it yesterday on my way in. I had dropped it the day before.
Okay.
I went in here and I didn't have. I was like, well, I've only got one. I thought I had two in my
I
pocket.
looked down. I said, I know exactly who dropped that.
And when I went to get my wallet, you know how you pull
Still in the pack.
if you put something in your pocket with your wallet, I pulled my wallet out and it shot it somewhere.
I did.
Just don't
I
have one.
actually thought about picking it up, and I thought, I'm gonna do a test and see if anybody else.
Oh,
picks it
that's
up.
great.
And it was gone.
Nobody grabbed it. I had
it was
to get
still
it.
in the pack. It was, it's still good.
Just don't have one in your mouth on air. You get in trouble.
There was a chipmunk out there
wow.
yesterday. Bubba and I were watching, and I was hoping it would go.
Go get it. Now that would be something
When
to
you
see.
see its face.
You'd be like, oh, this God. What if you look? What if you look and it went and got it? It ate it, and the next day you saw it had a chick with it.
Yeah.
A female chipmunk was hanging with it
Because his breath
Well,
smells so
finally,
You got nice breath.
but no, it stayed there 24.
Smells like acorns.
It stayed there 24 hours, and I picked it up yesterday and actually used it. So
That's funny.
Yeah, so it just laid out there.
what's in the pack? I didn't know nothing.
You forgot me.
You forgot me.
Somebody help me.
Continuing with the State of the Union, Bubba, there's still so much more to go. We hadn't even gotten to the Republican response from Katie Britt. We have plenty of him still mumbling. We can go with that. We have Hannity doing a fact check. Has anybody checked on Hannity?
He almost exploded.
Is he okay? Do you want to do the Hannity fact check?
So are they saying that he basically used a lot of the same speech from last time?
Yeah, 2 has that here on the breakdown. Yeah, it's a montage going back and forth between other State of the Unions that he's had, and then what this one is. It's just back and forth.
So do we want video 1, more mumbling?
Let's run the list. Let's just start.
Let's just start. All right, let's just go.
We got to tackle it.
Let's go to 1, and we'll just hear more mumbling. All right, so I'm telling you, this is bipartisan.
Because I invested in family farms led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know.
What's that?
What the?
Was that last night? Is that sped up? Did you do that?
Was that last night? Okay.
What?
All right, so
Because I invested in family farms led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know.
Okay.
What does he
We're
know?
able to stay in the family for those
He had to
farms
catch up.
and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave.
He had to catch up on the
Need
problem.
people to make a living. It's transformative.
Okay, I think the first thing he said is that I've invested in a family farm. Is that what he said? Family farm? I've invested in a family farm.
I'm not a secretary. I'm family farm.
You're right, though. Whoever's running the teleprompter was moving too fast. He's like,
Guys, we got technology now where he could stop it and start
Sure
it
he
whenever
could.
he needed
Sure he
to.
could.
But he don't know how to use those devices because he forgets.
You don't think the White House got that?
I know.
Invested in family farms led by my Secretary of Because I invested in family farms led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know.
He's auctioning off.
We're better able to stay in the family.
Got
45. Where's 50?
Because I invested in family farms led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know.
Wow. I told you, when you
We're
hype
better
people
able
up,
to
you can
stay in the
overshoot.
family
You
for
can
those
overshoot.
farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave.
I'd love to know his
Need
heart
a home
rate.
to make a living.
I'd love to know his heart rate. Of course, when it comes to the Bidens, they're used to saying so.
Yeah.
They sure are.
I mean, there you go.
Sold to Ukraine.
So, all right. So next, here's the comparison of his last State of the Union.
Yep,
Okay.
2022 and 2023.
See if we get anything new.
Pretty much the same. So you're going to hear back and forth, 1 year right after another. This is starting with last year.
Build the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. To build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. When the middle class grows, the poor have a way up and the wealthy do very well. Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up and the wealthy still do very well. We'll build a national network of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. We're going to build 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations, 10,000 new jobs. It's going to create 10,000 jobs. There's been a law on the books for almost a century to make sure taxpayers' dollars support American jobs and businesses. Buy America has been the law since 1933, but we're actually doing it. We'll buy America, using federal infrastructure projects to be made in America.
All of that we heard last night as well, and that was from
That's just a
2022
repeat.
and 2023, so 2024, all more of the same.
If you're listening, the first thing he would say was 2022. The second thing he would say would be 2023, and there was very little, if any, difference in it.
You think he grabbed the wrong speech because he didn't know what year it is?
I tell you what I enjoyed.
Possible.
And some historic things have been said on the show today, like all of us agreeing that we will take Kamala Harris now over this, which is shocking. But I understand. But also,
Rick, here's the test, and I'll ask you, I ask these guys in the break, and I'll ask America this. If you had to ride to town in the passenger seat of a car, on a busy highway during drive time, would you ride with VP Harris or President Biden?
Harris all day long. At least you can get me there.
Yeah, that's the bottom line.
Yeah.
That's funny you mentioned that, Bubba. I had a dream that Biden and I were in an Uber last night.
Really?
I was like, why is the president in an Uber?
I'll tell you why.
And I stayed up late watching it, so that messed with my dreams.
Yeah.
It is funny what an influence your dreams. You know?
Goodness.
Watching Kamala Harris play the role of Speedy, she must be exhausted by the time this State of the Union is over. She is hanging on and pleading for every single word. I mean, watch her
See her
face.
leaning
She
in.
can't even stop her body language. It's just like, come on.
You can do
land
it.
Land it.
You do find yourself cheering for him to complete the sentence.
I'm gonna say this, and I know it's not gonna be, but it's factual. It's factual. The reason why this president is basically repeating the 2022 speech, you can say, well, that's because Democrats never have anything new to say, any new strategies. There's some truth to that. But the other reason is because he's done it before and he's familiar with it. And I remember when Dad had to do his acceptance speech when he was full-blown Alzheimer's at the Alabama Hall of Fame. Guess what I did? I went over and over with him what to say, and he gave the speech that he knew he could give. Okay? That's exactly what we're seeing here. I mean, don't give him anything new. He's not able to handle anything new. Let's see if we can't get him to repeat the things he's accustomed to saying.
Right.
You know? And so
He did. He repeated a lot of his campaign speeches that he ran on.
Yeah. Here's Hannity, video 3. Hannity's going to lose his mind. Has anybody checked on Hannity? Here's Hannity fact-checking Bidenomics.
Those farms with the.
Still got another clip rolling somewhere. I got to go find that.
Okay, that's
You're
fine.
good.
That's
You're
fine.
Big clip.
God damn. Well, it's, apparently any clip we play, it's going to be the same thing.
The
He
fact
always says.
checkers, they really did. They ran out of ink last night.
Yeah.
All right, here's Hannity.
Let's start with his lies on the economy. Take a look.
My inherited economy is on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years. A record. A record. Wages keep going up. Inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world, and tending lower.
Look at the speaker. Please don't watch the speaker.
The landing is and will be soft.
All right, here is the truth. Here are the facts. Since Biden took office, cumulative prices have risen over 17%. Real hourly wages have only risen 13%. 60% of our fellow Americans, sadly, they are living paycheck to paycheck. Now, costs across the board, they are surging. Groceries are eating up more of the American people's paychecks than they have in over 30 years. In fact, according to a recent study, Americans now need to make $11,400 more to afford the same quality of life that they did in 2021. And his claims about job creation, another lie. In reality, almost 10 million of those jobs are just, well, backfield jobs or temporary jobs that were lost during the pandemic. And as we know now, many of those other jobs were part-time jobs going to many foreign-born workers that he's let into this country unvetted illegally.
So, yeah, the fact-checking last night. But if you say something and holler something enough, back to what we said yesterday, for some reason, there's a lot of people that think just because you're passionate, it must mean you're right. It must be true. We'll come back. We have the Katie Britt comments.
How did she do? What kind of mark she give her?
On the response, and then Spann coming top of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everything in its proper place, preparedness, legitimate concern, trying to ease hyperbole, exaggeration, trying to give you facts as best we know them, give you a little something to laugh about every now and then, because you need that. We'll also update you as you and us all experience life in quarantine. We'll talk some more about those stories today as well. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy here, Stretch Armstrong also here, as Adler is actually quarantined at home, not because he has anything, because we just think that's the safest thing for he and his wife and the new baby that is due mid-April. So that was all strategic for them, but the's nothing going on. That's just a game plan. All right, so we'll take your phone calls today. We celebrate, and we got to get him in here, the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive, our birthday boy today, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Happy birthday, Bubba!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to the pandemic birthday edition of Rick and Bubba.
Searching.
One-way street. Thank you very much. 56 times around the star we call the sun. It's not the number of trips, but the miles, my friend.
Amen. Well, and
you know
what?
you can have a late model car, but if it's been run like a taxi,
yep,
you know it'll show its age a little bit. So,
well, too, and I mean, here's COVID-19's crapped all over your birthday celebration.
You know, it's I don't know what it is. I told Betty, I said this time of year is always crazy. There's a lot of things going on, and usually there's spring breaks and all that. It's always a kind of a difficult time. Although the family does wonderful and makes it a fun time, and I appreciate you guys doing the same.
Sure. Well, you've got.
I'm at that age now. I don't want to have them anymore. So.
Well, you're starting to be like Greg was 20 years ago. Yeah. Just took some more time.
No, I still enjoy the fun of it.
Right.
All, you know.
Well,
any reason to have cake's a good reason.
I know. Of course, where's the cake coming from?
Well, I told Speedy I didn't want one today.
Right. Well, it's it's
you're getting one.
Sure.
You're getting one.
I hope it's COVID clean.
Yeah, I started to say, look right there.
He's got the cake.
He's been out there and disinfecting it.
He's disinfecting the cake box. There it is. So Edgar's Bakery, thank you for
Edgar's.
They're still on the job.
They are. They're still making it happen. So thank you, Edgar's. So much for doing that, and glad.
Let's eat some cake.
Glad you guys are curbsiding and still getting that delicious stuff you have to the people.
Oh yes,
man, they're number one.
Well, we hope everybody's doing good. We hope you're washing your hands 5 or 6 times. I do have several questions today. I know hand cleaner has ethanol in it, kind of an alcohol base. Mm-hmm. Can you put too much on your hands and it go through your skin and you start feeling high? Do you know? Is that possible?
If you're Baptist, you are only supposed to use so much of it.
3 times a day, max.
They said there was.
It'll go right through your skin.
Look, I got
ethanol will absorb. You know.
I got a guy I went to church with. He said he actually washed his hand. He was fine up to 5. He washed it 6 or more and started dancing.
Got a little loose.
A little loose in the turn.
A little bit loose. Does it feel like to y'all? All right, because this could be because we're always wondering who patient 0 is. Have we fixed some lights or something in here? It seems brighter than it normally is. I look up on the TV thing. We've all feel a little more. I don't know.
We haven't fixed lights.
Maybe it's just they've adjusted the picture we're seeing on the monitor. The monitor looks.
Now I will say this: the last few days, I think the golden ticket seat lights have been off because no one's back there. And
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us. The Man Church Conference, Starkville, Mississippi tonight. Doors open at 6. I'm getting all the emails now. All right, now what's the game plan? It opens at 6 tonight. We start at 7. And then tomorrow, doors open at 7:30 a.m. We start at 8:30 a.m. Granger Smith, James Spann, who we'll talk to next, Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks, and I all speaking this weekend, combination of Friday and Saturday. So we'll talk more about that with Spann coming up. No Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Be a good time for you to go catch some maybe you missed. And catch up. We'll have a new one, Lord willing, next week. All right, so we'll finish up. Jake Tapper from CNN. We heard from some of the folks you would expect to be critical of the speech. Here's Jake Tapper, CNN. Obviously, these people are not overly negative of any Democrat, and here he is breaking down the presentation and how Biden came across.
His presentation, his enunciation, of course, is not as clear as it once was a decade or two ago. His mind did seem fairly sharp. He ad-libbed a response to a pretty harsh moment and some heckling about the tragic murder of UGA student Laken Riley. He got her name wrong. He called her Lincoln Riley, but as a general note, he condemned her murder, which was something that people were talking about.
Here's John King.
All right, he condemned a murder in the
Wow.
U.S.
Wow.
That was a bold
Wow.
political moment.
I had a way to step out there fearless.
You're talking about his opinions, just like every single person except the guy that did it.
CNN's John King said he never heard a State of the Union so political. All right, here we go.
This is the 36th of these for me, State of the Unions or presidential addresses at the beginning, first one being 1989. Never heard one so political. Never heard one that is such a campaign speech.
Yeah, it did feel that way. If you were not voting for the Democrats, you basically got hollered at last night.
You know what's strange about that to me too, Rick, and you know some of these rules from our conversations with Gary Palmer before and the other congressmen
Sure.
we know. You know, they can't even make a phone call about a campaign in the Capitol building, in their office.
Right, that's true.
They can't talk about fundraising. They can't, none of that. They have to be about the people's business.
Mm-hmm.
If they want to do that, they literally have to go across the street. And the Republicans have a restaurant they go to, and they can go in there and they make their phone calls and all
Yeah.
that. And the Democrats have their place
Right,
too.
yeah.
It's strange to me in the State of the Union that it would be so political.
Right.
You know, it just seems like that would be the time that we need to talk about more common. But I guess every issue that we would talk to in common has a political side to it, right?
Especially now.
Yeah.
Yeah, more
But
than
I was shocked that he got on the Supreme Court as bad as he did with him, and then
I
you know
know.
had everybody standing up around him. You know, that's usually kind of to be a little more isolated. I know we've changed that now because it went the way we didn't like it.
Yeah,
right.
And we couldn't do like everybody else has had to do and just deal with it.
Yeah, I've never seen a Catholic be such a defender of abortion on demand, with ash right across his forehead.
Yeah.
Now here's Biden confused, as he normally is with his handler, on which way to go. All right.
We're walking this way, so I'm going that way. I'm going that way.
So he doesn't know which way to go to the actual podium. All right, so now we get into the Republican response. I thought this was an interesting choice. I have nothing but respect for Wesley and Katie Britt. They've been here to watch the show. They seem like wonderful people. Probably agree with them politically on most everything. My only concern was that Katie Britt was, a freshman senator, so new. Is this a little more responsibility than maybe you want to give a freshman? I was concerned about that. That's a big responsibility when you've just been elected not too long ago. I understand probably the strategy. Let's find a female to try to appeal to the women that hate Trump. I guess that was the strategy. I assume that. That's just my opinion. And mixed reviews on the job that she did. I'm getting emails even with people who agree with her politically, thought the delivery of the speech was not as good as it could have been. Of course, the Democrats hate it because they hate everything about it.
Well, they're going to.
Yeah.
And there was one question, and I didn't hear it, so I'm anxious
I didn't
to
see
hear.
it. I have no opinion on it because I didn't see it.
I'm anxious to hear what you folks think about it
There you
and
go.
let us know.
Yeah.
And that's one reason I didn't want to watch it. I wanted to hear, have a totally fresh feel of it today. There's controversy about her being in the kitchen.
What's that?
And the people on The View were already
Oh, my
attacking
goodness.
this yesterday.
That means she must have done something right if the View hated it.
Well, the fact that that's where Republicans want the women to
Of
be in the
course.
kitchen.
God
of course,
forbid.
you're talking to a young lady who's a sitting U.S. senator who was the youngest woman ever elected to the Senate.
Makes you look a little silly, doesn't it?
It really. But again, is it wise to put her back in the kitchen? Does that just give them something to harp about?
When did we think a woman's degraded by being in her kitchen? I'd like to know that.
I mean, so
My wife takes care
I
of
get
our
very excited when my wife's in the kitchen.
Yeah, my wife takes care of our family and is a work from home mom and wife, and she can run circles around anybody on The View.
Oh yeah.
intellectually, politically, spiritually, they're not even in her ballpark. So that's another thing. When did we start degrading women for taking responsibility for their families?
I know.
Yeah.
So, amen to that.
Yeah.
That says a
there
lot.
was a time when we actually held that in very high regard, and we were a much better society.
Oh, we were a lot better.
A much better society.
You want to hear a little bit of it?
Yeah. What is this, Adler? What are we hearing?
This is Katie Britt's part of her response.
I never could have imagined what my story would entail. To think about what the American dream can do across just one generation, in just one lifetime, it's truly breathtaking. But right now, the American dream has turned into a nightmare for so many families. The true, unvarnished state of our union begins and ends with this. Our families are hurting. Our country can do better. And you don't have to look any further than the crisis at our southern border to see it. President Biden inherited the most secure border of all time. But minutes after taking office, he suspended all deportations, he halted construction of the border wall, and he announced a plan to give amnesty to millions. We know that President Biden didn't just create this border crisis. He invited it with 94 executive actions in his first 100 days.
I don't. I mean,
That's good.
Yeah, I don't see what's wrong with that. Now, remember, you'll
Look,
watch.
she's a passionate person.
Sure.
And that's how passionate people speak.
Well, I will say to the Democrats, now watch what's already happening. I'm not going to say it's about to happen. It's already happening.
Oh, yeah.
No one is allowed to downgrade women and to be mean and hateful to women except Democrats if she disagrees with them.
Well, yeah, she's broken the one rule they have.
So
she
now
disagrees.
all disrespecting women will be thrown in the trash because she's not worthy of their respect because she disagrees with them politically. And now they'll shred her, and you're going to see some of the most mean, horrible. They're such a wicked, horrible bunch. They really are. They claim that they're all loving, but not if you don't agree with them. Top of the hour, James Spann's next, and we'll get your phone calls later in the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Turned them on this morning, so
Okay.
that may be
Okay.
it.
All right.
But I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
So we got several updates. I'm out of the loop on some things that happened yesterday. Did I see that now New York is just? I mean, it's on fire right now.
New York
okay?
is our problem. 55% of all this is in New York City.
Did I see the mayor there? A story that said he wants to open schools by April 20th. Did I see that right? Of all places that I don't think is going to be any school is New York right now, right? Am I missing something?
There were some people wondering.
Did Cuomo? Excuse me. Did Cuomo say, the governor? Did he say a total lockdown was the wrong approach and that?
It is 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Easy. Everybody settle. Steady. Steady. Look, we're going to get to the other side of it. So 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So we got Bubba's birthday today. Happy 5-6 to you, Mr. Bussy.
Thank you, sir.
And you never
Don't feel a day over 49.
You know, I look forward to being at your virtual party today.
Yes.
Well, you gonna pull us all up on Zoom?
Yes.
Well, there it is.
I was just clearing my throat. I was like, it wasn't a call.
Look, anytime somebody coughs in here, we got to take a look at them.
This pollen thing is just weird.
But yeah, are you gonna have some Zoom birthday party where you're gonna pull us all up on Zoom?
Yeah. Let me ask you a question.
Hey, Bubba, this is what I would have brought you.
Yeah. You know how certain numbers just feel different, you know, like for birthdays and stuff? What does 56 feel like? Was 55 worse? Like you're like, wow, so I'm old. I'm 55.
We're kind of
or
at
is
that point
56 or is it at 50? For some reason, not many hit me. For some reason, 51, I was like, so I'm like 51 years old.
Yeah.
I don't know why that hit me.
Let me tell you when these things hit you, Bubba, and I'm just talking about it. And I hate to look, you know us. We'll talk about anything.
Yeah.
You know, to it, and there's nothing as far as that's taboo to us. I don't mean filthy. I just mean topics. So this is when you're officially getting old. If someone were to say that you went on in, people don't have that shocking reaction. That
I was young.
They no longer say, "Boy, he was really young."
Yeah.
I mean, well, that's tragic. You know what they say? Oh, well, that's about right.
Okay.
I mean that.
All right.
Well, it's funny because you say that because Steve Farrar, who we love, one of the best Bible teachers our country is blessed to have modern day. So he's his normal Wednesday night Bible study, of course, has been like he's doing the same thing we're doing here. He's now just doing it from his office, but he stopped the series he was in the book of Psalms, and he's saying, all right, we're going to talk about this. And he's doing a short series on it. And I was listening to the first episode of that today on the way in because he recorded it yesterday. So anyway, he was talking about this very thing. He said, so my son calls me, and he's got two kids that work. One's a first responder, and then another one's in the medical field. And he says, so my son calls me and says, Dad, what do you think about this thing? He goes, you realize on March 1st, we were celebrating the biggest economy in the history of our country. He goes, everybody was going to school, everybody was in sports, everybody was working. He goes, that was March 1st we were celebrating all. And he goes, so anyway, and so his son calls him and says, Dad, do you know what's all going on? He's like, yeah, I know what's going on. He said, you do realize you're at high risk. And he said, what are you talking about? He says, Dad, you had cancer last year. He goes, yeah, they caught it early. He goes, he goes, no, but the fact you had to go through those treatments. He goes, and you're elderly. And he says, now look, I wasn't in the room with him, so I couldn't put him in a headlock. And I said, what are you talking about? He goes, Dad, you're 70 years old. And he goes, first time I'd ever been called elderly. he goes, but you know what, guys, those of you my age, I mean, he's and so he said, I've never been called elderly before. It's the first time in my whole life that's happened.
Right.
But anyway, so that's another great listen if you're out there, and he's just going to do a short series. I think maybe and he stopped what he was doing and said, "We're going to talk about this." So I've only listened about a quarter of the first episode on the way in today, but that's another good one out there if you need something that'll give you a little hope and a little perspective on all of it.
Speedy, to answer your question, I think this year's is going to be bizarre because the world is upside down right now as we know it. So it's
you remember this?
It's a whole different deal.
Yeah.
But I don't know. 50 is you kind of a marker. With me, 52, because we've talked about how many people we know that 52 was kind of a first roadblock out there that some people had trouble getting over. So we're hanging in there.
yeah, it's Bubba and I are a little taken back too. Don't mean any insensitivity here, because that I usually try to be very sensitive, but and I don't mean to be insensitive about it. Because when people die, it's terrible to all people involved.
I'm laughing at your disclaimer.
Yeah, I know you are, and we all know that. And that was me once again. So I was being a little. What's the word?
Insensitive?
No, what's the word when you say something that's ironic? I'm being
facetious.
Facetious. Gosh, I can't think of that word. But anyway, there it is. Earlier on said. But
that's the only reason y'all keep me around.
It is getting a little unnerving that most everybody I see a picture of that has passed away looks like me and Bubba.
Well,
okay.
There it is.
I mean, I just saw one. I just saw
CV19.
Yeah, the people that CV19's taking out. It's like they took me and they took Bubba and squashed us into one person.
Yeah, that's some of that.
I'm like, well, there's that combination of me and Bubba again. There's another one, right around the same age, got the same look. So, and they always refer to him as Jolly.
Oh, sure. Well, most people that are kind of overweight are usually more jolly.
Well,
I think they're happy. I think it puts you in a bad mood to be in shape. Really,
it does. It does. Really, what you really do is you live a little longer.
Nobody sees a skinny. Nobody refers generally to skinny people as jolly.
They really don't.
They just don't do it.
They really don't. Have you ever noticed that?
Even Santa Claus. I mean, that's the whole deal.
I'm not saying they're not good, bad people. But
they have joy in their lives. Nobody sees that.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we start a brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio. James Spann gets us started.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's a Mayweather man. He's a mighty James Spann.
James Spann, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, sir?
I am just blessed. How are you fine gentlemen?
We're good, sir.
We are fired up. We are ready to go. And I tell you, I am so excited for all the men that are coming to the Man Church Conference in Starkville. this weekend to get to hear you, James. Thank you for agreeing to that. It was quite brilliant when we were planning this, because you being a meteorologist that people depend on. They were asking, when do you think James should speak where the weather would not affect him being there? And I said, well, let's don't put him on Friday. Let's put him on Saturday, because I think Saturday he'll be fine. But James, I know, all kidding aside, we got some rain, some thunderstorms in certain parts of the audience. There might be something a little more than that. First of all, for those that are coming to the conference and load in today, there's still some load in that has to be done. We were smart enough to do a lot of it yesterday, but more load in today. But men that are coming to the conference in Starkville, are we talking about anything other than rain and maybe a thunderstorm here or there?
Well, here's the deal, guys. It's going to be a soaker. I mean, we've got just a soaking rain coming up, and we do note we've got a flash flood watch in effect for a pretty good chunk of Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia for the next 24 hours. In Mississippi, that flash flood watch is a little south of Starkville. This would include Jackson and Meridian. In Alabama, this includes Birmingham and Montgomery, and in Georgia, this includes Atlanta and Macon. And I think that's going to be the main concern. It's heavy rain and flooding. And the bulk of this in Mississippi will be today and tonight. I think in Starkville, the rain should be over really, really early in the day, maybe by 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. So for the day tomorrow, it should be fine. But the other thing we'll be watching, we might see some strong storms involved in this thing later today, tonight, early tomorrow morning. And I really think the better chance of any severe storms will be down across the far southern part of Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. So if you're in places like Biloxi, Mobile, Andalusia, Alabama, Dothan, Alabama, Panama City Beach, Destin, Florida, just be aware that you might have some middle-of-the-night warnings late tonight. I'd say the tornado threat is low. It's not zero. Listen, guys, this is March.
Right.
In any system that comes through in March and April, you have to watch these things carefully. So just have a good way of getting warnings in the middle of the night in case we need them, and be ready to, get to a safe place if you have to. But for the northern two-thirds of Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, the main threat's going to be heavy rain. In fact, we're looking at some potential for rain amounts in the 4 to 6 inch range in a narrow band here. And a lot of this is going to be in 24 hours. And let me tell you what, guys, you get 4 to 6 inches of rain in 24 hours, that will ruin your day.
Yes.
Wow. So if you live in a flood-prone area, in these flash flood watches, just kind of pay attention to the flash flood warnings if they're needed. And I think that'll be the big deal. And then, again, dry air comes in tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, and Sunday should be a day with bright sunshine across the southern U.S. And one more note, guys, we're going to see some spots down in the 30s by early next week.
Hey.
Maybe a late season freeze in spots.
Hey,
Monday and
come on,
Tuesday.
James.
What?
Come on, James.
You got to be kidding. March weather?
Oh,
70 to 30?
Time changed in that.
What do we
Come
do?
on.
Where are we going this? What are we doing this week? We springing forward this weekend? Is that it? Springing forward?
I missed the Rick Burgess time change rants. I've not heard a good one.
I'm exhausted. Look, I've said all I need to say.
How about within a few weeks we've adjusted a day and an hour?
I know.
I mean, it seems like a lot of adjusting going on.
You know, James, how sometimes you think no one's listening, and you think, why am I spending energy on this anymore? Like I said, I've made a commitment with my 60th birthday this year that I will stop trying to reason with unreasonable people.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, there we go. I mean, once I spot something that I'm dealing with people being unreasonable, I just say, well, I just don't have time for that. I thought we were willing to talk this out and try to see if we can be done with this. But
pick your battle. Choose your battles carefully. Right. You're very astute. That's very wise.
I don't know. Are you familiar with Scott Gorosky, who does What's Eating Scott Gorosky?
Yes.
One of the funniest lines I ever heard, and it is his personality. All of us will say amen. Someone, Scott Gorosky, when he does some speaking for the Man Church too, and he said this line. Y'all have heard the term "pick your battles"? He said, "I do. I pick all of them." and I was like, yeah, that's accurate.
You really do.
But James, excited to hear you. Thank you for being with us. And it is interesting when you're trying to book James to speak early on. And we were talking, James, probably almost a year ago, 8 months ago or so. And James was like, well, just remember when you book me, the weather, if weather takes off, then I won't make it. But the good news is with you on Saturday, it looks like that you even if you have something break out late tonight down in the southern parts of the audience, you'll still be there. So barring anything unforeseen, James will be there doing his Saturday session, and we are looking forward to that very much.
Yeah, it'll be good. Now, listen, I'll warn you guys. I might be rolling into town with zero sleep, but hey,
that's okay.
I've not slept since 1973. So no big deal.
Right. Look, I was about to say, look how many shows we've all done with zero sleep.
Yeah.
Zero sleep to us is nothing.
It's no big deal. I mean, when I was in high school, I would work before school and after school. That's when I started this 3-hour thing. And a normal night, I sleep from 1 to 4 a.m., 3 hours. And your body just gets used to it for some reason. I'm energized. I feel good. So
yes,
if it's an all-nighter, it's no big deal.
Well,
you're a better man than me.
Yeah, that's
because I need those extra
and that's
hours.
a
You
gift
ain't drinking.
for those that can.
You're
do
not
it.
sleeping.
Yeah, are drinking too.
Yeah, that
I got
too.
you.
It caused me to drink.
James, are you one of those that when you wake up, you're up, or can you roll back over?
No, I got to go. I mean, when it's time, I got too much to do. The one thing I can do, a lot of guys struggle with, I can sleep for 5 minutes in a chair in my car, and that's like just pure energy for me. A lot of guys can't do the nap thing. I can sleep 5 or 10 minutes, and it keeps me going. So that helps me, and I do better on the weekend. And let me just say, we should say this is not healthy, okay?
Right.
If you're listening to this is not healthy, and this is not recommended by anybody. Your body is not. You don't need to get 3 hours of sleep a night. But in my case, in what I do, it's to be successful in what I do. I don't have much choice during the week. Do a little better on the weekend. But the thing that's helped me, and you guys know this, it's changing the exercise routine and the diet routine.
Yep.
Where going to that gym 3 days a week, doing burpees and box jumps and wall balls and sprints and squats. And,
he's wide open too.
That's helped tremendously. And the nutrition. And listen, I'm old. I mean, you deserve some junk every once in a while.
Absolutely.
But by cutting out a lot of the nasty stuff, that's helped as well.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to seeing you. So people today, the conference in Starkville does start tonight. Doors open at 6. And so the men that are traveling in today, I told them, they might want to be prepared that they might be heading to the theater with some rain on them, but it won't be anything that we can't overcome, but just kind of be prepared, but nothing severe. Most of that should be south of us, and we should have a great, great weekend. So looking forward to that. And, James, I'll see you, Lord willing, tomorrow.
See you there.
All
Look
right.
forward to it.
Thank you, James. We'll come back.
Have a great day.
James Spann, we'll come back. We'll get into your phone calls, too, coming up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Now, look, we can't be ticket broker for everybody that has had something come up. I did have a guy email me and say, hey, I got 3 guys that bailed on me yesterday, and I'm happy to give my 3 tickets to somebody for free if you want to hook me up with them. So if you think you can still go and you need 3 tickets, just email me, and I'll hook you up with this guy. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You make people feel better about the fat person? I don't know.
I mean, we didn't make up that stereotype.
No.
It's been around for a long time. Look back through literature. I mean, that's been going on a long time.
This guy just died. He was overweight. The coronavirus got him, killed him quickly, sadly.
Yes.
Sadly.
Yes.
In the line, we talked to all those who knew him, and he said he was always a jolly, fun-loving,
jolly good fella.
Yeah, and you normally when a skinny person passes, they normally don't say that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're not. They just
No,
I don't know
I hear you.
I don't know if there's a rush to say that there's kindness to Santa. I don't know what it is, but it's.
I think most overweight people just seem to be happier.
Right.
You know?
They don't.
No, you know what? They're not going to go. You're not going to see them out. Running sprints or anything
Right.
or doing hurdles.
Right.
But overall they are pretty jolly.
Right, and when they say something jolly, usually their breath is fading toward the end. You know what I mean?
They got big, deep laughs.
Yeah. So anyway, but it's I guess you have that same thing that Steve Farrar. You could tell it was, of course, Steve. He puts it all in perspective pretty quick. But he said it hit him. He didn't know it was elderly. He said now he knows.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
This thing has brought a lot of reality to a lot of us that we hadn't really thought about.
Yeah.
And speaking of laughs and coughs, I've noticed that several of the staff members here, since we had the story about the poor man's coronavirus test, that they've been testing themselves a lot.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty funny.
I told Terry
catch
that.
people in the corner holding their breath.
I said, hey, honey, can you hold your breath for 10 seconds without coughing at the end? She said, do what? I'm not doing that. There she was, holding her breath before you knew it.
They were doing it in China. It's just a quick way to check to see if you're having respiratory problem, and it's a good exercise.
JT said this has not helped him because he said he's never been able to hold his breath for 2 minutes without coughing. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us as we start a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy. Adler is quarantined at home. He's working remotely, and Stretch Armstrong here with us for Bubba's birthday. I'm playing one of his favorite Commodore songs that he mentioned the other day. Welcome back, the birthday boy. 56 years of Bubba today. Mr. Bill
I think
Bubba.
this is the first time I saw the Commodores perform. They were doing this on like Dick Clark or something.
Yeah, might have been.
Countdown.
Might have been.
I wanted to hear that chorus, that bass.
Yeah, it was good.
Well, I had
slap it. I had that intro coming. You just running your mouth, wasn't listening.
Rick, I'm repeating myself, so I know I can. We can repeat stories during coronavirus. Okay, I get it. I bring it up every time this happens.
We repeat stories whether we have a coronavirus.
First concert you were there ever went to was the Commodores at the BJCC, and this is when people played their instruments. Okay, they even had a backup band up there with them, so it would sound good.
The Mean Machine.
And they kicked "Love Gets Slippery When It's Wet" live, and the place just went nuts.
Yeah,
That was the best concert I've ever seen.
Yeah,
ever. 1980 or 81.
Yeah, and our parents
Lionel
took us
Richie was still in it.
because we could not drive, and someone attempted to pass them a joint. I'll never forget.
They did, and Dad almost didn't take a shot at it.
That's right.
So, Rick,
looking back, Dad wishes he hadn't taken it.
Rick, we were talking about this bizarre school thing that de Blasio was talking about. Can I just tell you what he said? And then
You think that's fake news?
Well, I don't. Do you need to do that?
Wouldn't that be on the headlines?
No, you're fine. I'm just gonna. I got other stories we're gonna.
Well,
hit
it's gonna spill into Speedy and his kids, and I have a real heart for these high school kids because I've coached high school tennis for the last.
You might have heard about it.
9 years or so.
Coach Bubba,
the face as a volunteer.
Won
assistant.
a couple of championships. You might have heard about
those kids.
Check my racket out.
And it breaks my heart of what they're going through, and I can relate to that. We had it wasn't the same thing, but we didn't get to participate in the state playoffs my senior year in baseball.
Well, you're still mad about that, I noticed.
It'll scar you, man. It really will, because you've played your whole career looking forward to that spring, and then you don't get to do it for whatever reason. Okay, de Blasio said his aim is to reopen schools during a daily briefing on Thursday, which he answered questions on the city's ability to provide meals to children through the end of the school year despite the closures. The school year was scheduled to end on June 26th. The mayor said that the meals would be available even if students and even if the schools don't reopen. So he's
All right, so let's hear from the people. America, let's see, we've talked about the State of the Union. We've talked about the Republican response. We've talked about weather. We've talked about the Man Church Conference. We talked to a Spann. So if you want to join us, you got questions, comments on any topic, but those are the ones that are kind of out there. Your response at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available, and we can chat with you. And because we're going rapid fire, we'll knock that out quickly with the 30-second buzzer. No meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, no. We're talking about content, questions, comments, and those are available to you right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. Shane is out of the Peach State of Georgia, and Shane will get us started. Trolling.
keep the phone to trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Shane, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, just wanted to check on Helms from how did that turn out for him yesterday?
What happened yesterday?
Coach, what'd you have going on yesterday?
What was happening, Shane?
What? Well, now, forgive me, guys. I drive a truck. That may have been during a flashback, but that's what he drank an energy drink or something.
Oh no, you're right. He drank the bad energy drink. No problems, Helms. Stomach wise, Shane wants to know how'd you get through the day.
No problems at all. I actually started feeling
kind of strange. Not, and I think it was my mind.
Sure, it was. Sure,
like around lunchtime.
Oh yeah,
but it never did morph into anything.
No issue.
No
issue at all.
No issue at all.
Yeah, thanks, Shane. You remember the shows better than we do.
Chris, it's been one whole day.
I thought, wow, did he have a match or something he didn't mention? I couldn't remember.
Well, in all fairness, like Greg said, Bubba, it's been 24 hours. Let's go to Chris.
It took me a minute to figure out. So.
In Jasper, listening to ZZK. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I watched the State of the Union last night, and I'm a lot like Greg. All that standing and clapping crap is got to go. But I think they were letting him know that he had completed a paragraph successfully.
That's funny.
Yeah, he did. He
deserved a round of applause for actually putting a sentence together.
Good for you, Mr. President.
Did you notice, too, he went back to this playbook. I was looking at some of the numbers from last night where he's saying no one's taxes over $400,000 will be raised. If you make under $400,000. Will be raised. You remember that was the same. Didn't the Clintons use that? Same number? There's something about that in their research that it really hits. That must be the threshold where you think somebody's rich and unfairly earned it or something.
And that's the people. We only hate people 400 or above.
Right.
Adam,
but they end up moving the scale anyway.
Yeah, they'll move it. Yeah, like we've said, I think that one of the best slogans we've come up with. If you want to be rich, vote Democrat because they'll declare you rich. Adam in Florence, WLAY. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I saw a video the other day that reminded me of the last 8 years of our country. So a helicopter transporting a heart crashed on the helipad at a hospital. They retrieved the heart from the crash wreckage, and then the doctor drops it as he's heading back into the hospital.
Oh, you can't even have a heart.
I think I saw that, too. Is that old footage? That's not new, is it? Isn't it old?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, he's
I think we looked at that here on the show one time.
Yeah,
that'd be my luck. I'm waiting on that heart, and he drops it and boots it.
You know, I passed a vehicle on the highway last night that was. It said it had the big signage on it. It said it was an organ transplant, something. I mean, it was all.
Do you find yourself driving more
stuff.
careful around it?
Well, yeah,
I do.
And
liver in there.
I mean, they were really driving slow. I thought, don't y'all need to pick it up?
Yeah, but you don't, because I don't want to be the person. Well, the guy his life would have been saved if some Nimrod in traffic, hadn't rammed his lift kit into it.
Here it is, right here. By the way, the doctor dropping the heart. So the helicopter crashed that was transporting the heart.
That's
They've
bad
got
enough.
the heart right here. Doctor is holding it, and this is from 2020. And he slips on something. Oh, down goes
so the heart
heart.
survived the
my
plane
goodness.
crash.
Oh my goodness, you can't even have.
Quick, somebody get the heart.
I started to say, can't you dust it off? Or
I bet they did.
Wash it right quick.
5-second rule.
Yeah, well, I mean.
Yeah, I know that if that was a piece of candy, I would have eaten it. But how's the heart?
Yeah, 5-second rule applies
How
to
about
hearts.
he stumped his toe right on that cover of that.
But don't forget, we've overcome the fact that the helicopter crashed.
Christ,
We
I
still
know.
have the organ.
By the way, if you ever want to know what it would look like if I needed a heart transplant, that was it.
Yeah.
Okay, you just saw exactly what would happen.
Oh, no, the plane crashed. Well, they got the heart at least. Oh, no.
Good news, we saved the heart from the helicopter crash. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
David in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. David, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to give James a big shout out. I mean, I appreciate everything he does for us. I did want to follow up, though. He was talking about being disappointed about 4 to 6 inches, and I imagine would if you was expecting 8 to 10.
Did anybody have any idea what this guy?
Oh, I know exactly.
I know what he's. Yeah.
Just move on.
Yeah, move on.
Is that one of your
Please
buddies?
move on.
Is that one of your buddies?
One of
Justin
Greg's minions right there.
in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Justin, go ahead.
Hey, brother. So you know how the Democrats hate Trump so much?
Sure.
Well, y'all were talking the other day, and it made me think, what if it's because he's the real bag man, like the quarterback was talking about? Trump's the bag man before he became president. So now that he has already been president, nobody likes him because he's got all their secrets.
Now I'm going to tell the
Call
audience.
Danny
something.
Sheridan.
I'm going to tell the audience something now. I know it's Friday. and I know
Everybody up.
I know there's a lot of rain, bad
Everybody's
weather.
tired.
Come on in there.
Everybody's tired.
Some of you's already called in.
Right. Some of you said I've given y'all the best calls I had earlier in the week. You know it. I mean, but come on now.
Yeah, don't just recklessly jump in there.
Right. It's, come on, but we got to have some effort now. Candace, welcome to the Rick and
That's
Bubba.
the bag man.
Candace, 30
Felt like I was
seconds.
calling my team up real quick.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
everybody better get the crap together.
Look, we're going to stop this.
Everybody,
Stop
hey,
it.
guys.
Time out. Everybody. All right, go ahead. All right, go ahead, Candace.
All right, yes. I was just going to say that the Democrats are correct. Biden is a prober, but that's only because he keeps asking the same question over and over again. But if you want the Democrats to get, or the Republicans to get the Trump vote from Haley, all Trump has to do is just tell women that they're beautiful, because that's what the Democrats do, and that's all that a woman wants to hear is that you're beautiful. But Trump tells them if they're pretty or not, and that's not.
Yeah, he'll go the other way.
Yeah, that's
when his defense was, I didn't sexually assault her because she's not my type.
I tell you, and that one has cost him a lot. You know,
never cried.
Matter of fact, we got a story on that today. He's got to pay the total today or get a bond. I
Yeah.
guess he's going to jail.
Is this true? Mike in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey guys.
Hey, buddy.
I seen where Michael Moore came out in support of Trump.
Michael Moore?
No way. You need to Google it.
No way. Come
Moore.
on. Yeah, look, what do you,
that can't be right.
Blows my mind. Hey, I'm not trying to get my hopes up, but man, when Michael Moore is coming out in support of Trump, something's happening.
All right, it's the Source Weekly World News.
There's a video going around that's been deceptively edited to make it seem like
I
that.
thought so. And there ain't no way that's true.
Yeah, that's impossible.
Yeah, that's opposite.
Wesley in Albertville, Z93. Wesley, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Greg,
Yes.
eat shit.
Get it, Rick. Get it. Okay, that's fine.
Great call.
You think that's
one of my fans?
Hey, Greg, if it makes you feel any better, I get an email from Rick Smith every day that basically says the same thing to me.
From the desk of Rick Smith.
Yes.
I wonder
Yes.
not from just
Yes.
Rick Smith.
Yes.
By the way, I finally was done with him, and I kept sending it back from the desk of Rick Burgess.
That's funny. You know, I have this
So he
email.
don't like you either.
I know. He hates me.
I don't understand the people that don't like multiple members of the show, but they continue to listen.
That's my point. There's this guy that hates me. He sends me emails all the time, calls me scum.
I wonder if
and
that
all
was
this
him.
Stuff.
I wonder if that was him.
It may have been. But I wouldn't know what you said and to disagree with you if I didn't like your show because I wouldn't be listening.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe he don't.
But he
realize
did
that.
have
He
a-
don't understand that knob how it works on the radio.
But he did have a great line one time, and we did give him props.
Oh,
for
he
a good-
did.
Yeah,
It
that
was a good
It
one.
was cruel.
It was very
It
cruel
was
and
good.
very insensitive, but it was funny.
But it was creative.
It was. I had to give him that. But that may have been him. The emails aren't doing it, so he wants to go ahead and give me one live. I've heard that a lot in my life.
Right,
It's not a big
sure.
deal.
Yeah, that's sometimes when somebody gets on us and calls us something that we used to be called when we all played sports, we thought that was our second name.
Sure.
Yeah, we thought that was our nickname. We'll be back, bottom of the hour.
Well, it's good to hear from you.
Yeah, good. Thank you, buddy. I will say that was an improvement on the edginess of the call.
They took your advice, didn't they, Rick?
Like I say, now let's don't overshoot. But now we got to
That's
get
some
this.
good effort, girls.
Now I'm getting penalties. Time out, everybody. All right, so
Find the middle ground.
you got to play under control. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Feed everybody. We hope to get the schools back open by April the 20th, but that's going to be a big challenge.
Well, yeah, it is.
You think?
In New
As of
York
Thurs-
City?
Listen,
Yeah.
As of Thursday morning, there's 21,873 cases of active coronavirus in New York City. Of those, 11,967 people, or 55%, are younger than 50 years old. But the majority who have actually deceased or died from this have been older. Nobody under 17 has died in New York, and 96% of the deaths have been tied to underlying other illnesses.
Right.
Now, that's their state.
And remember, that was something that that Dr. Jody Odom was trying to teach us as well.
Mm-hmm.
She said, when you see percentages and you see numbers, it's very important to know who are these people.
Yeah.
What is their health situation? What is their age? And there'll always be people that'll go against the grain, that you didn't see coming. Like I haven't heard the update on the 25-year-old lacrosse player, and I don't know how he's doing. Has there been an update on that? I haven't heard it. Mm-mm. And that was one of those they thought was an anomaly. They're like, all right, from what we know, he's very healthy, he's very athletic, he's young, and it did attack his lungs, and he had to be put in a medically induced coma, and then they were sent him to Pennsylvania to try to test some of these drugs on him. And then I never heard anything else about it. If anybody knows that update, let us know.
And then the opposite, you'll see a story where a 90-year-old had it and he did fine.
Right.
It's rare.
It's rare. But they're saying, as all these scientists and doctors are trying to tell us,
on real data, we are developing some things, just like Bubba just said about New York City. We do see that these are terrible numbers, but we still kind of see this trend. The majority of them are people who are past a certain age or have health issues, okay, as far as it taking their life.
Now, the graphs, the numbers are what we're looking at. The graphs are holding true, so we can look at who's done what in other countries, and it will probably track pretty close to that here, maybe even a little bit better. So
on that note, so this thing that Dr. is it Bricks? Is that how you say her name?
Burks.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like Burks, but she spells it Brix.
She was referring to the scientist whose doomsday pandemic model predicted Armageddon. He himself, the person who predicted Armageddon. Look, it's okay to have some good news. He is walking it back. Okay, and that's what she was referring to yesterday. She said he's walking his numbers way back, so that's good. So to Bubba's point, if where it's already out ahead of us, what they're seeing there should be some indication, to Bubba's point, what we'll see here as far as how catastrophic it will be and how many people will actually have it. So his Armageddon speech predicted 2.2 million Americans and more than 500,000 Brits would be killed, not just have it, would be killed by the coronavirus. He is now walking that back. Why, Bubba? Because we're actually seeing data now, not just models. His models showed overflowing hospitals and ICU beds. Yesterday, Deborah Burks, who is the response coordinator for coronavirus, said the administration was particularly focused on the Imperial College report conclusion that entire households should stay in isolation for 14 days if any member had any of the symptoms from COVID-19. And after tens of thousands of restaurants, bars, businesses close, Ferguson is now retracting his modeling, saying he feels reasonably confident that our healthcare system can cope with the predicted peak of the epidemic, which is arriving in a few weeks. This is in the UK. Testifying before the UK's Parliament, he says this, and this is their Committee on Science and Technology. This just happened Wednesday. He now predicts, he predicted 500,000 Brits would die from coronavirus. He says, yes, he now says, I don't think it'll exceed 20,000, maybe much lower. So he came off a number of 500,000 down to 20,000. He says it might even be less. So even though that's still an uncomfortable number, we know that we have 35 to 37,000 people that die of the regular flu every year here, and we have a much bigger population than they have. But so now that's the reason why you heard Dr. Burke saying, we are not seeing anywhere near this 2.2 million number that this model would have shown for us because of our population being much larger. And she says that we do not think those numbers are real. The data is showing that this is still very serious, but it is not the doomsday scenario that this scientist predicted.
Ticket seats would join us next hour. Wonderful Will of Canned Meat is coming. We'll talk Major League Fishing and a big tournament coming up, and we'll talk to the number one ranked fisherman in the world. So we'll talk about that coming up a little bit later on in the program. We get more of your phone calls in before the day is done as well. No Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Great time to go back and catch some maybe you missed. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Deals, and more deals. If you love deals, Calvin Speedy Wilburn, and you love spending your hard-earned money with a company that shares values that are important to you, then you know the MyPillow company is the way to go. Savings on over 200 different products. Their bed sheets are $24.98. Their Giza MyPillows are now only $24.77. The men's and women's moccasin style or slip-on style My Slippers. These are great shoes, by the way, are only $59.98. 6-piece My Towel sets are just $29.98. These towels are fantastic. Women's 2-piece kimono set are just $59.99. Pet blankets, $13.99. Compression socks, $16.50. Textured T-shirts, $16.99. Women's pajama gift sets, $29.99. It just goes on and on. So why don't you just go to mypillow.com/Bubba? I told you it's 200 items. We wouldn't have time for all of them. You also can find the link at rickandbubba.com. Some great deals to be had with a great company right now at mypillow.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. We had the State of the Union. We've covered that a little bit. We do have a Trump update. Trump update. So, Bubba, what's going on with Trumper?
Well, a federal judge has denied former President Trump's request to delay enforcement and have ordered him to pay E. Jean Carroll $83.3 million by Monday or post bond, according to a filing Thursday evening. The federal judge in January decided Donald Trump must pay Jean E. Carroll more than $83 million in damages after he denied allegations that he raped her in the 1990s. First time that a defense has been considered liable. The jury decided Trump must pay $18.3 million in compensatory damages and $65 million in punitive damages. Trump has appealed the decision, but on Thursday, another judge demanded that Trump pay the damages by Monday. By Monday. So how about that? You go home and come up with $83.3 million or post bond.
Yeah, I don't know what his liquid situation is, but that's a pretty good check for anybody.
Yeah, I would think that would that would cause some duress. I mean, I just don't think you can get it together that quick. I mean, even if you are selling stock or closing out something, it's going to take a little time.
Elon Musk said he'd have to struggle to find that.
Yeah, that's a pretty big check.
So I'm still, I got some people saying that they enjoyed all the different things that we say we're not, but we try to play them on radio when we were lawyers on the show this week. This whole case, I know it's politically driven. I got all that, and I know that, as Greg said, one of the defenses Trump used to say she's not my type and all that. But I mean, he really has not been found guilty of doing what she says he did, but yet he still has to pay a lot of money.
Wouldn't he be in jail?
Yeah, for
he wasn't found guilty of raping her, which is what she accused.
Right.
But they have found him guilty of libel for slandering her by defending himself in the criminal trial, saying that I didn't happen, ain't my type, all this stuff.
The way you defended yourself slandered her, and we do get you on slander.
I'll be honest.
Am I oversimplifying that?
Again, I don't comb the the law books for cases like this, but I've never in my life heard of anything like that.
Okay.
So you can't defend yourself now. It looked like
well,
they
you
were
can
gonna
defend yourself. Just don't say anything that might be mean to the other person.
Well,
I guess
that's kind of hard to do sometimes.
Yes, it is, especially when you really want to defend yourself.
Yep.
And you're trying to win. So
some of these are a little vague.
Did y'all see the Looney Tunes that he put out last night on the State of the Union?
Well, I see the story about it, but I don't see that we have it. But I see there's a story here that says Trump's Looney Tunes. Donald posts bizarre video mocking Biden for his last State of the Union. So I have not seen it.
He just was having, I guess, some fun or whatever, but it was just a bizarre Looney Tunes video.
Yeah.
That I guess he was posting as to make fun of Biden.
Yeah, the heads kept jumping on everybody that was talking and stuff. It was
one time
it was one of those AI things. It was pretty.
His nose was growing at one time.
Yeah.
Well, and of course, the mainstream media is saying it was a juvenile response.
Right. That's
All right. So Trump's doing this?
Yeah, he posted it.
He posted. Okay, yeah. All right, so and it keeps jumping around.
All these different
I don't know. No, what are we doing
I'm not
here?
sure what that is.
This is all Snapchat filters, I think.
Yeah. So
that's great.
Yeah. So
he's looking crazy eyes in the back. Oh my gosh, that's good.
It really, really is.
That's Trump posted that, y'all.
Yeah. Well, let me tell
It'll
you.
win the young. It wins the young vote.
Yeah,
I can promise you that.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. So you got to be ready because this election is coming.
Yeah.
And none of us can believe what is next. We can't believe that these two. I was talking with someone yesterday that said, I just can't believe for the life of me that this country, I mean, the United States of America, we have combed the entire population, and all we got's these two. I mean, we got a lot of folks.
After a long, drawn-out
what is it,
search.
330-something million?
A lot of people.
You know, and that we've combed.
Look who's duking it out.
I mean, we're talking about 50 states. 48 of them are right there together. It's not even hard to find people.
Yeah.
Okay, and we in America, will you please send us 2 candidates out of the 330 plus million people you have? Send us 2. We got Donald Trump. We got Joe Biden. And everybody's like, you got to be kidding me. Y'all going to do this again?
Yeah.
Y'all couldn't beat this?
Replay.
And I will predict they won't even debate.
No.
They won't even debate.
They won't.
See,
now Trump's going to want to.
Yes, well, he's already asked
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
But
and should want to.
Them gaggling geese on The View, they've put out that he doesn't need to do it because he don't need to stoop to Trump's level.
Right.
So debating someone over the presidency is stooping to their level.
Well, guys, don't look.
I'll be
He's an
honest with you.
insurrectionist.
It's probably best they don't.
That's what I was going to say. Do not look.
You definitely play that if you're trying to get Biden elected.
But
Do
I would
not
do
let
this.
him
Listen,
debate.
here's what I would tell all Biden people if you're running his campaign. Don't let him do town halls either. Like, you don't even have to think debate.
You didn't do it last
Don't
time.
let him put him back in the basement.
Put him back in the basement.
Send him to Camp David. Whatever
Put him
you want
down
to
there.
do.
You
But he
send
doesn't
him
need to be
home.
out in the public if you want to try to win an election.
And Trump's folks need to keep him in big venue arenas where he
Yes.
gets to do the
Yes.
type of rallies he likes to do, and
Yep.
the energy is so big. And you know, if you've been to one of those, you know it's like a college football game, and I mean a rivalry game.
I kind of wish you would have said all that in your Trump voice.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's not. Very
You don't have it.
You're still working it.
Yeah.
You don't have.
Saving
You don't have it. You don't have it down yet.
Saving it to the election.
Well, I want to think on the Trump side too. I think the no debate. You're really in a perfect situation because on the Trump side, you get to say, "Well, see, he won't debate Trump," but then never have to pay the price for the mistakes Trump will make if he debates.
That's a good point.
So you really that's a gift horse. I mean,
It
don't
is.
look it in the mouth.
is.
You get to say that Biden won't debate Trump, and that's accurate. But deep down, we probably don't need Trump to debate him either.
You're in the last time.
because
last time
uh,
it hurt him.
right, that Trump debating Biden. I remember everybody thought this is going to be great, and it did not go well. So I think it's better to say, well, we wish. See how cowardly they are. They're putting him back in the basement. And then never have to actually come back on and go, wow, that was brutal.
That's true. If you
Now he's
just be honest.
He's upset the people that didn't vote for him last time.
During the commercial break, I'm going to make a prediction for all of you, and I don't want to do it on the air because I don't have time for the emails later today. but
Sure.
I want to make a prediction. We're never going to have to worry about any of this, and I'll tell you why when we go to commercial.
So no way you'll say it on the air.
No.
Well,
No,
I've
no,
been
no.
saying that all along. I think there's a high probability neither one of these guys are.
I'm
That's
going to
true.
give you
That's
some
possible.
insensitive reasons why, though, and I want to be.
Right, understood.
I want to be
I
careful
understood.
with that.
Well,
especially on a Friday.
I mean, they're going to have Trump in debtor's court somewhere, you know.
I know
mean,
it.
can they lock you up for that?
Unbelievable.
Huh?
I guess they could. All right, we'll come back. More to
A couple
cover.
of cities in Alabama would lock you up, I think.
Yeah, no doubt.
866 We Be Big. We have more of your phone calls coming up later in the program. We'll come back. We'll welcome our golden ticket seat guests coming up top of the hour as well when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because of the data. She said the data is not
that
matching.
he didn't have available
Right.
when he made his first. Because at first you go, well, if he get it wrong the first time, he says he's right this time. Well, he has more.
You're right.
Now
Yeah.
he has more data.
Yeah, he's got more info.
Now,
than that.
now, everybody pay attention because now I will reach for the conspiracy hat. And I don't like to wear it. I'm uncomfortable in it. But
it doesn't fit you really.
It doesn't fit me real well, Greg. It
Nah,
fits
it's perfect,
perfectly.
yeah.
It fits Greg perfectly.
It's a 7 3/4.
But if y'all want to hang on, because keep in mind, these numbers aren't just sort of off, they're way off.
Yeah.
Okay, keep that in mind. They're way off. You wouldn't say, well, I predicted 500,000. I think now it's going to be 350,000.
There you go.
I mean, we dropped from 500,000 to 20,000. Okay, that's a big drop.
It is.
So anyway,
It's a whole nother planet.
so the doomsday scientist, who they say has tested positive for the virus himself, has not issued any official retraction or apologies for his incorrect predictions. The new scientist reports Ferguson did acknowledge it was impractical to keep the country in isolation lockdown, Bubba, listen to this, for 12 to 18 months, especially because of the impact to the economy.
12 to 18 months.
Yeah, that's what he had said to begin with, and he said he realizes. But then when you start looking at the Imperial College report and start figuring out where did all this modeling come from, you find a website called COVID Act Now, which local and state officials in the United States then used to issue the shelter-in-place
mandates destroying our economy, by the way. So
Mhm.
hang on to that if you're going to wear the conspiracy hat.
Yeah.
COVID Act Now was founded by a handful of Democratic activists in the Silicon Valley. So we've got some Democrat activists that gave us the doomsday, everybody shut down. Not saying we shouldn't.
You're just saying.
I'm just saying
it should be.
There's a
considered.
connection.
This hat didn't fit me very good, but I have
Right.
to share it. Here's what we need to land on. Let's land on fact. Dr. Burke said fact, data does not coincide with the models. The models way off. It's not near as catastrophic as we were led to believe and predicted. May change. That doesn't mean Bubba said this. We talked about on there. Look, guys, guess when you're going to have more cases? When you actually have a test.
Yeah.
Right.
The cases. You know why?
It does all of a sudden
Did y'all know we can't make numbers off people we can't test? Hey, does anybody know who's got it? Heck, we don't know.
Right.
How do you not know? Well, we don't have a test. Well, how about?
So we're just
wait
going
a minute.
Oh, no.
Wait just a cotton picking minute. Oh no. You mean to tell me that you don't know how many people have coronavirus till you can test it?
Swapping.
So
Swap
before
it.
that, we should start them guessing. I mean, come on. I mean, look, let's calm down a little bit.
Oh my God.
Do you admit that's impossible?
Yes.
I mean, hey man, the cases are going up. You know why? We have a test now. That's why. But you know what it's showing? It's not the numbers this guy predicted.
And that is good news.
That's great news.
Again, he had more data.
We should celebrate that news.
Every hour, every day, the numbers get better.
Listen,
We got a bigger sample.
86% of people with symptoms have tested negative.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Happy birthday today to one of the Rick and Bubba kids. Literally have grown up before your very ears and eyes. If you're a lifer here in the Rick and Bubba 30-plus years that we've been at it, he came into the world 33 years ago today at 10 pounds, 10 ounces, and 22 inches long. Ladies and gentlemen, Blake Boomer Burgess. There he is, 33
Boomer.
today. Boomer!
Happy birthday, Boomer. 33
years old today. And so we got to see him, not long ago. So we went ahead and celebrated early as far as the family. But today, he and his wife Priscilla in New York City, I believe he is at home this weekend. I don't think he's got a gig until April. But anyway, they hope they're celebrating together. And boy, what a big year for him, getting married. And some shots there from the wedding, and so just proud of him. Let me tell you, but Boomer's work ethic has always been, even when he was playing little ball, I was like, you know what? If I had had the work ethic that he had, I probably would have been a lot better player. Let me tell you, he leaves it on the field, and he approaches everything he does that way, and I admire his work ethic and the man that he's becoming. So nothing but hopeful blessings for he and his wife and their family, and so I hope they have a great weekend. Happy birthday, son, and we love you.
Ricky,
and,
I was there when he was born, and when I was watching the nursery when they brought him in, baby just kept falling out of that blanket.
Yes.
He was huge. They were dumping him in the. I mean,
unbelievable.
I said, oh my goodness.
I think he was the record at that hospital for a while. Then some kid came and beat him, but it was that's a lot of baby right there.
Yeah, it's a lot. I have so many Boomer memories. I mean, a lot. But one that I bring up every time we discuss him is when he basically almost knocked out this kid when he was playing Mike linebacker in youth football.
Yeah.
We both went to celebrating as coaches, and we realized
he just
and the kid was hurt.
Yeah, and the kid was laying there hurt, and we were just celebrating the hit because it was so vicious. And then we realized there's a young child on the floor.
His parents were probably concerned.
Yeah, probably need to kind of pipe down a little bit.
Yeah, it was that kind of approach that we all had to, and Bubba, you had stories too. When we were learning the whole trying to coach your kid, it's not as easy as it maybe looked. And it's I went on to have so many more kids that I remember when Boomer came to one of his little brother's youth games. And he said, "Excuse me, sir, I'm looking for my dad. I don't know who this person is." And I said, I want to apologize to you being the first son that I ever coached. I'm so sorry for the trial and error that you were.
An experiment.
Right. So anyway, that's and there's and like we said, these kids have provided us with incredible content. And Boomer, as a little boy, certainly provided us with plenty.
Yeah.
And even in junior high, you remember the famous "I don't have my helmet"?
Yeah.
I see his junior high coach every Sunday at church. Yeah, he's in our Sunday school class, and he brings that story up all the time. He said, I'll never forget that when he left his helmet, and he's sitting on the sidelines. I'm like, why is he not playing? I thought, is he hurt? And I go down there, and I didn't want to. I got on the fence. I said, are you hurt? And he just wouldn't look at me. He wouldn't look at me. And then somebody, I remember, took a picture of me, and my face when he told me I left my helmet in the locker room. You left your helmet? So anyway, and he loves that story. I'm sure he loves telling it about as much as Taylor loves us doing him not wanting to go to school.
Shut up, Bubba.
Bubba, you
Christmas lights were my favorite.
Oh yeah, all those classes. The kids have provided a tremendous amount of content over the years, and as we said in Bubba and I in one interview, and they liked it when they were little, but then there came that when they all get a little older, and they're like, okay, can you drop the stories?
Yeah, I'm done with that.
Yeah, can you drop the stories?
Yeah.
It's not fun anymore.
Yeah, when mine were old enough to have phones, they would just text me, "Did you talk about me today?" Because at school they'd be bombarded with people.
Oh yeah, sure. So, Bubba, over the years of interviews, Willie and Wanda comes to mind. Sometimes we've had people, and there's some things we haven't talked about on the air, but you probably could read between the lines on your own. You interview somebody on the show, and then they go out and act a fool, and you're kind of like, okay, wow, that. I think Joe Rogan may be the me monster now of this.
He really. I wonder if he feels like maybe I dodged a bullet on this too.
Well, no pun intended.
Or in this case, a machete.
A machete.
Joe Rogan had a guest on, about a month ago named Sheldon Johnson, 48 years old.
Hey, Sheldon.
He was he's a justice reform advocate.
Interesting.
He was talking about changing his life around after being jailed for 50 years for 2 violent robberies. He told Rogan's audience with tales of his rise to the top of one of the prison's most notorious gangs before insisting that it was all behind him. About a month ago. He's also good friends with woke DA Alvin Bragg.
Oh, there's a winner.
Okay.
Oh, wow. How's that DA for district attorney or something else?
He's just been charged with murder after a severed head was found at his Bronx apartment.
What? Hard to cover that up when they go, hey, we just found a head in here. You got to explain this.
Yeah.
He was keeping it?
That's a little different to who's this bag of dope belong to.
Yeah.
So we have a clip when he was actually on the Rogan show last month. and we'll listen to the irony of this now with the information that we just got. But here we go.
I need my money. I'm it's just me being honest. This is me being straight. You know, I gave you something, and we had an understanding that you were going to pay me. And when I came home, when I finally located this particular individual, he had his girlfriend with him. And this guy owed me $5,000 for some drugs that I had gave him on consignment. I gave him an eighth of a kilo, which is 125 grams of cocaine. And when I saw him, he had a bunch of jewelry on. He was with his girlfriend. She had a bunch of jewelry on. And I said, hey, man, where's my money at? Oh, yo, I was going to pay you. As far as I was concerned, his jewelry we was even. So I robbed him. And I took his jewelry. And his girlfriend happened to be there. And unfortunately, she got caught up in the situation. I had a bunch of young guys with me, and they robbed her as well. And he got hit in the head with the gun right here on the side of his head, and he got 2 stitches. And they gave me 25 years for that case.
Well, and now he was out for justice reform, so saying maybe that we didn't treat him well, and he didn't think that fit the crime. I will tell him what he's going to be charged with now with a severed head. It's going to be hard to make a case that everybody's overreacting.
Yeah,
would you say?
Yeah. A dismembered body was found in a bin and a head stashed in a freezer.
Yeah, I listened to this entire podcast, and he kept talking about the person only had 2 stitches and all this stuff. I'm like, dude, somebody got pistol whipped because you were robbing them at gunpoint. Here he is being arrested. Here they have footage of him leaving the apartment, and I usually don't get a weird feeling with Rogan's guests. You know, he's had several criminals on that have turned their life around. And just talk about the horrors of prison and being trapped in that system and things like that. With this guy, I got a weird feeling. He wore like a logo of his Queen's Defenders shirt. He mentioned his website so many times. Normally, people don't do that. It was I had a different feeling listening to this podcast, and Rogan had some takeaways that I disagreed with as well. That it was racism that caused his sentence to be the way that it was. But yeah, this is very unfortunate, and I do think that there are many reforms that need to occur within our justice system. But this guy is not an example.
Not a good example. Not severed head guy.
Rick, he also said during the podcast, he said, "I've been doing bad for so long. I'm going to try to do something good. If all else fails, I can go back to doing something bad."
Well, that was a warning, and at least he did give us a heads up on that. No pun intended.
Rick Burgess.
Well, I just said. I mean, that is a. I mean, that's a terrible. I mean, it'll be interesting for him to search for sympathy on this one, I think. Top of the hour. Wow. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba show. So trying to keep you updated with everything that's going on. Some things you need to know about if you are looking for things to watch. You remember we interviewed the Irwin brothers and we interviewed Jeremy Camp and all involved in the great movie I Still Believe. Well, right when I Still Believe hit the theaters, here came the COVID-19. Here comes the COVID-19 outbreak. So a lot of these movies that were opening that weekend are now being sent to all the streaming services a lot quicker. So you can rent and watch I Still Believe this weekend. So if you were like us and you were excited about going to see it and you, of course, did the right thing. You didn't want to get into a theater with a bunch of people and all that. Nothing wrong with that. Bad for this movie and bad for all the people involved in it. But it is available today. And this weekend you can watch I Still Believe, rent it, and watch it at home and enjoy it. And a lot of you have been binge watching The Chosen. We interview the director and part of the team, Dallas Jenkins, next hour. We'll talk about this phenomenon that is The Chosen, that series that you can watch for free. And we'll talk about that with him and all that's going on in this unique way to get good content out there and fund it and all that. Will be an interesting conversation coming up next hour. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We talked to Phil Waldrop. He wrote the book Betrayal. Trying to work through a betrayal in your life. But we also have a conversation about the impact because his ministry does events all over the country. The Women of Joy Tour, the Gridiron Men's Conference that we've been part of for years. My wife's even been on the Women of Joy Tour. What is it like when this happens to these events and the impact on our economy and these communities? All that this weekend on Rick and Bubba University. So there's a lot of things you can enjoy. Now, Bubba, what do we do about your birthday cake? Because we can't have you spit now on the cake.
Yeah, I'm just going to fan them out.
All right, is that what, just fan them out? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Don't sing on it. Happy birthday to you. You're going to fan out.
Oh, there it goes.
Bubba, is that a new term? We're going to have fan out your candles?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to have to go to fan out and no handshaking. I think it'll help the flu season.
All right, so
I did.
Edgar's Bakery made this cake.
I was hoping you could cut it really quick.
It has Bubba. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see it. If not, we're getting a picture out on social media.
It's out there now.
It's out there now.
Yeah.
Look at this. It has Bubba as the birthday boy with a surgeon's mask on and coronavirus quarantine sign up behind his head.
Please
and look at the little
viruses.
coronaviruses.
They even did the viruses floating around in the air.
There's little viruses floating around in the air.
You look good.
I'm
you look
not
good on the cake.
Yeah, you can tell I've lost.
You've
a little
lost some weight.
You have. You know, Bubba. You know what Bubba and I are finding out during this, since the golden ticket seats can't come by. And man, I know this may blow some people's mind that when we eat less, we lose weight.
Yeah.
So
Isn't that amazing?
It is.
I've lost 6 pounds in the last 2 weeks.
Just the golden ticket seats are.
You're not grazing.
Can I tell you this? When we get to the end of this period, I want to know how much your weight loss is, and we can now know with these numbers, because remember, data and models are not always the same thing.
I know.
We will have the facts of how much weight the golden ticket seats they put on average.
Yeah. Isn't that something?
Over this period of time, the golden ticket seats undoubtedly put on this amount of weight.
That's
wow. And right now, what? It's 2 weeks, 6 pounds.
Yeah.
So we're tracking right now 3 pounds a week.
Yeah, that's good stuff. How about this?
I thought I was just dehydrated the other day. I double checked it this morning.
Today is not gonna help because I'm about to cut you a piece as big as a tire.
No, don't do that. I don't need that much. I don't want to go into anaphylactic shock.
After talking to Brent with Edgar's, he said, "Look,
I said that word, by the
if
way.
you've got a quarantine birthday during this time, like Bubba, we do deliver. So don't think you can't have a birthday cake.
right.
So contact.
You can
them.
have something.
You can.
Easy.
I'm gonna go cut you a big old piece, Bubba.
Speedy's gonna trip now because I said
I
that.
know. You thought you could have something.
Be careful, Walker.
Seriously,
I'm afraid I
it's gonna be as big as a hubcap.
No, you don't have to do that. Just maybe a shoe.
Don't even get him a piece. He didn't.
What? Yeah.
He's on a roll right now.
Do you want to eat some of the virus?
Yeah. That's
okay.
You know what I'm worried about is that Bubba's system has been eating so healthy lately and so little. Can he even take a birthday cake?
Well, I don't know.
You're not in eating shape.
We'll little sliver,
huh?
We'll see.
How big are our paper plates, Greg? Because I'm gonna see if it can.
No,
I don't know. Mine
don't.
might hang
just
over.
Just a normal little piece.
Okay, I'll get it.
Well, that's a good looking cake right there.
It is. But it
And
smells
you
good
gotta,
too.
You got to cut it and get back because we're about to talk about you.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh no, I can stay here. We only got 2 minutes.
No,
left.
go ahead and cut it.
Or just hand it to him and give him a fork.
To Plymouth.
No, we'll take these and then we'll come back.
To Plymouth, Michigan. Tim standing by. Tim, how's everything in the great state of Michigan today, buddy?
Everything is great. I'm a new listener. I just found you guys this past week because I'm working from home. I'm doing my best to keep social distancing.
There you go.
But I used to live in the South, and I got to tell you how much I miss. It's been probably 25 years, but how much I miss the people down there.
Thank you, man.
And I got 2 examples of common sense. I think what I like about your show is it's all common sense. You're not telling people not to be worried, but you're telling people not to panic.
Right.
What a great message.
Balance.
Get on about your life. Happy birthday, Bubba.
Thank you, sir.
Cake. And the thing that I want to tell you is people were so nice on last Friday when the president did the national emergency. People were nice right at the grocery stores, and if someone had 3 waters in their cart, someone said, "Oh, there's no water on the shelves." Lady said, "Well, I've got 3. Here, you take one."
Yeah.
And I think that's the kind of message I'm getting from your show, but that's the message I'm getting from people around here. It's serious, but it's not the end of the world. We're going to get through this. Have your cake and enjoy it. We're going to come through this on the other side. I'm working from home, and I'm enjoying this. This is.
I'll talk in a minute. Some of this time at home with my family I haven't had in a while, and it's been great. Can I ask you this before we get to the break? So you found the show how? How did you find it?
I was setting up my office here on my kitchen table, and I think it was just a link in YouTube.
Okay, so you were scanning YouTube and saw some of our stuff, and you said, "Let me check this out."
Right.
Yeah, because we're starting to hear from more people around the country, and it might be that people just have more time to call now. But it seems people are finding the show right now because of this quarantine in ways like you're talking about. You just
definitely have.
You just scanned and you found it. Glad you're here. Hope you'll stay with us, and thanks for that. All right, let's all sing it together. Here we go. Say, Rick and Bubba from the Big Boy Studios on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. All sorts of platforms, both live and archived. No reason to miss the Rick and Bubba show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Glad to be here, and thank all of you for
There's
being
the
part
golden
of it,
ticket
too.
seats. Look at golden ticket seats.
Yep.
Some of them traveling down to the Man Church Conference. They're stopping by on the way. On that note, if you ever want to take on men's ministry, check with me first. Dealing with us it's a different animal. So, fellas, emails are rolling in. Of course, today's the day. It's tonight. And if you have lost your email with your tickets in it, there's nothing I can do about that. So contact the ticket office at Mississippi State. They'll resend the email. Okay, so that's we always have that. If you have some guy that told you he was going and now he's not, at this point, a little hard for us to be the ticket brokers. Okay, just find somebody to give them to. You can work with that. Parking is going to be, difficult. It's a college campus. You just got to deal with that. Go ahead and don't come in at the last minute. Get your plan, get it all out in front of you, and we are going to have a blast this weekend together. Doors open at 6 tonight. We'll start at 7. Doors open tomorrow at 7:30. We'll start at 8:30, and we are fired up and looking forward to it. Keep in mind, this is the day. I mean, we're starting today. So try to, any ticket issues you're having or questions you may have, I'll help you as best I can. But if you've lost your tickets, you'll have to contact the ticket office there, and they'll reissue those. So because they have your information, okay? All right, so looking forward to that this weekend, and we'll recap that coming up on Monday. Bubba, we do have an update. We have an update on a story that, did you ever think that our life would consist of Iditarod updates?
No, I mean, this year's
never
turned into a good one.
Yeah, so we continue the update on the Iditarod.
It's a Rick and Bubba
news update.
It's a Rick and Bubba
News update.
Now, Rick, this coming from emailers, because I don't follow the official Iditarod, Instagram account.
Yeah,
shocking, but I haven't done that normally.
Is that the one that calls @mush?
Yes, at mush.com.
Okay, yeah.
So, Rick, Dallas Seavey, the 5-time winner, who got in trouble.
5-time.
Because he had to kill, was it an elk or
moose?
Moose.
Big one.
Moose.
That got injured one of his dogs. It got tangled up in his mushing operation.
Right.
He had to kill the animal. The rules are that if you do that, you have to gut it, clean it properly.
Yeah.
He did that. He reported it as he was supposed to. The marshals went out. They said this animal was not gutted
properly.
To the way we wanted it gutted.
You did not meet our gutting standards.
So we are going to have to give you a penalty. You will have a 2-hour delay before you can start behind everybody else.
Right.
So that puts him way down the line.
Yeah.
Right. So he gets this delay. He heads back out. And can you believe he's back up to second place already? And he's down a dog. He's only has 15 because one of them had to be sent back for treatment at the moose.
Oh, everybody said he's the walking dog of the Iditarod. And
here we go.
And I don't think anybody's surprised by this.
No.
I mean, he's the guy.
Is Jesse still in second?
Well, we've had probably since that article.
Jesse,
is that the guy from
we've
Alabama?
had some changes in the standings.
Okay.
Don't know if y'all know this or not.
Stand by, Iditarod update.
I got some live stuff here.
Okay.
Dallas has dropped down. Don't know what happened, but Dallas, the one that the moose gutter,
Seavey.
Killed a coyote this time.
He has dropped down to 10 for some
Oh,
reason.
Bubba, he's dropped.
Well,
Jesse,
he's a dog short.
Yeah, and Jesse, well, some of them only have, I don't understand
Penalties?
that too. Some of them only have 13 dogs, 14 dogs.
What the rule is.
And it may be the type of dog because I think there's some, I don't know.
He's
know
down
the
a dog to what he started.
Right. Correct.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
correct. He is.
Dog did recover. We have been reported.
He had a 16 dog engine, you know.
Our Alabama boy, Jesse, is currently in third.
I want Jesse.
How do you become an Iditarod person from Alabama?
You know, he was on one of those Alaskan shows that Speedy always talks about and loves.
Went out there to find himself, Greg.
Yeah. And
he found himself and a bunch of dogs.
He found, mushing around.
We're gonna. I'm gonna meet.
I don't
him.
know his story. That's just what people say all the time when they go to Alaska.
Yeah, that's true, Rick.
Right. Yeah.
All right. So
Ain't nothing
I
else
wonder
to do.
if it's coming out of that 2-hour delay that he's just trying to get back up.
Well, Bubba
And,
said he
you
got
know,
up to number 2 and he's dropped back to 10.
And
post the 2-hour delay.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that. I just know that he's dropped. But I got emails all day yesterday that the 2 hours, yes, it will affect him, but they wouldn't be shocked one bit if he didn't come back and run this.
Agreed.
So he'll make up the time.
That's why he's 5-timer.
He's about a mile an hour off the leader there.
Well, and that could be like terrain too.
Yeah.
Like how
the
because
stage.
there were moments where he was leading by a mile per hour and a half.
Right.
What
So
the checkpoints? What kind of names are these?
That's weird.
The town
probably
of,
towns.
Yeah, the town of
Cripple.
Ruby, the town of Cripple.
Out on Cripple Creek. She
Cripple,
sends me.
They have a
Cripple-
town called Cripple.
Cripple, Alaska.
Yeah. People don't get around too good.
A lot of canes.
I don't have to speak. She defends me.
Yes.
I don't know how that is allowed to go on.
Ever did see one.
What's the BIB column?
Bib.
Yeah, what is that?
That's your bib number.
What's on?
Oh,
What's
that
on?
you're
What's on?
wearing?
You're back.
Oh,
Do they
yeah, that's
still
his
say
number.
it-
Okay.
You know the stereotype was mush. Do they still say mush?
Yeah,
Mush.
mushers.
Yeah.
Mush dogs.
Yeah, he's a musher. I'm noticing Dallas has his 15 dogs and one is injured, is what y'all are saying. But I'm noticing Jessie Holmes only has 13 dogs.
Yeah, that's what we were just
Parentheses
talking
one.
about
Different
that
strategy.
because
Y'all
we
say
don't-
that?
Does Dallas
we
still
did.
do the Chosen?
We don't know.
Greg,
Adler,
it's
maybe
not-
you can
it's not the
help
same
us.
guy.
We didn't know if it's a different breed of dog, and that's why
Don't
they
need
only
as
have
many.
13 versus 16, or
Is
did
it- hey-
Jesse lose a few on the way? Like I don't
Ours
know.
is strategy. I mean, when
Could
one
be.
guy says I play a nickel package,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know the other guy.
What if
says,
one of the dogs
Got
wasn't
it.
ready to
Oh,
go?
here he is.
We'll just
I
leave
found,
that dog at home.
I found our Alabama guy,
There he is,
Jessie
right there.
Holmes.
Let's go, Jesse.
So he lives in Alaska
Yeah,
now.
Now he lives in Alaska.
That guy-
It's just one of them when you were a kid.
What do you
lived in
think he
Alabama.
does?
Like, I
Commute?
didn't know if he would come home every
You
now
don't
and then.
realize it, but you've seen him on one of these Alaskan
He
shows.
looks a little. I didn't know if he goes back and forth some. You
Yeah.
never
Here
know.
we go.
Oh, yeah.
He-
Phoenix City.
I want him sitting in
He's
here.
from
You think he
Phoenix City.
commutes?
That's
You
what-
think he goes from Phoenix City and says, "I got a race. I'm going for Alaska."
I'm hoping that he
How's he
does come
trained?
back every now and then, and when he
Think he
does,
does?
I want him sitting in the studio.
You think he
Yeah,
trains
I'd
over the
talk to
football
him.
stadium?
He
They throw fake
Ain't
snow
no
on the
snow
field?
here.
No, buddy, I don't think he practiced here, but
Mentone.
Go, yeah,
I think
they
it's
go
in
to
Mentone,
Mentone.
Alabama.
Go to Mentone.
It's a very Mentone. They put
Yeah.
the fake snow out and off they go.
Yeah,
Bush!
scheduling a Zoom with him is going to be a little tough.
He
But,
lived,
I mean,
he lived in Alabama till he was 18. Then he went to
Okay.
Alaska.
Okay.
Find
I told
himself.
you he went there to find himself. And then he became a musher.
You found a bunch of dogs.
yeah.
I tell you what, who,
Life Below Zero. That's the show he's been on.
who thinks
Yeah.
Seavey's going to do it? Who thinks
Let me
Seavey's
see
coming
him
back?
again.
I believe in
Are
Seavey.
you talking about 5-time?
Yeah.
He's coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Unless he has another encounter with a moose.
Don't turn your back on Dallas.
Jesse looks
tired.
tired. He looks real tired.
It's a hard country to live in.
Jesse looks tired.
Can't believe
Somebody's
it.
got it.
He went with that for his photo.
Keep in mind that means he looks. There's times he looks more tired. I mean, because he said that's the one I'm going with. How about
Look,
this?
if you had to mush all the time, and then you're out, I mean, that's what you look like.
Well, you see what happens.
Somebody
if you-
said,
that
"Hey,
ain't
look,
an easy life.
Look right here," and he went.
You see what happens when you live that far east and they have you on Central Standard Time?
Oh, it's messing him
He
up.
couldn't adjust to the fact the sun didn't ever go down. He's accustomed to the sun going down at 4:30.
Right.
That would mess with you.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to schedule.
That is.
But I'm going to get him.
Now, you ain't going to get him.
I am.
Phone calls are next. Any topic you want to talk about, all 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG as we chat with America. Don't forget to, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. If you haven't picked up your latest Rick and Bubba swag, I see a lot in the Golden Ticket seats today. They got their swag rocking. Yep. They got it. We'll be back. Phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sense statement. Absolutely true. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, we're back. Thanks for being with us.
Dallas Jenkins, director of the series that has kind of taken our country, thankfully, and the world by storm. The shows are coming up. By the way, I have to back up on a step out that I had. I looked at something about half and didn't pay attention. I just watched I read half of a headline. They actually had reached the post 10 million view mark, and they put, here's how far we have left to get to 1 billion. All I saw was congratulations and billion. Okay. And I said, man, they got 1 billion views. It's 10, even though 10 million is still a huge number.
Right.
They have not had 1 billion views. Okay. They were making the joke, only this much more to go to get to 1 billion.
Right.
But it is growing. But they have over 10 million views of the 8 episode, The Chosen. And we'll talk to Dallas Jenkins coming up top of the hour. It's really interesting to watch, too, the way they've funded it and the way they're going to do their next season, all that. It's, it shows you the technology we have today really offers a lot of opportunity. Hey, don't forget too, I know a lot of you are, you're quarantined right now. You're trying to minimize the number of times you have to go out for supplies, and that's good. Don't forget BuzzBox coffee. A lot of you right now have been emailing me and sending me pictures of you drinking your BuzzBox coffee. My mother was talking about this. We try to get her BuzzBox coffee. I mean, how about when you're sitting there and you're thinking about, I need to go out to, hey, I got to have my coffee, and you're thinking, but what if I didn't have to go out and get it? What if the coffee was coming here? It was fantastic coffee, and then 10% of every cup you drank went to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. So you're drinking great coffee, and you're funding evangelical ministries all over the world, and boy, these ministries need it now more than ever because a lot of people are dialing back their giving because they're afraid. So anyway, how about drinking great coffee? It comes to your home. You don't have to go get it. We also put you little cards in the box. You're getting updated on what's going on with us and what's going on with the ministries. So it's a nice little contact thing. You get a little touch from the Rick and Bubba Show and Burgess Ministries too. So go to buzzbox.com, or if you want to go to rickandbubba.com, you'll see right there under the link, our sponsor button, you'll see the BuzzBox logo. Click on that. We'll send you the first pound for free. You could get a pound of it right now for $1. We'll charge you $1 for shipping no matter where it is. It's a flat rate. So do that at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Now, Speedy, we were talking about what's been going on with your family and all of us involving, if you have a kid that's involved in sports and this was their last year to play and you didn't get to finish the season and this and that, and you give the dog a bone, and so Bubba, it's like your mind has been churning, and you're thinking there's a way to save this.
Well, I can relate. My senior year playing high school baseball was I was not able to play in the playoffs. It was at the time.
Well, don't cheat, Bubba.
It is traumatic.
Well, now this is a pandemic. Y'all cheated.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not. No. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the reason, but the fact I didn't get to do it.
No,
okay?
Pete Rose.
I didn't cheat. Okay?
I'm totally kidding.
I didn't cheat.
Yeah.
So I can relate when I hear Speedy and I hear the kids, and I've seen the emails and I've seen the post online. I mean, it is devastating.
No, it really is.
So the decision not to go back to school in our state, and every state's working this a little bit different, and I understand that.
In New York City, I guess they don't play.
Yeah, New York City, I think we're going to have to call that a pipe dream.
Right.
But, I think there's always workarounds, and you have to look for the psychology and the saving grace in this.
Yeah.
This is going to be very devastating, and it is to a lot of people. And it's going to continue to be. We don't know exactly when we're going to get the all clear, hey, we can go out and socialize again. It's going to be very, very difficult for the schools to ramp up. I think that's, they're saying we can put those resources in other areas. Got that. But this is what I would propose. If we get this thing under control in the right time frame, why not let the high school kids finish their spring sports with some type of abbreviated season? Now, how can you look? Here's the thing. I think from a psychological standpoint, we need this. This lets them finish the year. Okay, very important because you got to think baseball, tennis, track, all this,
golf,
softball. These kids have played these sports since they were little tykes. They've played summer ball. They've played travel teams. Their parents have carried them to, thousands of practices, it seems like. They've spent money getting them extra coaching.
21 minutes now past the hour. Phone calls 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you are a fan of Major League Fishing, well, we got an interview coming up after the bottom of the hour break, and we're going to interview right now ranked number 1 best bass fisherman in the world by Bass Fans World Rankings, back-to-back Angler of the Year, 21 and 22, Jacob Wheeler will be with us. Also, Dustin Cannell will be with us, and he's the pride of Clanton, Alabama. And hey, I know Dustin. I coached him when he played Little League Baseball. He said he knows Gary the Bulldozer Man. They're going to talk about the Red Crest Bass Tournament coming to Lay Lake in Alabama, and also a big concert part of that as well. We'll talk more about that in that interview coming up after the bottom of the hour break. Let's go to Mike in Huntsville.
Mike,
listening to 100.3 The River. Mike, go ahead.
Morning.
Hey, buddy.
First off, I want to express my sorrow over y'all's impending divorce. But I was watching the speech last night, and I couldn't help but think that maybe the big man got into some of Hunter's stash or something.
Yeah, I know some people were suggesting that the cocaine that was found at the White House didn't belong to Hunter. They actually used it for the president, but I don't know about that. So anyway, yes, right now Bubba and I are still haggling over who's going to get Greg. We continue.
Please look at that.
Lana, Mississippi. Lana. Go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, first-time caller.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say we love the show. I had to call in. I work on campus at Mississippi State, and my husband's coming to Man Church tonight.
Good.
And just thank you for everything you do for, your mission in the Christian outreach. And we just finished our church. My husband's a police officer at Starkville Police Department and a preacher. And we just finished your Revelation Bible study Wednesday night.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that was what we learned a lot. That was as difficult as I have worked in a long time. Woo! But it was great. It was powerful. Hey,
we love it.
Any tips on the parking? Because I know that a lot of people are like, I mean, come on, man. I mean, any tips?
As I was driving yesterday morning, I was listening to the show just laughing. I'm like, yeah. But the thing, it's the rain. Who knows if the baseball game's going to happen or not?
Yeah,
so
yes, that's true.
I don't know.
That may be a kind of a blessing in disguise.
Right.
So that's cool. Yeah. Yesterday I understand the park. I mean, you know how on Elf when they talked about the Central Park Rangers.
Yeah.
Apparently at Mississippi State the parking people are the Central Park Rangers.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even when you talk to people, they go, "Oh, we're not in that. You'll have to deal with they're called the parking something." And yesterday when we got down there for some of the preload in, I understand it was. I tell you, they mean business. I mean, they mean business. So
they do their job.
Yeah, they do. They do it well. So I look forward to seeing your husband this weekend.
What do they call the parking people?
Yeah, what is the name? I got something right here. Let me look.
There's parking services, and then when we have events, there's just different, different.
You have to
things.
talk to the park service group or something. And let me tell you, they mean business.
You better be in the right parking lot.
They nearly hauled Bones off yesterday.
Really?
Oh, Bones got into it.
Really?
Yeah, he did. How about Les Bradford said, "I thought we'd lost Bones." He said apparently Bones had a tough day at the machine shop, and he was not ready to.
Just give me a second, please.
He was like, "We're just going to unload, then we'll move." So apparently,
Do you understand the words coming out of my mouth?
Please, we'll move. I promise. So why do I've got to turn in like the model of my truck and the tag so I don't get ticketed or something.
No.
You think I'm on that?
Yeah. I talked to
everybody. Think I'm on top of that?
Yeah. Look for that ticket.
I talked to Lena in the break. We couldn't get to her one of the segments previous to this, but they live in Sturgis, Mississippi, home of Johnette and Reg.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, Greg says, hey.
Looking forward to that. Yeah, I saw this, Brian. I saw this. I didn't think it was real. Brian, go ahead.
Hey, I was just calling in to see if y'all saw where they announced Mike Tyson's going to be fighting Jake Paul, and I was going to see what y'all's thoughts were on 57-year-old Mike Tyson getting in a boxing match.
Have you seen him sparring?
He looks dangerous, boys.
Boy, he looks dangerous.
He looks like he did. I wasn't born when he fought. But
hey, let me tell you, I'm gonna kill Jack. I'm gonna kill Jack Paul.
I'm going to kill Jack Paul and eat his ear. He don't have a chance to come against me.
It's Jake, but
Jake.
just saying Jack and Mike Tyson makes it better.
I don't even know his name. He ain't a name to me. He's not a man.
Yeah, this.
I'm a marauder.
Every time
I got to tell you, I'll pay for this.
Every time I
It's
think
free.
that Jake Paul is going to lose, he ends up winning.
I know.
He ain't going to win this time.
It's free on Netflix, which is a
Netflix.
departure from what he's done.
I can't even say it. It's on Netflix.
Tyson's going to be 58 by the time this
What?
happens. And that crazy sparring footage that we've seen is actually 4 years old. That footage.
4 years is nothing to Mike Tyson. I'm a marauder.
I don't feel good about this.
I'll punch you, Chris.
You don't feel good for Tyson? Yeah.
And this is once again,
age is tough to beat.
He's undefeated.
Somebody said that to George Foreman, and then they were on their backs.
Yeah.
Of course, he was in his 40s, Rick.
I didn't realize Jake Paul was so big.
Jake.
he's a big guy.
Is his name Jake or Jack?
Jake.
Jake Paul.
He don't mean Jack to me. He don't even know Jack.
Because it's Jake.
They are fighting
Netflix.
at heavyweight, though, which is interesting.
Heavyweight, Netflix.
What's it on?
It's Netflix. Marauder.
So it's just going to be
Where's
on
my
Netflix.
water?
That's what I understand, yeah.
How about that?
By the way, if you want to do Mike Tyson, just put a lisp on Jay Leno. All right, so
More than normal.
yeah, let's go. Yeah, he has one anyway. Let's go to Bo. Bo, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Monkey grass, gentlemen.
Thank you for the call, brother.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
I appreciate your ministry and your witness. I just had a question for you. Sent Speedy an email this morning, but wanted to ask a question in terms of a Biden doppelganger. Who does it better? Would that be the banjo boy from Deliverance, Beavis from Beavis and Butthead, or the gentleman with the chewed-up face from the movie Hannibal?
I still think Walter the puppet. I think Walter the puppet.
Walter's pretty strong.
Yeah. Andrew, Birmingham, Alabama, ZZK. Go, Andrew.
Hey, man, I'm calling up here from Laramie, Wyoming.
Wow.
I lived in Trustful, in the Trustful area all my life, but I moved out here for college, and it just so happens we're coming back for our spring break trip.
Okay.
Cool.
And we wanted to see what would y'all suggest for these fine gentlemen that I'm bringing back for eating. I'm not exactly sure where to take them. I'm fond of Jack's, but I'm not exactly sure if they'll...
You can't go with Jack's. I mean, I probably, if I was bringing them to my hometown, I probably wouldn't go. I love Jack's, but I wouldn't go with a chain.
Yeah.
I would go to something that is kind of a Birmingham legend. You know, you're thinking if they never had ribs, maybe you take them to have Dreamland Ribs or, any of the barbecue places for Alabama barbecue. That's probably where I would lean. And the good news is, in Birmingham, any of them you go to, they're all good.
Yeah, they're all good.
I got to say, have you thought about Burger King?
I'll tell you what. I did think about Burger King, but that gift card, it ain't got too much more on it.
Oh, I got you. If you want to jump out there, Arby's. They have the meat.
And if money's not an object, Chick-fil-A.
No, if money's not an object, Five Guys.
Yeah.
Or you could save some money and go to Perry's Steakhouse. All right, we'll come back. We'll talk Major League Fishing with the #1 ranked bass fisherman in the world right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, this is just tragic to them. And I think with just a little bit of work, because of the state of emergency and the level of this, we could make a few adjustments. In our state and many others, the High School Athletic Association has rules about coaches and teams playing in summer or playing when school's out and all that kind of stuff. Look, they can take one vote and fix that. We're under a national emergency. Give them a window to finish this season. Make it 6 weeks. Have a 5-week season. Have a 1-week playoff. And say it starts in the middle of May. Say it starts June 1. They could get this done very quick. It would give them some saving grace for their senior year of high school. And you could even do this and put these tournaments in places that we need to get the economy going again. Maybe it's beaches. Maybe it's a big city in your town or whatever. We'll let other people decide that. But I think if you do that, And you go ahead now and start planning for it so that when we get to all clear, boom, we hit the field. We practice for a week to get in shape. We have a 5-week season. We have a 1-week playoff, and you're done. I think it could be saving grace for them, help the economy in some places, and psychologically it is going to pay huge dividends to these kids and these parents.
Right, and then they could also use common sense if you want to go to the game. If not, stream the game. Everybody still use some common sense, but still have something that looks like we're making the turn back to some normalcy. And as you said, giving these seniors something where they can go, and it ended.
Yeah, it would be a jump start to the new normal.
Right.
Once we get the all clear. And I think Speedy could head that up and be the driving force. Because, look, he can beat the drum for this.
Right.
And you get all these kids, the girls softball, the track and field, I'm trying to think everybody that's in the summer. You got golf, you got tennis, you got baseball.
You're the face, though, Matt. Why don't you do it?
Well, the face has been out of it for a while. So the face is an idea, man. I need you to beat the drums.
But you could roar back, face.
But
That's right.
I really think that if our elected officials would do this and our school administrators would streamline this and not try to make it just say, let's do it, pass the rule, let them play. We've been in a national emergency. Get it done. Get it okayed quickly while we're all down. Get the plans in place, and then we can implement it literally on about 48 hours' notice if we have everything ready to go. And I think this is a great idea to jumpstart the new normal, to put a bow on a lot of people's senior year, and I just think it would be a great psychological thing for people to look forward to.
All right, and let's play the game that'll really get this done. If you're an elected official in our state, and really any state could do this.
Yeah, any state.
If you're an elected official, you're dealing with seniors, which are either already 18 or they're about to turn 18, and look at it this way. You have given a big block of voters their senior year back, and they'll never forget that.
Let me tell you.
When they rush to the polls to vote for you the next time.
There are some 18-year-olds that are borderline about to jump right now, okay? They've just lost their mind over this, and I understand it's a big deal to them. When you repair this and give them hope and give them something to hang on to wrap up their senior year, they're 18, they're going to the polls next year. Are they going to go and pull a lever for you?
That's it. You know what? How about they'll remember, you know who my first vote ever was? For the person that gave me my senior year back.
When we thought everything was gone.
Yeah.
Right.
We've already put out these moving, tributes on social media and everything. I know.
Tribute.
Right. On social media and all this. And if we can pull it back together.
Yeah.
If we can pull it back together.
I'll never forget that person that got that done for me as I get registered to vote.
I will probably work for them, Rick. I'll probably put a shirt on and I'll go door to door with cards and tell how he cared about me and fought through this virus to give me a senior year. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Or if you're, or she, if you're the governor.
Yeah,
That's right.
You know what I mean?
I'd like to hear from the governor.
You might get a statue put up.
We'll be back.
I like it, Bubba. The face
we need a
has
catchy
spoken.
name for it, though. We need a good name that really will get the point across.
Okay. Yeah, it's got to have a movement because it's got to have a hashtag. We'll be back. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Show. 35 minutes past the hour. Let's go fishing. As the Rick and Bubba show, we make our way back. Major League Fishing. We got a huge event coming up at Lay Lake in beautiful Sweet Home, Alabama. It's called Red Crest 2024. It is a culmination of the 2023 Bass Pro Tour. 80 of the world's top bass anglers competed across the U.S. Only 50 of those pros qualify to fish the Red Crest 2024 Championship, coming up Thursday through Sunday, March 14th through the 17th at beautiful Lay Lake. And those 50 include a lot of anglers. We got 2 of them today, including right now ranked number 1 best bass fisherman in the world by Bass Fans World Rankings, Jacob Wheeler, and also Dustin Connell. All here with us today. Dustin Connell from Clanton, Alabama, Jacob Wheeler in Harrison, Tennessee, but originally from Indiana. So they join us now. So, fellas, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
What's going on, guys? We appreciate you having us.
Hey, what is it like to have a job that every other man in the country wants?
I mean, look, you hey, it is what it is. We have a lot of fun out there on the water, and we're blessed to be able to go out there and go bass fishing. But dang, it is a lot of fun.
Now, I know the fans of Major League Fishing know you as the Ding Crew, but I want to get some more specifics on what considered a ding. Is any hit a ding or only a large fish of consequence?
A large fish.
Okay.
If he's like 5 pounds or more, we're gonna hit a ding for you. But it's got to be a big one.
So what's a dingable bass next week on what? I want to hear a dingable bass.
Like a 4-pound.
A 4-pounder is a dingable bass. Okay.
4-pound.
So we got to make like levels of the dingable bass. Like so, each lake's just different. So 4-pounder next week.
So how did that get started, though? Did that just kind of go by accident, or did y'all talk that up, or what?
Did y'all play for Rush Probst?
Yeah.
Ding!
No, so when I grew up around Clanton, and I fished Lake Mitchell and Lay Lake and all that my whole life. And then like me and my brother were at a tournament one day, and we were just smoking. Like 3-pounder, 4-pounder, 5-pounder, and every time we catch one, me and my brother was like, ding, ding. I was like, let's go. And we were getting pumped up. It just kind of came from there, and then it's just something fun we love to do.
That's cool.
Yeah, and Dustin, we understand that you know Gary the Bulldozer Man.
So, Gary, if y'all are familiar with Clanton, there's Chevron right there at the Lay Dam exit.
Yep.
Gary is a frequent visitor there.
Yes, he is.
He rolls up and his tag says 2 inch. And I've met Gary many times in Clanton in the fishing hole, and that's like he's the man, So I do know Gary.
Hey, let me tell you, when Dustin Connell was fishing with me, I mean, I taught him everything he knows.
100%.
And that buffet we got over at Chevron, hey, don't be talking bad about it. I mean, hey, hey, it's good. It is good.
That's it.
I keep texting Dustin saying, "Hey, when we gonna fish?" And you can't even have a pro fisherman take you somewhere.
Oh man, that's funny.
So anyway, have y'all ever misdinged, called a ding, and it was like below the weight?
Yeah, we did a couple.
We had to actually start judging and engaging it as a group. It's like
you can't hit it too much.
No, you got to. It's a special moment when it happens. So it's like once a day. If you can get that happen, it's a special moment.
That's right.
Bubba, I have to ask this question because we all love to celebrate excellency. I know it's becoming not mod anymore to celebrate being excellent. Jacob, what does it feel like? I'm sure it comes with some pressure to be ranked number 1 in the world with the Bass Fan World Rankings. How does that feel?
It's crazy. Growing up in living in Indiana, now moving into Tennessee. And getting to do something I love to do. It's awesome, but it's like, it's actually surreal. You can't even really fathom it. You're just sort of like going out there and fishing and doing what you love. And you just sort of keep climbing up the mountain. And there is pressure to it because you just sort of, people expect certain things. They expect you to make top 10s, expect you to be top of the leaderboard. And you're just like, if you don't have a great finish, they're like, what happened to you this week? But it's also a blessing too, because like I just couldn't even imagine at 16 years old to look back and be like, dang, like where I'm at in the sport right now. It's like just truly a blessing.
So it looks like, obviously fishing is fun and you compete, but it is work and it's a job now and you have to travel quite a bit. Yeah. What is traveling like with this line of work? And don't you guys room together too?
We do. We stay gone, I'll be honest, like 6 months out of the year.
Yeah, February I spent 3 days and slept in my own bed in 3 days. for the month of February. So
we burn a lot of gas. I can tell you that. I mean, we're on the road, long slept in my truck many times, and it's a dream job, but it is a lot of work. My back hurts. I went and got 5 shots in it the other day. I feel like an old man. Look, what are you, 30? I ain't but 34. I'm falling down quick.
Yeah, I was about to say, it doesn't get any better, guys. I know how to break that to you.
Just wait.
Just wait.
Yeah.
So let's go down that line Bubba's talking about. Are either one of y'all married? Both of you married? One of you married?
We're both.
Yeah, we're
married.
Both married. I have two little boy and a girl, and both married, locked up.
I got a little boy on the way.
Oh.
All right. So balancing all that, those of us that don't fish professionally, you can't really say, as much as you guys are gone, none of us could get away with saying, I'm going fishing again. But you're able to say, I'm going to work that just happens to be fishing.
Yes. It gets complicated because if my wife, she's kind of caught on, like if I'm practicing for a tournament, it's one thing. But if I'm just out there like shooting the breeze and, drinking sweet tea, fishing, relaxing, you can't do that.
Yeah, you got to be a little careful.
So what did you guys do before full-time fishing?
Yeah.
Well, he fished. That's all
that's all I've ever done.
Jacob ain't never done nothing but fish.
So he ain't never really worked.
No.
Is that it?
I mean,
let's just get down to the nitty-gritty. My man, he grew up with a fishing rod in his hand at like 80 and never put it down.
No, I never did.
He has calluses. Y'all look at his hands.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, he's been this morning, mine too, but that's what he did.
No, that's I mean, I did a little construction, but with my dad's business, but overall, like I won pretty early on. I was like 19 years old, and straight out of high school, I fished professionally. So that, yeah. But DC, what about you?
I fished in college. I went to Alabama.
Chad.
Yeah, went on the fishing team there, and then whenever I got done, I went and worked. I got a degree at Alabama. Couldn't find a job nowhere, and I was like, man. So I went and worked construction in North Carolina for like a year and a half. Came home, won a big tournament on the Alabama River, and then we just kind of kept going from there. So it's been a long ride, but it's been good now.
Major League Fishing. You guys were fortunate enough to come along in this era. Talk about Major League Fishing.
Yeah,
what it's
the
done,
format.
What it's done for the sport.
Yeah, I mean, catch, weigh, release is probably the biggest thing when you look at, there's two major things when I think of Major League Fishing and the Bass Pro Tour. It's definitely catch, weigh, release. We have officials in the boat. They weigh the fish, and then they upload that in score trackers. So it's a live leaderboard. We know where we're at. Every fish next week over 2 pounds is going to count on weigh. And, you can make decisions based on where you're at on that score tracker. And that's huge. I mean, think about any other sport, where you sit throughout the tournament or throughout that day of competition. And so you make decisions based on, where you're at if you're going to try to advance on, and that's a big deal.
Well, and I know, Helms, you followed it good. Bubba, you followed it, and we have. I will tell you this, from a fan standpoint, it's pretty incredible. It's a much better experience for fans too.
Unless you drop the fish,
right,
and you have a penalty.
Now you're in fish timeout. You have to sit down.
There's been plenty of.
I think I lead on the penalty because I'll boat flip them and they'll fall off in the boat and I'm cussing and I'm like, God. And you never believe 2 minutes would last so long. And I'm sitting there and the fish are out there blowing up on bait. I'm just sitting there.
Yeah, the look. Can I tell you, the look on your face when you're having to sit there is just precious. I mean, it carries you back to being a little kid, right?
Yeah, timeout.
Yeah,
it's frustrating. I ain't gonna lie.
You don't get to play. You got to sit and watch everybody else play in the backyard, but you can't go out there.
Do the referees talk to you while you're fishing on the boat, or are they just cut and dried giving you the numbers?
Some are, some aren't. Some have a little bit of fun, but most of them keep it very professional. They're not, they're not asking questions about fishing. I mean, they're there to do a job, and they know, hey, look, like, after a lot of times they'll be respectful, and after the day they'll ask a couple questions like, hey, why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? Because a lot of them are fishermen as well.
Yeah. So
they know the sport, but they keep it pretty. They don't mind. You get a couple of them hard ones. They don't mind throwing they put you in a penalty ball.
I'll get them to break fish there.
Everyone.
Yeah, well, they dealing with a lot of money out there. I mean, they got to make sure that this thing is straight up because this is not a little bit of change on the line.
I love the format.
Yeah, we'll come back more with Dustin and Jacob when we continue. Also, we're going to give you an opportunity. A great concert's going to be part of this tournament as well. Country music superstar Cody Johnson with special guest Justin Moore in concert the same weekend as part of Red Crest on Saturday the 16th. So we'll talk a little bit about that when we continue our conversation when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 6 minutes past the hour from the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Thank you for being with us. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up this hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy here, Adler working from home, and Stretch Armstrong, our Rick and Bubba University intern, earning his degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University. Common sense now deemed a superpower. Welcome back. Celebrating his 56th birthday today. Whoop, whoop. Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubs.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us in what we're now calling the second week of the pandemic broadcast.
Yes, and we'll continue to be your voice of reason. So it was...
Lord willing.
Our audience has always taken care of us. We're so thankful for all of you that support this program. Well, we went into this world of quarantine, and I started getting the emails. Rick, have you seen The Chosen? I didn't know what they were talking about. I had no idea. And I was like, and so I first time, and then I found out, well, you got to, so I went into, all the Apple TV and stuff at home, couldn't find it. Then somebody's like, no, you have to, you get the app and you mirror it. And then, of course, I go into my sons and say, how do I do this? And then they teach me how to do it. Found it. And look, we're going to talk to director Dallas Jenkins right now, who joins us, who directed the series The Chosen. Dallas, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Thanks so much for having me on. You guys have been killing it for a long time, so I appreciate it.
No,
thank you.
You're kind. So and look, let's just talk about it. We as followers of Jesus, sometimes when somebody says, "Hey, somebody's put out a movie or somebody's put out a series that is concerning Jesus or the Bible," our first reaction is, "Oh no. Boy, I hope. First of all, I hope it's not heresy. Secondly, right. I hope it's well done." And so, I went to this series, and you don't blame me for that. You probably have the same reaction. And I was like, please let this be good. Please let this be okay. And I will tell you something. My family and I watched it, and it was worshipful. It was well done. It took an angle that I think we don't think about enough. Had some people calling about some of the things that we'll talk about with you today, about how these early disciples and God himself became a man, and they were just people. And you guys really seem to make that. Certainly, you're preaching the gospel. You're staying with Scripture, but it looks like in the middle of it, you're trying to remind us that the only thing that made these people special was Jesus.
That's a great point. And yeah, I've grown up a believer my whole life. I've seen every Jesus movie and miniseries ever made. And like you said, sometimes the heretical ones are better produced than the faithful ones. Even when I was young and I would see a Jesus project, I was like, why is this boring? Why is this? Right. Why do the characters always feel like they're British accented speakers doing King James English? They sound like they're quoting scripture all the time. And not only was it something that I didn't find interesting to watch, but I also found that Jesus was rarely someone I would ever want to follow. He seemed somewhat boring or emotionally distant. And so I think that's one of the things that drove me as I wrote and directed this was I'm certain that Jesus was a guy that was charismatic enough that people really wanted to follow him, and that his followers were people who actually had real human issues, good and bad. And so that's, I think, been the conceit of the show, is that this is a Jesus who laughs, who tells jokes, who gets upset, who winks at a guy who made a joke about his hometown to let him know that it wasn't that he wasn't offended, dances with his friends at the wedding at Cana, all of those things that for whatever reason have impacted people when they've watched this show. just by seeing a Jesus who, yes, he is the Son of God who does miracles, but is also a guy, and that alone has seemed to inspire people to love the Gospels more than ever before.
Yeah, watching it, right out of the gate. I mean, you guys waste no time. His encounter with Mary Magdalene is so moving, and right then you immediately had us there, and then you go through these other parts. But talking about that, you obviously, the scripture and the real accounts are there. There's some artistic freedom of just some things that we might assume since we're dealing with human beings. And some of the people are asking me this, and I want you to take that on. We do know that Jesus did not heal every person that came into his presence.
To the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, helixsleep.com/Bubba, as we talk with Dustin and Jacob with Major League Fishing. If they ever were able to sleep at home, a helixsleep.com/Bubba mattress would do the trick. Why? Because it'll be customized the way they sleep, just like they customize one for baby brother.
That's right.
The real Greg Burgess, he sleeps and snuggles up with his little wife Lisa on their custom-made helixsleep.com/Bubba mattress. 20% off right now, friends. If you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, get 20% off. They're going to ask you a few questions. It takes a couple minutes. They want to know if you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach, or do you rotate? Is it some combination? You like a firm mattress? You want a medium mattress? You want a soft mattress? Do you snore? They don't ask you that. They don't ask you that. And then they customize the mattress. They send it directly to you, to your door, free shipping, and then you got 100 nights to sleep on it to make sure you love it. And you will. Do you think they send a lot of them back? No, they wouldn't offer that if they thought they were going to get a lot of them back. So find out more by going to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get your preferences taken care of and save 20%. The new mattress will come right to the door. 20% off at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get truly amazing sleep on a mattress designed just for you. All right, so we're talking to Dustin Connell and also Jacob Wheeler. They're major league fishermen. Big tournament coming up, Red Crest. It's going to be on beautiful Lay Lake. It's going to be going on the 14th through the 17th. 50 anglers competing for the $300,000 prize. The 14th and 15th is the qualifying rounds. 16th is the knockout round. The top 20 anglers from the first 2 days compete. March 17th, that's championship day. And as we mentioned, they're going to have a concert as part of the weekend as well. Cody Johnson and Justin Moore. The concert will be at Legacy Arena, and the Red Crest Outdoor Sports Expo will be there at the convention complex, which is free. So that's all part of the weekend. So we're chatting with Dustin and we're chatting with Jacob right now about the tournament. And so let me ask you guys. I don't want to get all serious and deep here, but I'm thinking about you guys. There's a lot of money that's up for grabs. You got a lot of sponsors. You got wives and children dependent on you. Has any of this, in complete honesty, have there been moments that all these things have taken away the fun of it?
Absolutely. For me, for me, it has. I ain't gonna lie to you. I love fishing. It's my passion, but it becomes a job. And I hit a point last year, like in all honesty, where I was gone so much, and me and my wife were going through some fertility stuff, and like it was just tough, and like the realities of life catches up with you. And when you're on the road, you can't do nothing. You pick up a fishing pole and go launch your boat, and it's like it's not very peaceful out there, because life still goes on when you're on the road. But it does feel like a job at times, but it's a dream job.
Sure,
and I love it.
To me, I feel like I on the competition side, I love the passion. I love the competition side of it, So like it drives me to do that, and it's like it's really tough. Like that's when the family's going through something, it's tough. But overall, like it's always you're always pushed by your competition. Like this is like literally my brother. To be honest with you, we spend a lot of time. We go on vacations together. Our wives go on vacations with we all go on family vacations and that stuff. So it's like I spend a lot of time. He's like my family away from home, so we got to be able to It's a big deal as well, and having that support system at home, but also having the support system on the road, and this guy's a big part of that too.
So I've got to know, while you're at the office, does your wife ever call and say, "Hey, the internet's down, talk me through it"?
The internet down? No. So my wife actually, she's the saint. She won't call me like during the tournament week and give me a problem, because she knows, she knows that my mind has to be on fishing the whole time. And that's a huge reason behind how much I can focus on my job, and compete. That's a big deal. When you have the right woman, it's a huge deal.
Well, she has 300,000 reasons not to bother you this next time.
Exactly. I told mine at the beginning of this week. It was like on Monday. I said, "Look, I love you, and I know that you're pregnant and you need me to help you, but please don't ask me nothing this week. I got to get my mind right. If you just let me get past this week and a half at my home lake, then we'll be just fine. Just let me get through with it.
And then what did she say? What did she say after she got through crying?
Oh man, yeah, she's been great so far. So I don't know. There's a lot of anticipation. Like I said, I grew up 15 minutes from Lake, so I'm excited to get down there. And
he's definitely the favorite. He's the favorite to win, but he's he put a lot of time in. Sucker's good. He won the first term.
You guys are you're like in a fraternity, because you're out there fishing, you're competing, doing this for your job. The weekend fisherman, all of us that think you have the greatest job in the world, what would we be the most surprised by if we became a professional fisherman? What would we be the most shocked by, or what, I guess, was the biggest change for you guys going from doing it for fun to doing it for work?
I think the biggest thing is how much time we spend in our boats preparing. Like how much time we spend pre-practicing on lakes and spending 3 days on the road, driving a day there and a day back, so you're 5 days in, and not making a cast, just trying to prepare for what that lake is going to give you. And for me, Lay Lake's a new lake to me, and I ran down there and I ran around the lake, and you got to look at each lake like its own puzzle, and it's its own course, it's its own playing field, it's its own golf course is a really good way of looking at it. Once you understand it, you can make better decisions based on that. I think there's a lot of prep time. At least that's the number one thing I think is from a recreational angler to a professional angler. That's the biggest thing.
And another thing. It ain't all like rainbows and butterflies all the time either. You can drive. We go to New York, we go to South Florida, we go to South Dakota for tournaments, and it's a bad feeling driving 22 hours and you get up there and you have a tough tournament. You come home with $0. That's a long drive.
I bet. Wow.
Well, guys, thanks for being with us, and we wish you both good luck fishing at the Red Crest. It's an incredible event. If you want to find out more about it, you can go to MajorLeagueFishing.com, MajorLeagueFishing.com, all the information about the Red Crest 2024 Bass Pro Tour coming up at Lay Lake the 15th through the 17th. And we talked about that there'll be a concert going along with that, Cody Johnson with Justin Moore, and we're going to give you a family 4-pack for you to go and enjoy this wonderful event that includes the concert as well. So if you're the first caller at 866-WE-BE-BIG right now and you want to go, we'll give that family 4-pack to you. So, Dustin, thanks for being with us.
Guys,
Jacob,
thank you.
Thanks for being with us. Wish you guys good luck. And, if you ever have one of those rare days where you just want to fish for fun, your old buddies Rick and Bubba, we'll pass our sales along to you.
We'll give you a call up for sure.
I was laying on this. I said, man, shout out to Coach. I had some good research and found out that the purple worm on the Coosa is the king. So go ahead and pile that sucker on there.
You're right.
Rick and Bubba.
John makes it pretty clear. John just keeps calling them signs. He makes that transition, unlike some of the other Gospels, because he wants us to understand. He didn't even like calling them miracles. He called them signs, meaning this is these moments when he shows us that when he tells us he's God, he really is. And he'll go back and reference, can anybody else do this? Kind of like anybody can say you're forgiven of sins, but can anybody tell you to get up and walk out of here? That kind of stuff. So in that moment, I've had some people say, well, they said that Jesus' arm got cut, and he said he had a head trauma when he was younger, and why did he need to get sticks out to start fire? Tell us a little bit about why you guys chose to go that route. I think I understand it, but I want to hear it directly from you.
Yeah, great question. Yeah, we do show there's an episode where we see Jesus by himself a lot, and he's taking the time to build a fire, and he's rubbing sticks together like anyone else, and he's sweating while he's doing it. He's got a cut on his arm that that he got from working that day. The head trauma is just, I think that's maybe an extreme term for it. I think he just mentions that he bumped his head when he was a kid.
That's right.
With one of his friends. But
you're right.
But the point is, he inhabited a human body. There's no question, as we believers share the belief that Jesus lived a sinless life. But to assume that he didn't also stub his toe or need to stretch out his soreness at the end of a long day, it would be as silly as saying that he didn't even need to sleep, because he was the Son of God. So why would he need sleep? Why would he even need food? Really, if you think about it, he didn't need anything that we needed. I just don't think that lines up either with Scripture or with common sense, because it's very clear that he was a fully God and fully man, and the fully God part we cover in the show, obviously, because we see him doing miracles. Mm-hmm. But the fully man part is what I think oftentimes gets left out of these Jesus projects, because so often people want to be so reverent, which can be good, that they're just afraid to show that he had friends and had a mom. And there a lot of these miracles too, particularly the wedding at Cana. When you boil them down, sometimes it seems like, for the wedding at Cana, for example, he was doing a favor for his friends because his mom asked him to.
Yeah, exactly.
And we don't often.
We've all done that, Dallas.
Yes, right. Well, and
some of the guests we've had on the show really shouldn't have been here, but our moms wanted them on.
Our mom wanted them. Our wives, But here's one of the things I thought was really cool to that point. And I don't want to give the whole thing away, because we're encouraging people to watch it, and boy, is the world responding.
Yeah,
God's really moving through this, and that ought to confirm all you guys that were called to do this. But anyway, that moment at the wedding, I love how you guys. I've got one of my sons is an aspiring director, screenwriter, editor, putting together stuff. And by the way, you'll be getting his resume, of course. But so he's sitting there, telling me all these things. Oh, Dad, let me tell you how they did this. And oh, Dad, look how. But one of the things even I, a novice, understood is how you use imaging to really possibly, in my opinion, give us some of the most powerful moments. They have no dialogue. Mm-hmm. And when he looks at his mom across the wedding, and she is basically, as a mom, just saying thank you, and he gives her the reassuring, "You're welcome,"
Yeah.
And then when of course Peter has his encounter, the way you guys unpack the frustration of no fish and the moment of overwhelming fish, there's not any dialogue in any of that. Just Jesus's expression when he knows what his Father's about to do, and everybody's reaction to these fish. There's no dialogue going on, but it's just absolutely moving. I mean, it's incredible.
Right, and I think that's one of the benefits of doing a multi-season show. So there have been movies and miniseries about the life of Christ, but there's never been a multi-season show. I'm wearing a sweatshirt right now that says "Binge Jesus." It's one of the phrases that kind of came out of this, because people can binge watch shows like Game of Thrones all over the world, and there's never actually been a multi-season show about the life of Christ that allows you to really dig into the stories, dig into the people of the Gospels, in a way like you do with any other show, where you can really take your time. You don't have to rush from miracle to miracle, Bible verse to Bible verse, usually from Jesus's perspective. And so you can't ever really have any kind of emotional connection to the people who were around Jesus. And we believe that if you can see Jesus through the eyes of those who actually met him, you could potentially be changed and impacted in the same way that they were. And that's something that you get when you're watching a regular multi-season show. And so, to your point, we can take our time with some of these stories and explore the human interactions and the small human moments that we face today that they also faced 2,000 years ago. They laughed, they cried, they had relationships, they were married, some of them, and we explore that. And
that's good.
That hasn't been done.
We'll come back. Dallas Jenkins is with us. We're going to talk more. We're going to talk about how you can actually, if you haven't consumed this yet, you can talk about some of the casting and things that are portrayed, and talk about, hey, you cannot leave us hanging here. We got to have season 2. And we'll talk about that as well when we come back with Dallas Jenkins, director of the series The Chosen. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. Climb aboard. We roll into a brand new hour. Thank you for being with us. Golden ticket seats are here, traveling from all over Rick and Bubba land, and we're glad that they're here. Wonderful wheel of canned meat. The ones who won't will spin that baby this hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. No Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, not a new one. So if you want to catch some of the archives that maybe some you missed, you can. We do have a big presence coming up, though, in Starkville, Mississippi this weekend. The Man Church Conference, the second one this year. This is our final one for the year. We'll be in Starkville. Starts tonight. The real Greg Burgess and I will jump in old lift kit and head that way. And looking forward to meeting and hanging out with Granger Smith. He'll speak this weekend. James Spann, heard from him earlier. Also Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks. I'll be speaking. Chuck Hooten be doing worship, and all the resources will be there. Doors open at the Bettersworth Theater, 6 p.m. We start at 7. Tomorrow morning, doors open at 7:30, and then we start at 8:30. So those are, a lot of you are asking me about that. If you've lost your tickets, an email, fellas, just contact the ticket office. They'll reissue those to you. And we'll all see you this weekend. Get your plan together, get there early, get yourself parked, and we look forward to a powerful weekend together. And also be on Sunday night, be over at Nazareth Baptist Church in Rainsville, Alabama. That event is already sold out, but looking forward to being with those men coming up this Sunday night. So if you're going to that, I'll see you there.
Rick, do you think you could get Granger just to call my cell phone, leave a message as Cowboy Donnie?
Yes, I will do that. Let's see.
And let him tell me he's 30 miles from Santa Fe.
You know what?
Down by the lake.
That's done.
Is that the same guy?
That's done. And I look forward to that.
One of my favorite things ever.
You know, it's a when you think about on that note with Granger Smith this weekend. Of course, we interviewed him on a Rick and Bubba University. Hey, if you missed that one, maybe you can go back and catch that this weekend. And we talked about his book and what he went through and how it radically changed his life and his faith to the point. And I want you to think about this. Granger Smith was not an artist that wasn't doing well.
Yeah.
I mean, Granger Smith was a country music artist that was playing arenas.
And moving up and even, getting more and more popular all the time with his comedy and his real stuff.
And when he looked at his new devotion to Christ, he could not see how those two worlds could operate without him compromising something that he's not called to compromise as a follower of Christ, and he walked away from it. And that's and so we'll hear some of that story. But I follow him and listen to him. He's turned into quite a Bible teacher. I mean, it's a little more than just testimony now. So
and Rick, tell him I said
I will, and I think he's still got the yee line going. So he's been great to work with and been great to us here on the show. And
love him.
His wife and my wife Sherry, of course, they've bonded over both of us kind of going through a similar tragedy with our children. And so anyway, look forward to seeing him this weekend. James Spann's story. Men need to hear what James. And James' story is one you kind of don't see the end coming. About his not growing up without his father and trying to get that relationship to land, and but it sure does speak to how important it is if those of us that are dads to be present in our children's lives, and of course the great job that his mother did. But and then of course Dawson, he'll be. I guarantee you something awkward will happen to Dawson this weekend, and we'll share that on Monday. And then Andy, he's an outstanding teacher and. Just look forward to joining them and the worship. This is going to be it's a theater that only seats about 1,000. So, and it's one of those old theaters. As a matter of fact, I remember when Brooks was in orientation at Mississippi State. We were in the same auditorium, and so it's going to be a really intense setup there. So I can't wait. I want to tell some of you that went to the Birmingham deal. I've talked to the crew. I said, hey, appreciate the smoke. I know that sets kind of a mood.
It's the
here.
lighting.
Let's back it down. I said if Birmingham smoke was an 8, I need a 4. Okay. And
Got it.
So I said let's tone smoke down a little bit.
Less
It
fog
was a little
machine.
foggy.
Yeah. Let me say this.
I had to put my beams on low.
Yeah. Can I ask? I'm going to ask you this. Did y'all know that there's a fee that you must pay at some places to run the smoke machine?
Oh, I don't doubt it.
$500. They have
They
to
feed you to death on these things anyway.
They have to come disable the fire alarm, and then they have to turn it back on, then turn it off again, then turn it back on. And you have to have a person to do that.
Have you got to have smoke?
Yeah.
I mean,
500, huh?
From what I've heard from the artist, the smoke is crucial. Okay,
it's all about the light.
So anyway, and
I like it.
Let me tell you what's funny about doing men's ministry and the combination of younger men and older men, because as we get older, we just become where everything we just don't like anything, and we don't.
Well, you're in king mode,
right?
Yeah.
And so, if y'all could read my emails, like after we do events and stuff like this, here, young man, awesome. What an awesome environment, man. Band was awesome, man. The lights, the whole atmosphere was awesome. Email 2. Why do we have to have lights in our eyes? Is that necessary to put lights in our eyes? Sing some hymns. And then you're like, okay, guys, we'll try to hit that mix somewhere. But it's a lot of fun, and it's going to be an awesome weekend. Dave Ramsey, when we live in the fake world, one of the things we need are people that will say, let me just walk this out for you where you can understand it. There's so much propaganda now and so much what's real.
Spin.
Yeah.
Half-truths.
Yeah. So what's going on with the real life stuff? Something as basic as I'm trying to buy a home, I'm trying to pay for a home. In the current economy, is this easier right now? Is it harder? How much money do I need to make to actually afford a house? Dave Ramsey will break that down for us. So here it is, about as simple as you can understand it. Here we go.
About money, because these principles that we teach are timeless. Now, we teach people to get out of debt and stay out of debt. When it comes to a house, it's the only debt we don't yell at you for, and we always have told you, and we still will tell you, even with the house prices so high, to get a 15-year fixed rate where the payment is no more than a fourth of your take-home pay. Now, why do we do that? Just because we're killjoys? Just because we don't want life to be good for you? No, we do that because we love you.
We care about your financial future more than that banker does, more than the mortgage companies do.
We're not making money off of this. Off of you getting a mortgage or not getting a mortgage, or you getting a house.
Okay, so what's that?
And so, with those numbers, with Dave Ramsey's numbers, if you look at the prices today, and I included this in the videos today because this is a comment from Biden last night.
Oh, cue that up. That's good.
This is a comment from Biden last night talking about people buying homes, and then I've got some numbers for you guys that Dave Ramsey uses.
Such relief is good for the economy because folks are now able to buy a home, start a business, start a family.
Really?
So here's the Dave Ramsey numbers right here. The median home price in the United States is $382,000.
Hey.
So with a 15-year fixed rate mortgage, which the rate is at 6.8,
hey,
let's pretend you save 10%. That would be $38,000. Your mortgage is now $344,000. Payments per month would be $3,051. Everything else, taxes, if you can't avoid PMI, you're going to be paying $3,500 on average. So if you're only allowed to use a quarter of your salary per month, you're going to have to make at least $14K per month or $168K per year. But Ramsey says that your take-home pay, in order to do the Ramsey method, you're actually going to need to make $250,000 a year in order to afford the median home. The median household income in the United States right now is $74,000. People can't afford homes right now.
Big gap.
Nobody can afford a home right now.
The numbers just
That
don't
median,
add up.
Yeah.
That median home that's a lot higher than I thought it would be.
Yeah, man. I look out there now. If you want to go buy a really, really old home from the 70s, that doesn't have the bedrooms you need or the rooms you need, maybe. But the house a family would need, it's hard to find anything less than that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With Jesus in a tent beside the road. Everybody sing it. And most cars drive on by, but I paid the rent on New Year's and the 4th of July.
Rick, good morning to you, friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, coming to you from the pandemic bunker. Glad to be with you again today. How do you copy?
Well, you know what? You sound good for being at home. I'll tell you that. And you also, I know you were not able to come in normal. The only thing was awkward was your intro today. That didn't go. That felt weird. That didn't work.
Well, we'll have to work through it. There's a lot of things that you can't plan for in this kind of setup. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, well, it's that was what you and I were talking about. When you do these kind of setups, and we've done them over the years from time to time, for one show and one glorious moment, they usually work. To extend it over several shows, that's the only that will be another animal.
Well, we'll refine the process. It'll get better as we go, maybe. So,
yeah, sure.
We got a lot of technology out here. If we can just get it all orchestrated together, we'll be good.
Sure. I listened to the kickoff hour and everybody, coming in, and I thought to myself, and so this is why Greg has already made his commentary. Listen to some other shows that are doing it. Like I say, it's good in short spurts. It's not all that good for monologues and things like that. But you know what? I think we can make yours sounds. I mean, and theirs did too. But the microphone is definitely the difference.
Oh yeah, if you can get a good mic and feed it into the computer, it makes a huge difference. I think. I mean, from what I've heard.
Right. So we'll work with this. We had our first plan that we were working, and Joe Diffie ruined that. So then, it was the, you know what it was, and Bubba, you'll get this. You'll understand this more. And Bubba had kind of suggested us trying to work something like this from the beginning, and there are some pitfalls in it, and a lot we have to work through. And so we said, well, let's try this other thing, because if we're going to and from our houses, then we're quarantining anyway. But everybody from time to time, somebody has to go to the grocery store. That's probably when you're at biggest risk and all that. And we started thinking, multiplying that by 5 or 6 and da 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 da. And so, but what was funny is that Greg yesterday really, this really started getting to Greg. He'd started kind of. And
I'd never seen anything like it. I've never seen Greg do a 180 like he did yesterday.
Can I tell you what Tony had? And you'll get this. And Speedy, you heard about it, but you weren't there that night. Ryan Greenwood in Louisville will get this immediately. Greg started taking on the tone of his defiance against stormy weather. Do you remember this? It was the same.
Oh yeah.
It was the same exact tone. And when he gets that tone, it's when I call Greg goes into mule form. You've got a mule you're trying to turn, and he gets his tone about him, and he's going to go on it, and he was just like he couldn't believe as he thought, and it was Joe Diffie's death that did it, and it was the turning point. If COVID-19 can kill Joe Diffie, Greg thought it could kill any of us.
And I never in my wildest dreams thought the untimely death of Joe Diffie would change Greg and change the show like it has.
It has. Really, it was this. We're doing this for Greg. If you really think about it, because you know me, I was going to stay the course.
We had a plan. We were working the plan, and Greg just all of a sudden came up and said, "Hey, this ain't working."
Right. Well, because I'm P.T. Barnum. The show must go on. Yeah. And so we're making the show happen, and this is not selling out or anybody's sick or whatever. We're trying to be sure that the worst case scenario doesn't happen. We had what we were doing first, and nothing bad happened on that. We just thought every time there'd be an extension and the numbers of people getting sick still hadn't peaked, we thought we might be as Greg would say, shaking hands with danger. So we've gone to this, and if this is just not acceptable, it's too annoying and all that, Then we have what we've come up with today, and I started laughing, and I've already texted Bubba and told Speedy about it. I started laughing my head off getting in bed last night and going, we also have what we call the designated survivor. And that is where we just isolate one person. There's really no need to isolate groups of people. And then if everybody goes down, that one person who's isolated does best of shows with everybody checking in with the latest updates. You know, and so
whatever it takes. I mean, I can dial up the uplink from here.
That's the hour. Here they come. The golden ticket seat guests make their way to the wonderful wheel of canned meat.
Come on, give it a try.
Our Rick and Bubba house band, Rock and Roll City, they're ready to go to encourage the spinners today. Well, we continue the old 30th anniversary, and the last show, or the last year of the Rick and Bubba show, has caused quite a rush on the Rick and Bubba store. So many of the prizes that we once had on the wheel no longer are available. So we let the golden ticket seat guests spin for themselves, and then Bubba has rounded up various things from the office that they can grab if it lands on something that we don't have. Now, Moultrie Mobile, we have. Blaze TV subscription, we got. I think everything else, if you land on it, you just need to come over here and get something. What is that right there? Turkey call from Gary? We do have a, hey, I got one of my Squaremaster calls on. All right, so we got that. So Gary's, so with that one, of course, Gary has to send it to you. So again, that we wish you well. In the golden ticket seats today, we have Jordan Bice. Jordan will come to the wheel first, and we'll get this ready to go. Now, we have to, in the studio, we are going to be the Wow, What a Wheel people. Okay, so y'all have to do this in unison. So let's say to Jordan, Wow, what a wheel! Come on, let it rip, Jordan. Got his Rick and Bubba hat on just like he likes it. That's the hat I wear to the farm a lot. I like that for a farm hat.
That's a good looking hat.
Yeah. All right, so let's see here. Jordan. Yeah, right out of the gate. Right out of spam. Right out. We do have one can. We got one.
It's fuel for the brain.
Got some spam for you, Jordan. Got an autographed can of spam. I said on the grill. Boy, Jordan. Served with candied yams. Somebody say it.
Think what else you give me.
Give me spam. Give me spam. That's right, Greg. How about a go for Jordan? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Lindsay Bice now comes to the wheel. She ain't afraid of it. She'll give that baby a spin. What we say for Lindsay? Hey, wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Lindsay.
And Lindsay with a big spin.
She's not afraid of it. Not afraid of the wheel. I said, give me a spin. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh! Henry the horse. Henry right out of the gate.
No pun intended.
Hey, the horse galloping in here.
He's on the back 40.
Here he comes. Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
Henry.
Hey, I didn't catch the dumpster fire of the State of the Union last night, but I heard that our hometown, Birmingham, Alabama, got a showdown.
Well,
I heard it was it about our barbecue?
No, it wasn't.
It was Vulcan, wasn't it? I love that statue.
No,
Birmingham.
No, it was not. It was not. It was not. It was
not that.
It was the IVF thing, Henry. It was IVF. It was not Vulcan. It was not our barbecue. Everybody say, "Banana, banana, go, Henry!" Yeah. What a horse! What a horse! All right, Jonathan Sanders is ready to spin the wheel. What do we say for Jonathan? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Jonathan. Jonathan ain't afraid of it. Ain't afraid of it.
Let me at the wheel, he says.
He ain't
Let
afraid
me
of
at
it. Let's see here what we can get for Jonathan. Jonathan. Hey.
Another one.
Yeah. What a spin.
Give me spam.
Unfortunately, we don't have any.
So we'll go to alternate. We'll go to alternate meats here.
What would be another meat?
Let's see. What about chunky light tuna in water?
Chunky light tuna. How about a go for Jonathan? How about a go for Jonathan?
Go! Go!
Go! Took the drummer a minute to warm up.
There we go. Andrew Sanders will give that wheel a spin. Here we go. Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, brother. Let it rip, brother. Andrew got his Rick and Bubba hat on too, just like he likes it. Another style though. Look at that. Oh, Blaze TV. Blaze TV. Andrew, are you a Blaze TV subscriber?
I am now.
Well, yeah, he knows what to say. Said it with the Flex Rick and Bubba hat on too. Yeah. Andrew, you'll get a subscription, absolutely free. Enjoy the great programming on Blaze TV, including 1 hour of the Rick and Bubba Show daily.
Let's go.
Jamie Sanders comes to the wheel. What do we say? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip. All the way from South Carolina. On his way to Starkville, Mississippi for the Man Church Conference. All right, here we go. Let's see what we got for Jamie. Oh! Henry the horse again. Henry the horse again. What a horse. Of course. Henry the horse. Wow. Well, there he comes back. Hey, Henry.
There's Henry again. Henry. Hey, Henry.
Okay, so I caught the State of the Union, and it wasn't the barbecue. Shout out.
No, it was not a
I
barbecue.
thought it was.
No, it wasn't.
Should have been the two sexiest fat men alive, though. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Where was the shout out? Where was the shout out? Where was the shout out?
I think Henry's give out.
That's a tired little horse. Bubba,
Gotta watch Speedy with his hand out.
Yes, you really do.
Well, I didn't know she had any money.
If you don't believe that, wait a minute, Ann.
What are you doing?
Wait just a minute. I mean, Anne Marie Fletcher is on the wheel. What do we say for Anne Marie? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Anne Marie. She's got her Rick and Bubba University sweatshirt. A little warm for it, but she brought it. Here we go. That's a good spin, Anne Marie. Let's see what we got here. Let's see here. Hey! Spur Master! I know, Anne Marie, when you got up and made the ride to the studio today, you thought, could the day get any better? I know, and it was on a whim, and it just got better. You have got a Spur Master turkey call from Gary the Bulldozer Man. Hey, little Anne Marie, let me tell you.
Something to do with it.
Okay, right now I'm down here catching crappie at Lake Mitchell, but I'll get in there and send that to you, okay?
So that's good. You do turkey hunt by any chance?
No.
Your husband?
No.
No? What's our? You know what? That's what eBay's for.
We know people that do.
Okay, good. There you go. Well, congratulations. How about a go for Anne Marie? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! And Rock and Roll City will be in concert in the break for the tubers. Enjoy that. Anne Marie, nice work. Jordan, Lindsay, Jonathan, Andrew, Jamie, all of you did a great job today spinning the wonderful wheel of canned meat. We'll come back and we'll continue the Rick and Bubba show as this hour rolls on right after the bottom of the hour break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Greg. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Give me like a stick count off, like a count, and then Greg, do like a tom intro, like you start on the toms and then we build it up and get real big with it. Yeah. Rock and Roll City. It's Rock and Roll City.
rock and roll city. If you think we're not gonna rock, you are very wrong. Go, Greg, go!
Welcome to Rock and Roll City, where things run as smoothly as the State of the Union.
Format. I mean, we got all kind of ideas. By the way, the only thing I was disappointed in the kickoff hour I was watching, I was hoping Lisa would come in there and tear that sugar up.
I know. Well, that can't happen because now, Greg's got to sit there 14 days probably before she'll kiss him.
I'm telling you. That's so good.
So we'll come back and we'll talk. The latest updates. We'll have fun with life in isolation, and you guys will help us as you were more than willing to do yesterday. Help us on how you think you're going, if this is acceptable to you, and the good, the bad, the ugly, and we'll work with it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
'Steady in the chaos and uncertainty of pandemic 2020 and our friend COVID-19. All right, so Bubba, I know that you said that you may have some concerns about our current setup. And first of all, I want to say this to you and to Greg, if he's listening. Stephen Waits, former keyboardist of the band Mystique, has just texted me an alarming text with exclamation points. What? Greg didn't like stormy weather? And he took offense to.
It has to be shocking to everybody.
Yeah, I mean, Bubba had the album cover for stormy weather and everything, all ready to go.
Yeah, I know.
So
hey, I pulled my audio down. Is it better?
Yeah, it is. It was just every now and then. Just you were hitting the top, hitting that ceiling a little bit.
Yeah, well, we don't want that. We don't want that. So, Rick, with the new setup and everything that we're trying out today, I mean, I got all kind of computers in here. I got screens, I got TVs and news feeds on, and I got all kind of stuff. I got ham radio here behind me if all else fails.
Yep.
By the way, a shout out to the 3834 group.
KJ 44KJ.
There you go. So, but it hit me a minute ago. We really don't have a plan for getting breakfast.
No,
who's going to go get breakfast?
Let me tell you something. Speedy, Stretch, and me, we're fine. We got it covered. That's the only thing that you stay-at-home people didn't think through.
I'm really praying there's one more Pop-Tart in the pantry down there.
Well, Betty said you bought a truckload of them. There ought to be enough of them.
Well.
Yeah, so that's
we've been isolated for a while. Though.
Well, and here's one of the things you bring up a good point, and you guys know this. We talked about it yesterday when we went into what we call Plan Joe Diffie, and so when we decided to go Joe Diffie, we thought to ourselves, there are restaurants that are hanging on by a thread. Okay, I mean they are literally hanging on by a thread. One of them next to us has already gone under, and it will not return. And we're clinging to one that is walking distance from here. I mean, these restaurants, they're perfect for meetings. They're perfect for us and all this stuff. I mean, we literally walk to them, and we're trying to keep one of them alive by making them our main breakfast place now, okay? Because if you get our business, if you get the show's business, that alone could keep you alive.
It could.
Oh, yeah.
And so when we went into Plan Joe Diffie, I thought to myself, today it'll just be Speedy, Stretch, and me. Now that restaurant won't make it.
I mean, they're not.
I mean, we.
"35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. You heard us mention many times here on Old R&B, prior planning prevents poor performance. And then we have another version of that we were told that we do not use, but unless we're going to honor school closing Tony. Bubba, you and I have it, 4-week supply. Both got it at our office ready to go from My Patriot Supply. You can get yours too by going to preparewithbubba.com. You know, just be ready for the unexpected. It could be something as daunting as, you know, food supplies have been cut off, the economy has collapsed. Nobody's worried about that. But it could be hurricane, could be tornadoes, could be flooding.
What about a pandemic?
Pandemic. Everybody remember that one? If you're watching the flashbacks in the break on the YouTube channel, you're watching us walk through that misery. And there's a darkness that's been over our country ever since, by the way. But also, it might be something as fun as I'd like to have meals that are easy to prepare because I'm going camping, I'm going hiking, I'm going, fishing, I'm going hunting. My Patriot Supply, these meals last up to 25 years in storage. They're 2,000 calories. And there's quite a variety in there, 16 food and drink varieties. So there's you don't get bored either eating the same old thing all the time. So My Patriot Supply, don't be caught not ready. Why don't you go now, preparewithbubba.com, and we're going to get you a great deal. We're going to get you $60 off a 4-week supply. That's $60 off for a 4 weeks food kit right now and free shipping. So go to preparewithbubba.com or go to the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, we have breaking news.
This just in.
I meant to tell you this in the break, and I wasn't able to, but I think Adler's got footage that Chris Christie may be headed to the hospital or something. And we've got footage of the ambulance taking him.
Yeah.
There's
Rick Burgess.
That's awful. That's the way to move one.
I don't want any part of that.
That's 3 for you today.
That's.
You think he's okay?
By the way, that's not it. It's actually in Switzerland. They're taking a cow, and this is how they're taking it to the vet. And it's actually being taken by a helicopter. Look at that.
Be an expensive
Can we not get a
service.
vet to its location?
Well, I don't
that'd
know.
make a better sense.
Mean, what in the world?
Couldn't the vet just fly in the helicopter?
But that was that's the first thing I said. What happened to Chris Christie?
If that cow could talk on what it's seeing.
Well, just think it's sick to begin with. How's it feel now flying through the air?
How about its cow friends?
Oh, yeah.
What if that was just Uber taking somebody a steak?
Oh, hey.
And they wanted it real rare.
What if this was the way we traveled?
I wouldn't
you
mind
latch
it.
on
I don't
and
think
go?
I'd mind it.
It's kind of fun.
Do you think I wouldn't rather do this to Starkville today?
Oh, wow.
Just land me right there by the
And everybody could see. Hey, there goes Rick.
Hey, man, church!
Have your own drone and you'd be like, flying out.
Everybody seen birds? Here he comes.
There he is.
I got to know
Coming
more
on
about
in.
this. Why can we not get a vet there? Like, is something? And why?
That's something
ride.
crazy
Listen.
those Swiss do.
Yeah.
And this is a cow.
Yeah.
Like what is
Well, it
so
must be a serious
important
cow.
about this cow?
See, a lot of people don't know they fly them around in circles. That's how we get Swiss cheese. Wow, what about that one right there?
Remember that? Just cut me loose, please.
No, but think about it, Helms. You were talking about. All right, so let's use today for instance. Okay, let's use for day. I mean, it's not that far.
That guy's gonna have brain damage.
But sorry, it's only 2 hours and like 10 minutes to Starkville for me.
Yeah.
2 hours, 10 minutes. So the helicopter picks me up in the parking lot.
Yep.
Okay, and hopefully, I can get my stuff in the helicopter that I need, just an overnight bag.
Yep.
And then I get in that they put me in. They take me all the way down to Mississippi. I don't have to worry about this parking situation on the campus. They drop me right by the theater.
right there.
Okay, I get out. Conference is over tomorrow at noon, and I just stand out in the field and pick back up.
That'd be pretty good.
Huh?
Yeah, and the park police don't get after you.
That's right. I'm not being chased by the park
Drop you
police
right in
ranger.
there.
Rick, picture
out.
Bones like working him in right here. Okay, good. Hey, buddy, how's the trip?
Hang on just a minute.
let me help you with the strap.
Ricky, they're gonna pick up the same spot.
Guys, you're an important cow if you're being
Yeah.
flown
No, that
out.
is.
Have you ever seen like live when they come flying? What the bill is for that? I mean, surely this guy must be a friend doing it for nothing.
Oh yeah, got it.
Any helicopter bill is usually really high.
And imagine this too, okay? I mean, because birds do this all the time. We get bird poop on our car all the time. Imagine cow poop. If it's not filling right on your windshield.
Yeah.
You'd
Going down I-20 and all of a sudden that hits you.
I mean, that'd knock your windshield out.
Yeah.
Golly,
That's
don't want none of big green.
Oh man. But no, I'm back to what you just brought up. All right, so most people who have cows,
What of you?
there's a lot of cows.
Yeah, a lot of
Why did this cow rank
Hey, it's got to get to And the most vet. veterinarians that handle cows go to their location.
This has got to be what they do.
This bunch probably does this a lot. I don't think that's something you just go, well, I think I'll try to fly a cow.
Maybe there's a piece of equipment they need to use, some type of X-ray that they can't get there.
But
why this?
But what I'm
cow?
saying, if these guys do this all the time, there must be demand for it.
Oh, you're right. Why we got to save this?
I mean,
one?
it can't just be one every now and
like
then.
heifer
I mean, they got to get paid on Friday.
Like when they need the helicopter, do you walk in and say, "Hey, we got a cow sick"? Who? Which one? And okay, call the vet. Tell them to get here. It's Betsy. Betsy, get the helicopter.
I mean, I would think the cost for all this would exceed the cow.
Yeah,
Probably.
definitely. It must
Probably.
They must love this cow.
I produce a lot of milk.
This is common in Switzerland, actually.
Because all how do you know? All the land,
yes, the slopes,
the acreage.
Yes, and they have to move cows around to get. They can feed here.
We've got vehicles that'll go up a hill.
They can feed here, and it's just easier to use a helicopter.
Yeah,
really.
Milk me.
I hear they've got some mountains in Switzerland. I don't.
A lot of
the Alps or something.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
Beautiful.
Do travel in Switzerland.
Beautiful this time.
Pull on my teeth and fly me there.
If somebody does not have the music, on this video to the sound of music, this is the hills are alive with music. I mean that's.
You forget you were on air.
No, that's what it's called. That's what you do when you milk them.
I know, but you sang a little jingle there.
Oh,
so
you forgot.
Just thinking about it. She must be special.
And she was.
must have
It looks
special
like this particular one was injured as well.
I hope so.
Well, that's a good way to fix it. Slinging it around in a big sling, hundreds of feet in the air.
Look at this animal in the air.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think it might be pooping.
That is a good looking
I think
cow.
it's pooping. Oh my gosh, it's pooping in that picture.
Well, I would be too. Look, let me tell you. But the good news is, though, because this is all these hills, I guess if it falls, it's not going to hit anybody. Man.
Rick, you got it falling.
You don't think cows use the restroom while they're being...
He had it as Chris Christie a minute ago.
Oh,
Well,
that's
that's
true.
true.
Falling
That's
is
3
nothing.
for you today.
That's looks Friday. By the time I get back Monday, everybody's forgotten. I mean, what y'all think? Chris Christie's family's going to say, that was mean. Yeah. I'm sure they're listening. I'm sure they're locked and They've loaded seen on him this in show. that baseball uniform. You think Chris Christie's family's locked and loaded on this every day?
I doubt it. I just have serious doubts.
You're right. And then, look, they've been talking to him. They're just sick and tired of him saying he's going to lose weight. You know, and everybody's like, hey, this time he's all in. And the family's like, yeah,
goodness.
yeah, sure. So
they had to do that to 10 cows.
10.
All right. 10 of them got
How
injured.
about the bill on that? Let me tell you what, if
awful.
they get them spinning like they did that guy we just saw a minute ago, it's going to be a milkshake. That'd be my luck again, getting rescued, and all of a sudden the thing goes nuts.
Oh,
and starts spinning me.
That's my heart they just dropped. That's me trying. They finally rescued me from being stranded out here on the mountain.
Oh,
About the time I'm almost on the ground, it starts spinning like a helicopter.
I mean, out of control.
Right. All right, we'll come back. Your phone calls wrap up the hour at 866 We Be Big. Somebody in the golden ticket seats is going to get an American Express gift card from Dudney and the gang. So that's about to happen, as if the day couldn't get any better. So that's coming up. 866 We Be Big. Lines available. We chat with you, America, on any topic when we wrap up the hour next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Lost half the crew. And, I mean, you realize now the breakfast bill, I mean, right now he's hearing this. He's coming into work over at First Watch, and he's thinking, man, I got that big order coming again today. It's only going to be about half today.
I know.
I may order a double just to keep the bill the same.
There you go.
I mean,
Thanks for thinking of them, Rick.
How about this plan? Joe Diffie may kill that restaurant.
It could.
Can you imagine? It's, it's just everything's a little different today. So it's going to take a little time to get used to where everything's at, which way to look and everything. And, I just hope that you guys will keep it positive today.
Well, I mean, we got, and look, don't get misunderstand. I mean, the show, and we've learned about ebbs and flows. And honestly, no offense, every email matters. But if we see one email on something or one comment on social media, we usually put that under personal preference, and we don't pay much attention to it. And now, as all of you know, over the years, this show has made it very clear we are not talented enough to change.
No.
I mean, even if we declared, hey, man, we all got to, because mainly, sadly, and sometimes this is good, and as we say, sometimes it's bad. Sadly, we really are just doing the show every day just the way we want to do it.
Yeah.
And we certainly respond to things y'all like, and we love the feedback, and it helps. But the thing that you love about the show, and that is it is pretty much a stream of consciousness. It pretty much features the personalities. I mean, certainly there's always comedic licensing, but for the most part, without exaggerating, Bubba agree, everybody pretty much is who they are, warts and all, good, bad, ugly, and we pretty much respond to things the way we would respond to things if we heard about it at lunch versus on there.
I mean,
you know,
as you said, I personally, I'll speak for me. I'm not talented enough to fake it.
No, I'm not either. And, you know, we are who we are, good, bad, and ugly. Some days that's what you'll say. That's what I love about these guys. And some days you'll be like, man, that's what I really can't stand about these guys. I wish they would be actors. But anyway, we kind of yesterday, I guess, you know, Speedy's blaming it on the Kirk Herbstreit comment.
Yeah.
Right.
You and I kind of thought it might have had to do with it. It was a little bit gloomy for President Trump to announce we're not changing anything for another 30 days. That I think felt a little gloomy.
Yes, it did.
You know, and it's tough out there. And there were enough people that I kind of took note of it yesterday that felt like early on the show, which meant when we started the big show through the update from the doctor at UAB, that they felt like they had been updated on COVID enough, and they wanted us to be cutting up and getting a little more lighthearted quicker than we did. And you know, I apologize for that. That was no intention. I think we were just responding to everything in the natural way that everybody else was. And you know, maybe we were too real during that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought there was some pretty funny stuff yesterday.
Yeah.
And you
Joe
know,
Diffie alone.
Yeah, and you getting hit on the head with a hammer and all that. I mean, you have to be some sensitive. You can't go too far the other way, or you'll get a lot of hate mail too, because it is a serious situation and people are hurting, and there's a lot of fear out there right now and uncertainty. And we're trying to bring information and kind of recap it and still have a little fun. It's quite a tightrope walk at times, obviously.
It is, and spiritually, I want everybody to understand this, and I can't speak for everybody, and I'm not saying any other reason that's true. We're not fearful. We're not anxious. We're not losing our minds and forgetting, thinking that God's not sitting on the throne. I'm actually leaning in and trying to say, look, let's learn everything that we can learn from this. I hear a lot of people saying, especially with the churches, that I can't wait till we get back to normal. No, I think if there's every area of life, God has spoken and said, whatever normal was before this, I didn't like it. So he didn't want us to return to the normal that was before this. What he's trying to say is, hey, churches, I'm trying to teach y'all something. I'm shaking up your little routines. I'm trying to teach every individual something. I'm trying to maybe teach the way you do everything. So we don't want to return to the normal before this. Then this wouldn't have happened if that normal was okay.
Yeah.
I mean, this interruption of church and the way we do it and the way we do everything, this interruption is for a reason, and we need to listen. Tony Evans said yesterday, I love it, God is shouting. Are you listening? He's shouting right now. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
We go 11 minutes now to the top of the hour, wrapping up the hour with phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You've already heard their names because they all spun the wheel today, but we'll run them again. Say hello to Jordan and Lindsay Bice, Jonathan and Andrew Sanders, Jamie Sanders, and Anne-Marie Fletcher. All in the golden ticket seats today. An American Express gift card up for grabs, $50 from Dr. Dudney and the gang. Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 6.
1 and 6. What about lucky number 3?
Lucky number 3. Congratulations, Jamie Sanders.
Oh,
Jamie Sanders.
Yeah. Lunch is on Jamie.
I love how everybody fake claps for him.
Jamie. Considering he's driven over 6 hours to be here today and has another 2 hours and 10 minutes left to get to Starkville, that right there, how about that?
We'll go to Little Dewey's now.
There you go. So thank you, Dr. Dudney, for that. Bubba, you told us Oprah is no longer on the board. At which one? What weight loss?
Weight loss.
Which one?
Weight Watchers.
Weight Watchers. Yep. Okay.
Weight loss at Weight Watchers.
that one that didn't really work on their name much is a new bunch called Weight Loss.
Yes. Oprah Winfrey is leaving Weight Watchers board and giving away all her stock at a critical weight loss moment. Weight Watchers has acquired Sequence last spring to get ahead of the threat of the iconic weight loss business model and to be able to offer access to prescriptions to new blockbuster weight loss drugs. And several other weight loss programs are also following the same model. Diet and exercise remain critical for patients using these new drugs.
Of course.
But the market isn't sold on Weight Watchers brand as being a sure winner in the new weight loss management arena.
Look, I would include myself in this, okay? Because with all of us that struggle with our weight, even when we're down, it's a we'll see, because it still can get to the end. Oprah may be one of the greatest offenders, and look, we've all been there. This is of going, putting on weight, taking it off, putting it on, taking it off. Do you really want her to be a big part of a weight loss program?
Well,
she doesn't seem like she sticks with them very good.
She bought in.
Right.
A significant amount of stock was put on the board of directors back in 2015. So she's been with them for a while.
She has.
She announced Wednesday she will be leaving the executive position in May, and it sent some of the Weight Watchers shares tumbling.
Ooh.
Or in this case, losing their value.
Ooh. Oh, I see what you did there with losing weight.
Okay.
I got it. I got it.
And of course, if you are on a program or and Weight Watchers is a big operation, guys. We're not talking about nickels and dimes here.
No.
They're big time. You can imagine how the new weight loss industry with Wegovy and Zepbound is going to affect all that. I mean, you're going to have a lot of people try to go that route.
Is that what they're saying? That because since these things are available, these other programs just aren't as intriguing now?
Yes.
Okay.
And we've had reports, too, that the candy business is hurting. Their sales are off.
Doggone it.
With so many people on this now.
Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
Yep.
All right, to the phones we go. Let's go to.
I never saw it really affect Oprah though.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm just saying.
No, it's just
some
the way
people.
it is.
It's. It's almost like you look up and there were two people that were either taking it off or putting it on, and that's Marie Osmond or Oprah. And it was like, by the way, Marie Osmond playing Oxford, Alabama, the Performing Arts Center.
Is that right?
That is correct.
You going?
No, but
look that up?
I just heard that.
Really?
No, I straight up.
I was not sure with you today. I didn't know.
I saw sticks there.
Well, yeah.
I figure that.
Yeah.
When is this?
I saw them a few years ago.
Oh, back a while.
Oh, yeah.
Right there,
What's up?
downtown Oxford.
Let's go to Stephanie in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Stephanie, go ahead.
I just wanted to request Speedy to do a Mike Tyson impression.
Yeah,
give it a shot.
Can the man of a thousand voices?
Yeah.
I tell you what.
Yes.
Yeah, man of a thousand voices.
Asian. Mike's not Asian.
I tell you what, Jake, I'm gonna knock you out.
No, he's not like that. I mean,
I had to hear
Rick's
him.
man of a thousand
If I could
voices.
hear him, I think I'd knock it out. I know y'all are
Speedy,
best for me. I get it.
I think that's a great
Yeah.
impersonation.
I got
him
all right on my feet.
No,
he sounds like Kenny from South Park. I don't know that that's the.
Remember Mush Mouth?
Oh, then you won the $50 for that, didn't you?
He's not coming out of like tooth surgery.
I had to hear. If I could hear him, I could really dial it in.
Okay, let me find something.
Let's go to Jack and Coleman. Jack, go ahead.
Perfect, Speedy. Keep doing it.
Yeah, this is Show Hunt Jack.
Oh, not him.
Joe Hunt Jack.
Not him again.
Let me guess. He wants to ride with you today to the manager.
Yeah. Where are we supposed to pick you up today, Jack?
Well, I wanted to address your baby brother, better known as doo-doo flavored toothpick.
Yes.
Hey, Greg, why don't you take and break that toothpick in half, put it in your coffee, take a pop off of that. That way you can be 4 times as sharp as you think you are.
Keep your day job, Jake. Whatever. What's his name? Frank?
Jack.
He's not helping himself to go home.
Jack Wagon?
There we go. There we go. Big Tate, Kentucky. Big Tate, go ahead.
This is ludicrous. Hey, that flying cow, that's called flying fertilizer. That's how they fertilize everything in Sweden.
Look, yeah, that might have been some fancy way to fertilize. Tate's tickled himself.
And if he fell, it'd be ground beef.
Okay, that's good.
Sound of music, more like sound of moosing.
Adler's reading the email.
Here's Mike Tyson. Here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, hang on. All right, hang on.
Sick this week. What was the problem?
I broke my back.
What do you mean by that?
My back is broken.
My back is
Your back's not
my
broken.
back is broken.
I got him.
My back's broken, but I'm boxing. You got it now.
Hey, got him.
Laney and Muscle Shoals, WLAY. Laney, go ahead.
Hey guys.
Hey.
I just wanted to let you know how much I have loved listening to y'all. Been listening since 1999.
Thank you.
On my way back and forth to school at UNA, and I actually got to meet you at Covenant Christian when y'all came up and did a meet and greet there, and talked with Bubba for a long time, and he dubbed me Squirrel Girl because I had on this little locket that had a squirrel on it.
Okay.
And I'll always remember that. I'll just love y'all so much.
Thank you, Laney. That's Squirrel Girl.
Thank you, Squirrel Girl.
If I was called Squirrel Girl, I'd never forget it as well.
That's right.
You know,
Where do you get a squirrel locket?
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
That's a great
Think about
question.
that.
I mean, it seems nuts. Dad jokes are everywhere today.
Everywhere. Adler started it.
Daniel Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Daniel, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Since souls are created at conception, aren't souls created when they fertilize the egg and make an embryo? And if you only implant one, what happens to the rest of those souls that are discarded?
Yeah, well, that's the issue
That's
that
the issue.
everybody's dealing with right now.
That's the question that all are asking, Daniel, and you know, clearly our show can go in any direction at any time.
Right. From Squirrel Girl to that.
Yeah.
And not everybody can make that transition.
No. But that is the
A great question, though.
What is Mike Tyson?
Yeah. He's working. Ricky's working on it.
You doing reps now?
Yeah. Just tell us your back.
Well, it hit me.
Yeah. Tell us your back is broke. That's a good one.
My back is broke.
First of all,
George
I can box
Jefferson
with my
that
back.
time.
Tell you something.
It was.
Well done.
I get you with a 1-2 though.
Yeah,
Now you got off in a whole nother world
We're
there.
back over at South
Sound
Park.
like Andy Litter.
Oh, God, Andy Litter.
What?
Hey, little Litter. Poor Andy Litter.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
She just wants you to pick trash up. That's all.
Okay. Greg, I understand you saw Romeo the other day, did you?
I did. Romeo came to the remote.
Which one? Hendrick?
Couldn't think of it?
Hendrick. Yeah, I don't know why I got hung up.
Romeo, did you see Greg? Did you get to see Greg?
Of course. I thought it was Greg, but he's lost so much weight. I wasn't sure at first, to be honest. He looks good. Don't get me wrong, but whatever he's on, it really works. They should buy that.
Yeah.
It's Ozempic.
Yeah. Well, actually, Oprah's actually going to the board of Greg's new diet. Romeo, we got 30 seconds. You're wrapping up the week.
It
for a lot of
really,
people.
it really was good. Katie Britt, she's a good person, you can tell. And what it is, she's angry and she means what she's saying, and it come across like drama. But the girl was on. I'm just gonna be honest. I liked her speech, and I'm not a Republican, you know this.
That's
and
right.
she's sincere about it. But Enterprise High School, be proud of your drama class, because she would get angry and talk like a coach to her teeth. And then all of a sudden she'd smile, and it was kind of weird. That's how it came across. But if she'd have just picked up that mic drop, she should have picked up a steak knife and stuck it in the table. It would have been perfect ending, man.
Rick Romeo also gave me his rap song, and he wants us to do Keep It a Coaster.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, bring it in.
Cue that baby up for Monday.
Yeah, cue that up.
Get ready, Romeo.
There's always, as we always say, Bubba, there's always Monday.
There's always Monday.
Enjoy the weekend. If we wrapped up our time together, men all coming to Starkville from all over. We'll see you this weekend, Lord willing. Monday, we'll be back to recap a busy weekend.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.